Hey friends, tonight let's explore something ancient, pungent, and surprisingly heroic rotten cheese. Yes, really. Tonight we're diving into the sticky, smelly world of fermented curds and discovering why your very survival in medieval times might depend on a wheel of moldy, cracking, slightly sweating cheese that smells like old boots soaked in mead. So, before you relax, take a second to like and subscribe if you find value in what we share. And hey, leave a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is there. Are you wrapped in blankets or sneaking this during your lunch break? Dim those lights, fire up a fan for that cozy background sound, and let's settle in for the journey ahead. You're in a damp stone cellar, one that smells like it's been weeping quietly for 100 years. Water drips in the corner, pooling around your boots. Above your head, wooden beams groan with the weight of barrels, sacks, and secrets. But your eyes aren't on the ceiling. They're on the shelf to your left, or rather, what's oozing off of it. A round, yellowish-gray thing crusted with white fuzz, half sunken in a piece of cloth that may once have been linen. You're not entirely sure if it's still edible, or if it's become something other. But here's the twist, that horrifying little monster that might just save your life. In medieval Europe, cheese wasn't just food. It was preservation, nutrition, medicine, and occasionally even currency. When bread grew moldy or soup spoiled, cheese endured. It kept its shape, it grew flavors, it got weirder, but it stayed food. Technically. You're about to spend the next few months in this village, and spoiler alert, there's a plague coming. The water questionable. The meat dubious at best. But that cheese, oh, it's powerful. Aged cheese was often safer to eat than fresh milk thanks to fermentation killing off harmful bacteria. Monasteries across Europe became accidental biotech labs, carefully controlling humidity, airflow, and time to coax wheels of milk into portable edible survival pods. You pick up the cheese. It gives slightly under your fingers like it's testing you. It smells like both life and regret. You hesitate, but a hunched old woman watching from the stairs just grins. "Eat it," she says. "It's ripe." You take a bite, and you don't die. You don't even gag, at least not more than once. In fact, you feel something in your stomach settle, like a small army of good bacteria just showed up to defend your guts. Rotten cheese might not sound heroic, but for a medieval peasant it was a pantry miracle. With no refrigeration and inconsistent grain harvests, people relied on fermented food to get through long winters, famines, and sieges. Cheese was shelf-stable protein wrapped in a cloak of mold. It could travel with you. It could sit in a sack for weeks. It could get dropped, frozen, rained on, or slightly nibbled by a mouse and still be served with pride. Some households even kept a forever cheese, a lump passed down, and occasionally added to like sourdough starter or a beloved curse. This might sound strange now, but in a world without expiration dates, visual inspection and nose-based bravery were all you had. You walk out of the cellar holding your prize like it's a holy relic. And for some, it really was. In some regions, cheese wheels were blessed by clergy or hidden in walls for protection. Why? Because people believed cheese could absorb evil spirits, or at the very least keep them fed and distracted. But not all cheese was created equal. Here's the awkward truth. The richer you were, the fancier and deadlier your cheese probably got. While peasants stuck to dense, sharp, durable rounds, nobles went for creamy, unaged, soft cheeses, which without modern hygiene had a much higher risk of causing digestive distress. Sometimes the simpler stuff really did keep you alive longer. Of course, this brings us to one of the stranger side facts of the night. There's recorded evidence of people using moldy cheese not just to eat, but to heal. That's right. Before antibiotics, old cheese was mashed into poultices and applied to wounds. In fact, some strains of mold found in medieval cheese caves produced penicillin-like effects. So if you accidentally fell off a thatched roof or got bitten by a goose, both statistically plausible, your village healer might reach for a crumbly blue wedge and say, "Hold still, this'll sting." Now here's where historians get spicy. There's debate about just how intentional all of this was. Did medieval people understand the microbiology, or were they just rolling with whatever didn't kill them immediately? Some say monks meticulously tracked aging times and storage conditions. Others argue it was more like culinary roulette sniff-taste prey. You return to your small rented loft cheese chunk in hand and place it on a wooden plate. The room smells like straw and fire smoke. Through the window, the wind hums a low tune through the branches of the twisted pear tree below. You're tired, your feet ache, but your stomach is not empty, and that makes you richer than most. As you lie down on your lumpy straw mattress, you feel the cheese working its quiet magic in your belly. It's not glamorous, it's not delicious, but it's survival. And in the Middle Ages, that's everything. You wake before dawn, stomach surprisingly calm, teeth still carrying the memory of that crumbly bite. You half expect to find mold growing on your tongue, or for your dreams to have been haunted by cheese ghosts, but no. Just the usual draft creeping in under the door and the creaking of early morning life in the alley below. You roll out of bed, stretch, and wince as your back protests. The floor is uneven stone. Your blanket smells faintly of sheep and smoke. Breakfast. The cheese. Again. But now it's firmer, a bit less squishy. It's aged overnight, just enough to give it a sharper tang. You scrape off a green spot and pretend it's seasoning. When you open your door, the baker's already stoking her oven down the road. She sees the cheese in your hand and nods like you've just passed some sort of unwritten test. "That one's got bite," she says. "Good for keeping worms out of your belly." And that's not metaphor. In many medieval households, old cheese was considered protection against things. Worms, ill winds, nose demons, you name it. They didn't know about bacteria the way we do now, but they knew something was happening when food fermented, and it wasn't always bad. There's even a local legend here about a woman who hid her child from plague by feeding him nothing but garlic and hardened cheese for weeks. When the sickness finally swept through the town, he was one of the few untouched. Superstition, sure, but also plausible prebiotic protection. You take your cheese and start walking. Today you're headed to the edge of the village to help with repairs on a broken bridge. Payment. Not coin, but food. A bit of barley. Maybe a turnip. But cheese. That's the true prize. Everyone notices the smell of it tucked into your satchel. One boy actually tries to trade you his knife for a small piece. You say no, and he doesn't argue, just stares at your satchel like it contains a relic, which honestly it kinda does. By midday, you're sweating, hungry, and barely holding your place on a wobbly plank. The bridge is more a suggestion than a structure. Someone hands you a crust of bread so hard it could be used as currency. You break it with your knee, then pull out your cheese. It softens the crust just enough to be chewable. You chew slowly. The salt, the tang, the weird hint of walnuts and wool, it all hits your tongue like home. A man beside you nods. "That's real cheese," he mutters. "You can't trust the fresh stuff? Give me something that stinks like a monk's feet and I'll show you a stomach that doesn't quit." By now, you've started noticing that cheese plays a strange role in everything. It's not just food, it's social currency. It's part of gossip. That widow down the hill, her cellar smells too clean and people are concerned. A nobleman who throws lavish feasts with nothing but fresh goat cheese, suspicious. Probably trying to cover up the fact that he's new money. And when someone dies, cheese gets passed out. Not always fresh. sometimes aged for the deceased. There's even a custom of burying a wheel with the body so the soul won't starve in the afterlife. Grim, sure, but oddly considerate. Later that evening, you return to the village square. A crowd's forming around the well, murmuring about a merchant who arrived from the coast with a wheel of foreign cheese, soft runny, made with ash and herbs. You watch the crowd form a perfect circle of curiosity and skepticism. One brave soul slices off a bit and tastes it. He blinks, then grimaces, then nods. Strange. Like milk and mushrooms had a fight and no one won. Everyone takes a piece. No one spits it out. Cheese diplomacy, cultural exchange by curd. And here's the weird thing, this kind of cheese melting pot, pun intended, was common in market towns. Cheese traveled. It crossed borders. It introduced you to other ecosystems without the need to fight anyone. Sure, there were battles over salt mines and wine routes, but cheese united people. Sometimes. Which brings us to tonight's academic question. Did cheese play an actual role in medieval diplomacy? Some historians argue yes, gifting local cheese was a quiet flex, a way to show off your region's resources without sounding boastful. Others argue it was just a polite way to avoid serving fish. The answer, as always, might be both, or neither. Or maybe cheese was just the safest thing to offer someone without offending their beliefs or risking food poisoning. Unless you misread the smell, of course. As the stars blink awake overhead, you head back to your room. You lie down beside your dwindling wedge and wonder what tomorrow will taste like. The cheese is growing a new rind, now thicker chalky, a sign of maturity. Or trouble. Hard to say. You don't mind. You're learning its moods, its silences, its soft resistance. In a world without antibiotics, fridges, or food delivery, cheese is a companion, a barometer, a gamble. But it's yours. And for tonight, that's enough. The next morning, someone knocks on your door just after sunrise. You're still wrapped in your blanket, clutching the last wedge of cheese like a teddy bear made of dairy despair. When you open the door, it's the town steward holding a small parchment and a basket of eggs. He's sweating nervously. Message from the manor, he says. You're requested. You blink. Me. He shrugs, sets down the eggs, and hurries off like the cheese in your room might explode. You stare at the note. It's scribbled in crooked Latin with smudged wax on the corner. You can't read most of it, but the words "bring your cheese" are very clear. So naturally you do, wrapped in a damp cloth, nestled like a sleeping infant. Your cheese rides in your arms as you head toward the manor house, one of the few buildings in the village made entirely of stone, with glass windows and actual hinges on the doors. A place where you usually don't belong, which makes today even stranger. At the gate, 2 guards sniff and wince. That it one asks, pointing to your bundle. You nod. He nods back, grimacing. Good. They've been waiting. Inside, you're led to the solar, a warm, sunny room that smells faintly of rosemary, lemon balm, and confusion. Seated near the hearth is the lady of the manor, her gown as stiff as parchment, her hair braided in coils like sleeping snakes. She smiles when she sees you. You're the one with the cheese, she says, as though that's the most noble title one could bear. And so begins the strangest conversation of your life. Apparently a foreign guest, some sort of scholar-priest-trader hybrid, has arrived from Lombardy and is demanding to sample true village-aged cheese. The manor cook's offering was rejected. The guest claims it was too clean. Someone in the market mentioned you. You're now the unofficial ambassador of moldy regional specialties. The guest enters. He's wearing robes dyed the color of dried blood and smells like cloves and goat hair. His beard is plaited. His expression is one of intense suspicion and mild lactose intolerance. He sits. You unwrap your cheese slowly. The room reacts. Even the hearth fire flickers away slightly. He leans in, sniffs deeply, and actually closes his eyes. Ah, he murmurs. Yes, this is tragic, but honest. You resist the urge to curtsy. They slice the cheese and offer it with bread from the manor's oven. Everyone watches the guest chew. He chews like a man reading poetry in a second language, then swallows. It tastes like stone walls, dust, regret. I love it. The lady beams. You are officially praised. A coin lands in your palm more than a week's labor. You bow awkwardly, then leave before they ask for more samples you don't have. Outside, you finally exhale. This is the power of rotten cheese. And not just social power. It's microbial power. You've just witnessed something remarkable, how ancient fermentation built entire economies. Lombardy, Roquefort, Wensleydale, all those names we now associate with fine cheeses were once villages like yours. Their secret moist caves bored monks and a tolerance for risk. Medieval cheese-making was less about recipes and more about atmosphere, literally. The humidity, the spores in the air, the local wood used in shelves, all of it affected the final product. That's why some cheeses could only be made in specific places, and why noble travelers would go out of their way for a particular village's wheel. And now apparently your cheese is one of those. Back home, you wrap what's left and bury it under cool straw. Your neighbor leans over the fence and raises an eyebrow. You sold it to the manor. You nod. He grins. Better not get too proud. They'll expect a new one next month. And there it is. Cheese as obligation, as profession. You didn't ask to be a cheesemaker. You just had a lump in a cellar that didn't kill you, but now it's a reputation. Later that week, a merchant offers to trade you saffron in exchange for a bite. You say no, but the idea sticks. A woman with a toothache asks if she can press the rind against her cheek. You shrug. Why not? The village priest suggests the cheese might have absorbed some divine character from its time near the church wall. You don't correct him. This isn't just food anymore, it's folklore. And here's the strange historical footnote. Cheese was often part of folklore and rituals. Some communities threw cheese into rivers during seasonal festivals asking for fertile harvests. Others buried it in fields to bless the soil. Cheese wasn't just nourishment, it was narrative, a story that ripened over time. Tonight your room smells strong. Not bad, not good, just strong, like destiny curdling. You lie down beside the new cheese you've started curing. It's younger, harder still, forming its character. Like you. You close your eyes and dream of sellers' coins and a man in red robes weeping softly over a moldy rind. You wake in the dark again, not from noise, not from cold, from hunger. Not the gnawing kind, but the whispering one. The one that calls from the corners of your room, smelling faintly of earth time and something else, something tangy like a forgotten picnic under damp leaves. You sit up and realize the cheese is calling you. Not literally, of course, but metaphorically, spiritually, digestively, yes. You cross the floor and uncover the straw where your second wheel is curing. It's changed overnight. The surface, once smooth and pale, is now faintly dusted with bluish veins and white splotches. Not mold on it, mold becoming it, becoming part of the cheese's identity. You think of it like adolescence, awkward, slightly smelly, and necessary. You sniff it, you nod, it nods back. Downstairs, the fire's still warm. You slice off a corner and taste it, your first taste of something you made, and it's horrible. It's bitter, grainy, slightly metallic. But beneath all that potential, like licking the future, you wrap the wheel back up and decide it needs more time, like a story it's not ready to be told yet. By sunrise, the village is buzzing again. A shepherd has returned from the hills claiming one of his goats gave milk that curdled before he even milked it. This news is met with polite horror and genuine interest. A few villagers gather around to debate whether this means the goat is cursed, blessed, or simply ambitious. You bring a sliver of your cheese to the baker. She smells it, licks it, and says, "Too proud. Let it humble," which you think might apply to yourself as well. So you begin waiting. And during that waiting, you start noticing something odd. People keep asking you about their own cheese. One woman wants to know if she should scrape the green bits or just stir them in. A young boy asks if his cheese is supposed to squeak when bitten. An older man shows you a wheel that smells like vinegar and heartbreak. You don't know the answers, but you fake a thoughtful frown and nod a lot. That seems to satisfy them. And just like that, you've become the village cheese oracle. You don't remember applying for this position, but now you hold it. Like the cheese you've been slowly ripening into something more than you were a week ago. A peasant with a wheel. Sure. But now you're a curator of decay, a translator of textures, a midwife for dairy-based destiny, which is how you end up summoned again to the manor. This time not by letter, but by a young page with dusty knees and a bruised pear in his pocket. He finds you by the well and whispers, "They want your opinion." You follow him less nervous this time. You know the smell of power now, and it smells a lot like yesterday's lunch. Inside, the lady is pacing. The guest in red robes is back, but this time he's brought his own cheese. A soft, quivering round wrapped in herbs and stitched into a linen pouch. It's foreign, elegant, and slightly terrifying. They cut into it with a gilded knife. The inside flows like candle wax, oozy, soft, blushing gold. You're handed a spoon, not a knife, a spoon. You take a bite. It's strange, silky, like cream and mushrooms having a conversation in a church. You chew slowly. The guest watches you, eyes narrowed like a hawk sniffing camembert. You finish, set the spoon down, and say, "Ours is louder." He raises an eyebrow. "Louder?" You nod. Your cheese sings. Ours shouts. He thinks for a moment, then smiles. "I prefer shouting." And just like that, your reputation deepens. That night back home, you sit by your fire and write notes. Not real notes. You're barely literate. But little marks, slashes, and dots carved into a plank of wood. One mark for each day the cheese ages. One dot if it grows blue. A cross if it smells like victory. You don't know it, but you're developing a system. An early version of tracking fermentation. Something monks have been doing in monasteries for decades. You've just never seen it written down. And here lies the academic question. Was early cheese-making closer to science or sorcery? Historians argue both. Some say monks kept precise logs measuring humidity and rotation schedules. Others believe most peasants worked on gut feeling and inherited smell. The truth is likely in between, guided instinct passed down through taste and trial. You lean back tired but proud. A week ago you were chewing crusts and wondering if you'd last the season. Now you're being consulted, respected, paid. And all because something in your cellar refused to die politely. You turn and the smell of aging milk drifting lazily through your small, smoky room. It's a lullaby now. Soft, familiar, slightly pungent. You dream of wheels turning slowly underground, of monks with noses twitching, of cheese growing wiser in the dark. And somewhere in your dreams a voice whispers, "It's almost ripe." You wake to something unusual. Silence. Not just the regular hush before the town stirs. No clanking pots, no crows, no neighbors shouting about runaway pigs. Just silence like the village is holding its breath. You sit up, blanket half draped over one leg, and sniff. The air is thick. Not with smoke or rain, but with worry. You can smell it. A hint of unease sharp as raw garlic. Outside, people are gathered near the chapel steps. Not panicking yet, but clustered, murmuring in low, suspicious voices. You wander over, still chewing a crust you found near your bed, and ask the first person you recognize what's going on. They glance around, lean in close, and whisper, "The manor's cheese is gone." You blink. Gone? Gone. The whole wheel vanished. Just crumbs and a damp ring on the stone table. The lady is furious. The red-robed guest is pacing in circles, muttering in Italian, and gesturing at the walls like the beams themselves have betrayed him. The steward is sweating through his doublet, and you're being eyed, because of course you had a wheel. You have the nose. You might know where cheese goes when it wants to disappear. And so begins the first official cheese investigation of your life. You're called in not quite as a suspect, not quite as a witness, more like a cheese consultant. The steward ushers you into the solar with a grim look, waving a handkerchief in front of his nose. Smells like guilt, he mutters. You resist the urge to respond. Smells like Roquefort. They ask you to examine the scene. A silver tray, a wedge-shaped smear, a single thread of blue mold clinging to the rim. You kneel, sniff, and pretend you know what you're doing. Was it stolen? The lady demands. You shrug. Possibly. Or it walked away. She does not appreciate the joke. But here's the odd part. The wheel was heavy. Too heavy to be whisked away without effort. And it left no trail. No crumbs, no drag marks, no greasy fingerprints on the windowsill. Just the lingering scent of milk and mystery. You offer your conclusion as diplomatically as possible. I think someone ate it. Dead silence. Then the guest gasps. A whole wheel in one night? You nod. Some cheeses do that to people. It's not a great theory, but it's better than witchcraft. That afternoon, the village bursts into speculation. The blacksmith swears he saw the stable boy licking his fingers suspiciously. The priest claims the cheese vanished because it was never meant to be consumed, a test he calls it. The baker insists it was the goats. You meanwhile start getting small gifts, herbs, onions, a bottle of cider. People want to keep you on their good side, in case the next cheese vanishes too. You go home, your hands full, and for the first time realize something very real. Your cheese isn't just food anymore. It's politics, it's economy, it's diplomacy and drama, and probably heresy if you dig deep enough. And in that vein, you begin your next wheel. This one's different. A bit wetter, stored near a window where the breeze plays tricks with temperature. You're not just making cheese, now you're experimenting, playing with moisture, manipulating mold. You're becoming dangerous. And with this danger comes a strange new power. People come to you now. A traveling tinker wants to buy your recipe. A friar asks if you'll teach the local boys. A merchant offers to trade 2 skeins of dyed wool for a wedge of your newest batch. You start turning them down, politely, proudly. You're not ready to share, not yet. In the quiet hours, you stare at the latest wheel and consider its future. Do you let it age another week? Wrap it tighter? Brush it with wine like the monks up north? Each choice has weight. You're no longer just a cheese eater. You're a craftsman. And here's the curious academic debate for tonight. Did cheesemakers in the Middle Ages intentionally control mold strains? Or were they just lucky? Some say they rotated shelves, changed cloths, moved wheels based on weather and instinct. Others argue it was mostly accidental brilliance, centuries of happy accidents curated by hungry people with strong stomachs. Whichever side you land on, one thing is clear: cheese wasn't simple. It was living, changing, evolving, a dairy beast that needed to be watched, tamed, and occasionally worshipped. That evening you sneak a taste from the new wheel, just a sliver, just to check. It's strong, so strong your eyes water. It tastes like a thunderstorm wearing a wool coat. You cough, you laugh, you cry a little, then you smile. This is going to be your best one yet. You wrap it back up and whisper to it like it's a secret, because it is. Tomorrow maybe you'll offer it to the lady. Maybe not. You have time. Cheese, after all, waits for no one but rewards the patient. You lie down in the straw, your mind buzzing with possibilities. You dream of cheeses tall as towers, of wheels rolling down hills into destiny, of mold that glows in moonlight. And somewhere in the distance a goat bleats knowingly. The next day begins with shouting. Not panicked, but firm. The kind of shouting that says someone's lost something important again. You pull on your tunic and head toward the market square, expecting another goat gone rogue. But no. This time it's the manor steward, red-faced and waving parchment like it owes him money. "We demand answers," he yells. "Who tampered with the cheese?" You sigh. "Here we go again." Apparently someone tried to recreate your wheel, a copycat cheese. But it went wrong. Terribly wrong. According to the maid who found it, the thing hissed. Not metaphorically. It actually made a sound like boiling cabbage and mild regret. Word spreads fast. The lady is embarrassed. The guest is offended. And now everyone's looking to you to explain why cheese sometimes goes cursed. You try to keep a straight face as the steward describes the wheel. Soft on the outside, crumbly at the center, covered in anxious fuzz. It sounds like a nervous hedgehog. You ask to see it. It's stored in the manor larder, wrapped in too much linen and resting in a pewter bowl like a criminal in time out. You unwrap it. Sniff. Pause. It's not dangerous, just confused. Too warm, you say. Too rushed. Cheese needs time, patience, humility. The lady leans forward. Can it be saved? You tilt your head. Maybe. But you'll need to sing to it. She blinks. You smile, joking, mostly. You offer to take the wheel back to your cellar. You're not sure it can be fixed, but you feel responsible, like a mentor to a cheese that dropped out of school. On your way home, you catch children imitating your walk. Slow, serious, slightly hunched from hauling dairy wisdom. One of them carries a small round of bread and yells, "I'm the cheese whisperer." You're oddly flattered. That evening, you unwrap the damaged wheel and set it beside your own. You don't expect miracles, but you do believe in recovery. You scrape off the worst of the fuzz, brush it gently with salt water, and place it in a cooler corner of the cellar. Then you light a candle, not for mood, but for monitoring. Candle wax drips slowly, giving you a sense of time, humidity, and airflow. Monks once did this in alpine caves, an early form of environmental control. You're just imitating what feels right. You're starting to trust your instincts, but instinct only takes you so far. That night you toss and turn, dreaming of wheels that sprout legs and run, of noblemen weeping over failed cheese like fallen warriors, of a mouse parliament debating rind quality. You wake before dawn, roll over and sniff. Something's changed. You rush downstairs. The failed wheel, it smells better. Less fear, more funk. Still sharp, but rounded. You poke it. It resists gently. A good sign. A good... You take this as confirmation even bad cheese has a second chance. And that becomes the village's new motto. Because once the news spreads that you saved the cursed wheel, everyone starts bringing you their mistakes. A sour curd, a cracked rind, a lump that smells like feet and celery. You fix them. Or at least pretend to. Sometimes just moving a wheel from shelf to shelf convinces people it's cured. You're learning that half of cheese mastery is confidence. The other half is pretending you weren't just guessing. And still your own wheel continues to age beautifully. It now sports a ring of bluish veins around the center and smells like roasted nuts and forgiveness. You name it Old Hope. Not aloud, of course. That would be silly, but privately, respectfully. One afternoon, the red-robed guest returns. This time, with less arrogance. He asks to taste again. You give him a slice, not your best, not your worst. He chews, nods, chews again. Yours tells the truth, he says. You don't know what that means, but it sounds flattering. Before he leaves, he hands you something, a folded parchment detailing his homeland's methods. Wax wrapping, clay jars, even something called cheesecloth, which you think is cheating. You study it for hours. That night you feel different. Not just a villager, not even a cheesemaker, something more. A keeper of secrets, a bridge between moldy worlds. And here's your debate for tonight. Was cheese in the Middle Ages more art or accident? Historians argue it was both. That peasants made masterpieces without meaning to, while nobility often ruined perfect milk with too many rules. Some believe the true masters were those who let the cheese speak, who didn't force it, but followed it. You think about this as you light another candle and turn your wheels. You don't rush. You let them breathe. And in the dark cellar beneath your tiny home, surrounded by rounds of smelly, slowly mutating miracles, you feel peace. You wake to the sound of someone hammering on your door. Not knocking, hammering. Urgent, frantic, like the cheese rebellion has begun, and you've been declared its reluctant leader. You stumble to the threshold, yank it open, and blink into the morning light. A boy no older than 12 stands there panting. His cloak is 2 sizes too big and soaked at the hem. "They said to fetch you," he gasps. "The monks from the abbey." You raise an eyebrow. "Why?" He swallows hard. "They said it's about your cheese." You squint. "What about it?" "They think it's performing miracles." You don't respond right away, because let's be honest, you need a moment. You take a slow breath, glance at your cellar, and murmur, "Of course they do." You dress, grab a wedge of Old Hope just in case, and begin the long walk up the hill to the abbey, a crumbling structure perched like a bird of prayer on a stone ledge above the river. The path is steep. Your shoes aren't ready, neither are your knees. At the gate, a novice in a rope belt leads you through dim halls, past rows of candlelit texts and walls that smell like dust ink and faint gilt. They bring you to a stone chamber where a wheel of your cheese now sits on a silver plate. Several monks are standing in a semicircle around it, watching it, as if it might hatch. You approach slowly. "I didn't send this," you say. One monk nods. "We took it for testing." You blink. You stole it. Another chimes in, "For the glory of God." You blink again. Apparently, someone in the village told them about your success reviving the cursed wheel. The monks, well known for their own cheese-making experiments, grew curious. One of them had a sore throat. After eating a sliver of your cheese, it disappeared. They now suspect divine properties. You are not prepared for this kind of fame. You try to explain that sometimes the right mold does fight off infections, that healing effects aren't miracles, but mold behaving responsibly. They nod, then offer you wine and ask if you'd be willing to teach them. You sip, you stall. You say things like cheese is mostly silence and waiting, and some wheels are born holy, others rot into sainthood. It sounds profound. They write it down. You leave the abbey with a gift, a small scroll about their own cheese cellar, a place cooled with damp straw, and chants in Latin. They believe the singing helps the mold grow evenly. You don't say it out loud, but you're pretty sure that's not true. Still, it's charming. And now you have a plan. That night, you dig a second pit behind your home, deeper, darker, quieter. You place one wheel inside and hum softly as you do it. You don't believe it changes the mold, but it calms you. And cheese, like people, ages better without stress. Meanwhile, in the village, rumors grow faster than fungus. Someone claims a dog limped for weeks until it licked a cheese rind and ran off perfectly fine. Another swears the cheese spoke to him in a dream and told him to be kinder to his sister. Children begin asking if cheese can cure heartbreak. You say only the very old kind. You spend your afternoons turning wheels, sniffing rinds, brushing off mold like dust from old stories. You start seeing patterns, how cracks predict flavor, how blue mold avoids light, how cheese rumbles slightly when ready to be sliced. And that's your historical detail tonight. Medieval cheesemakers often judged ripeness by sound. A light tap on the rind could tell you everything. A dull thud, not ready. A hollow echo, too late. But a soft, rounded tone, perfect. It's music, rotten music. You begin tapping your wheels daily, listening like a priest at confessional. Some confess too soon, some hold back. But the best ones, oh, the best ones sing. One evening, as the sun pours gold through your tiny window, you slice into the latest batch. It's perfect. Creamy at the edges, crumbly at the heart, layered in color and scent like a conversation whispered in the dark. You bring it to the square, offer pieces on a rough plank. People gather, taste, nod slowly. Nobody cheers, nobody cries, but everyone takes a second piece. And that's how you know. Later that night, as the candles burn low and your bones ache in the way only honest work can achieve, you lie down beside a fresh wheel and feel something rare in this world. Quiet satisfaction. It doesn't last forever, but neither does cheese, which is what makes both worth savoring. The moon is high when you wake again. No sound, no dreams, just a strange feeling in your chest, like the air itself is changing shape. You step into your cellar without lighting a candle, letting your eyes adjust to the dark. And there in the far corner, your newest wheel has cracked. Not ruined, not spoiled, just split slightly down the middle like a heart that aged too quickly. You kneel beside it and gently press your fingers along the break. The inside is soft, far softer than it should be. A line of pale green mold has traced the fissure like a fault line. It smells warm, grassy, and faintly sweet, like overripe apples and wet stone. You don't panic, you tilt your head, you listen. There's a lesson in this. Not every break means failure. You trim away the edge, slice into the clean center, taste. And what you find is something rare flavor, layered in memory. The sharpness of raw milk, the earthiness of the cellar, even a faint note of ash from when the fire went out 2 nights ago. This cheese has absorbed everything. It's a diary in dairy form. You wrap it carefully and write a mark on the wood above the shelf, a new symbol, not for failure, for becoming something else. By sunrise, you've made your decision. You're going to teach, not because you want fame, not even because the monks asked, but because people have started leaving milk on your doorstep. Jugs of it tied with twine. They don't ask for cheese. They just leave it as if saying, "Here, we trust you." You start simple, a few villagers at first. The baker, the blacksmith's wife, a boy with a broken leg and too much curiosity. You show them how to curdle milk with vinegar or rennet, how to separate curds with a wooden spoon, how to press the mass, gently wrap it in cloth and wait. Mostly you teach them how to wait. That's the hardest part. Everyone wants to poke, to prod, to slice early. But cheese, like forgiveness, only comes with stillness. Your little circle grows. People whisper that the village has become different, quieter, softer. Maybe it's the cheese. Maybe it's the patience. Maybe it's the sense that something slow and wonderful is growing underground. One day the lady sends word again, this time not for an audience, for a favor. The manor cook wants to build a cheese shelf. She asks for your help. You visit. Advise. Suggest wood from the pear tree out back, dense, sweet-scented, resistant to damp. You recommend spacing the wheels apart so the air can move freely. You mention rotating every 3 days. The cook nods, wide-eyed, scribbling every word. As you leave, she presses a jar into your hands. Pear syrup, she says, to brush on the rind. You smile, that's new. And here's tonight's academic question. Did medieval people flavor their cheeses on purpose, or was it accidental? Some evidence suggests deliberate experimentation, herbs in the cloth wine, in the brine smoke in the cellar. Others argue most flavors came from the environment, whatever the cheese absorbed from air hands or storage. Your experience. A little of both. You've started brushing your wheels with nettle tea, not because it tastes good, because it keeps flies away. But now your cheese has a hint of green bitterness that people think is deliberate. You don't correct them. Art, after all, often begins with accidents. That evening you slice a small wedge of your cracked cheese, the one that broke open too soon. You bring it to the chapel steps where the priest sits watching the clouds. You offer it without words. He eats slowly, then says, "It tastes like a story that ends well." You nod. That's all you ever wanted. Later you return home to find a small note left by your door. It's written in clumsy letters, but with great care. It says, "My cheese didn't rot this time." It smiled. You chuckle. Fold the note. Keep it. You're no longer just a cheesemaker. You're a storyteller now, and your medium is milk and mold. In the dark, you lie beside your aging wheels. Some are soft, some are hard. One whistles when you tap it, which you suspect is a sign of brilliance or disaster. You'll find out soon enough. And in that quiet space, with your lungs full of cellar air and your mind filled with flavors yet to come, you feel something rare, like you're exactly where you're meant to be. Not a knight, not a monk, not a merchant. Just a villager with mold under your fingernails and a gift for coaxing miracles from spoiled milk. And honestly, that's enough. You wake with your face pressed against the cellar floor and your nose dangerously close to a cheese that smells like a rain-soaked library. Not unpleasant, just philosophical. You sit up slowly, blinking away the dreams. They were vivid again, something about a wheel of cheese giving you advice in Latin. You stretch, check the humidity with your hand against the wall, slightly sticky good, and light the candle stub you left on a brick. Time for the daily turning. The wheels greet you like old friends, silent, patient, always waiting. You flip each one gently, brushing their sides, tapping their rinds and whispering nonsense like, "You're doing great and don't betray me like the last one." At this point, you've accepted that you talk to your cheese more than you talk to people. It's fine. Your first visitor arrives before breakfast. It's the village tanner holding a leather pouch like it's going to explode. "I heard your cheese fixed a cow's limp." You blink. "No?" He nods slowly. "Right, but it might have." You blink again. "Probably not." He opens the pouch anyway and pulls out a lump of hard cheese, the color of despair. "Can you check this?" You do. "It's awful, but salvageable." So you tell him to scrape off the black bits, wash it in weak wine, and wrap it in nettle. He thanks you like you've healed his firstborn. This happens again with a shepherd, then a fisherman, then the apothecary's cousin. Everyone wants you to fix their cheese, or bless it, or explain why it now glows faintly in the dark. You try to remain calm, grounded, sane, but it's hard when someone swears they saw your cheese weep during a storm. You decide it's time to visit the source of all this madness, the monastery where it all began. You arrive near dusk, the bell tolling like a tired sheep. The monks welcome you with cautious reverence, as though you might be carrying invisible spores of holiness. They lead you not to the chapel, but to the cheese cave. Yes, cave. Cut into the side of the hill, lined with carved niches, the chamber smells like incense and feet. You immediately feel at home. They show you their wheels bigger than yours, dustier but oddly flat. Monks, it turns out, don't rotate enough. Their cheese is uneven, dense on one side, airy on the other. You don't say this aloud. You just nod and gently suggest they try humming while turning. Keeps the rhythm, you say. They nod, scribbling it down as doctrine. You spend the evening discussing aging conditions, salt levels, and whether adding thyme counts as heresy. They ask if your cheese glows. You say only metaphorically. They nod solemnly, clearly relieved. And that brings us to the night's historical fact. Monks were critical to the evolution of medieval cheese. Cloistered, literate, and mildly obsessed with fermentation, they documented everything: recipes, timings, flavor, changes. Some of the cheeses we still eat today have their roots in Benedictine patience and Cistercian mold. Back in your village, you begin experimenting with a new batch, this time using goat's milk. It's tangier, more rebellious. The curds separate like old friends after an argument. You mutter soothing words. They do not care. You press it anyway. Age it next to your quietest cow's milk wheel. You call it the argument. You don't expect much, but you've learned by now cheese surprises you. The next market day you arrive with samples. Small wedges wrapped in cloth. You place them on a plank table between a woman selling onions and a boy hawking firewood. People stop, sniff, taste. Someone cries just a little. Someone else offers a jar of honey in trade. You accept. You go home with nothing left on your table. Your cheese is no longer a curiosity. It's a commodity. And here begins the next great debate. Was cheese truly a form of medieval wealth? Many scholars say yes. Cheese could be traded, stored, counted, taxed. It traveled long distances, carried by merchants, gifted by nobles. Some villages even paid tithes in wheels. In some places, cheese was safer than coin, less likely to be stolen, more likely to be eaten before it was. You think about this as you walk home, satchel heavy with goods. You pass the tanner who winks. You pass the priest who whispers, still waiting on the glowing one. You pass the baker who slips you a roll stuffed with thyme and smiles. for your cheese, she says. You've become someone now. Not a noble, not a saint, not a magician, but something stranger, something smellier, and somehow far more valuable. That night, as rain drums gently on the roof, you sit by the fire with your newest wheel in your lap, cradling it like a sleepy child. It's warm from the hearth, not ideal for aging, but comforting. And right now, comfort wins. You've started keeping a journal, not a real one. Paper is expensive, ink even more so, but a block of wood with crude symbols carved in it. Dots for salt, slashes for age, curves for flavor. It's not elegant, but it works. And it makes you feel like what you're doing matters. You carve a new symbol tonight, a spiral, for goat's milk, for unpredictability, for transformation. Tomorrow you'll walk it to the abbey and ask the monks to bless it. Not because you believe it needs it, but because the villagers do. You've begun to understand that cheese is more than taste. It's story, memory, ritual. When someone buys your wheel, they don't just want to eat. They want to belong to something older, deeper, smellier. That's the magic. In the morning, a knock on the door interrupts your packing. It's the merchant from the next village over the one with the crooked hat and the too smooth voice. He's brought a wheel of his own. It's large, hard, wrapped in waxed cloth and smug. He wants you to taste it, compare it, judge it. You cut a wedge bite and chew. It's fine, technically perfect, balanced, salted, firm, and completely soulless. You smile politely, thank him, and close the door before he can ask your opinion. Because you've realized something, your cheese may not be perfect, but it means something. Your wheels hold the memory of wet cellars, whispered prayers, curious goats, and tired hands. They hum with time. They feel alive. They feel mass-produced. You begin the walk to the abbey with the argument in your pack. It's heavier than expected, dense with intent. Along the road you pass the river and remember how just a month ago you were eating dry bread by its bank and wondering if you'd survive the winter. Now a passing boy calls out, "Hey, cheese master," and you don't even flinch. You arrive just before midday. The monks receive you warmly. One offers wine. Another brings out a soft cloth and a bowl of herbs to anoint the rind. It's not religious, not really, more like reverence. You place the wheel on the stone table, unwrap it slowly. The green streak down the middle glistens faintly like moss in sunlight. The aroma fills the room, sharp, earthy, and slightly peppery. They taste. They pause. One murmurs, "It's bold." Another whispers, "It argues with the tongue." The abbot closes his eyes. "It's alive." You nod. It was never meant to be easy. They name it Vox Humilis, the humble voice. You leave a quarter of the wheel with them, not for payment, for memory. On your way back, you pass a woman on the roadside holding a small bundle. She's crying. Her child, she says, hasn't eaten in days. You open your satchel, break a piece from the wheel, and offer it. She hesitates, then nods. The child chews slowly, then smiles. You don't ask for anything in return, because this isn't about business anymore. That evening, as you sit by your now silent fire, you realize that the cheese has changed you too. You're slower, more patient. You listen better, not just to curds, but to people, to silence, to timing. And that brings us to tonight's strange little detail some medieval villagers believed cheese could hear, that it responded better if sung to, if praised, if treated with gentle hands. Was it superstition? Probably. But part of you wonders, because when you slice into a perfect wheel, when the knife glides like breath, and the scent rises like memory, it does feel like something has heard you, answered you, met you halfway. You lie down beside your ripening shelf, your mind full of curds and quiet pride. Tomorrow there will be more questions, more wheels, more mouths. But for tonight you sleep like a man with purpose, and you dream of cheese wheels turning slowly under stars. You wake to a smell so sharp it brings tears to your eyes before your brain even catches up. It's not smoke, it's not rot. It's not even the usual early morning goat perfume drifting through your window. It's something new. You stumble down into the cellar half-dressed, and there it is, your first true failure in weeks. A wheel you'd tucked away near the straw wall, forgotten during the monastery visits, is bloated. Its rind has split clean down the side, oozing a yellow-white sludge, that smells like fermented socks dipped in vinegar and betrayal. You stare. It gurgles. You whisper, "Please don't be sentient." And this, you decide, is part of the journey. Not every cheese is a miracle. Some are warnings. You scoop the mess into a clay bowl and carry it outside. The hens scatter. One brave dog sniffs and regrets it. You dig a small hole near the orchard, bury the remains, and mutter a few words of apology. A funeral for the forgotten. A moment of silence for microbial miscalculation. Back inside, you open your cellar windows. Let in the wind. You take stock. 4 wheels are perfect. 2 are promising. 1 is humming again. You're not asking questions. And now 1 is dead. You carve a new mark into the wood, a swirl with an X through it. The symbol for too warm. My fault. Move on. That morning, you're asked to judge the village cheese fair. You didn't even know there was a cheese fair, but apparently now there is, because you exist. So you walk to the village green, where tables are lined with wheels, wedges, and a few wildly optimistic puddings labeled cheese-like product. Children dart between stalls. Old men argue about brine ratios. One woman proudly displays a goat cheese that looks like it's already halfway to becoming soap. You taste everything. Some are delightful, sharp, creamy, surprising. Some are crimes. You smile through all of it because you know now that cheese isn't just about taste. It's about trying. It's about someone waking up early to milk a cow with frozen hands. Someone letting curds rest on a windowsill. Someone trusting that time and air and mold might make something beautiful. You give prizes. A girl of 10 wins for a tiny, funky, blue-veined cube she made in a broken mug. Her grandmother cries. The girl just grins and says, "I didn't know if it was food or not." You nod. That's how most cheeses start. You return home late, your mouth dry from salt and sour, your arms full of gifted wedges and 2 unsolicited marriage proposals. You don't accept either. That night you slice a sliver of the fair's winning cheese and taste it again. It's bold, strange, slightly wrong, and completely charming. You begin to understand that cheese, like people, doesn't need to be perfect to be loved. Sometimes it just needs to try to be good. And that's our academic debate tonight. What made a good cheese in the Middle Ages? Not flavor necessarily, not texture. Often it was longevity. Did it travel well? Survive a winter? Satisfy a guest? Could it be traded? Could it avoid causing illness? Taste was part of it, but so was usefulness. Cheese had to earn its place. That's why you begin writing a new kind of journal. Not just taste notes, but memories. This one cured during a storm. That one flipped by candlelight. This wheel slept beside the bread oven and absorbed a hint of ash that made it taste like history. You mark your shelves not with numbers, but stories. You begin naming them more often. You start talking to them like friends. And maybe you're imagining it, but the good ones seem to smell happier. That evening, a traveler arrives from the next town. He's heard of you, of course, wants to taste what the monks called the wheel with a voice. You don't serve him your best. You serve him the argument. He eats in silence, then nods. "This is not comfortable," he says. You smile. It's not supposed to be. He leaves you with a bag of sea salt and a promise to return. You believe him. And after the candle goes out, you sit alone beside your wheels, your cellar warm with quiet intent. You know now that cheese will never make you rich. It will never make you famous. But it will make you part of something. It connects people across languages, seasons, and doubts. It teaches patience. It rewards care. It forgives clumsy hands and honors brave ones. And so you rest, with rind and rhythm all around you, with stories stacked on shelves, with mold growing in the dark, not as decay, but as hope. It rains for 3 days straight, not the gentle storybook kind of rain that makes people sigh and light candles, but the relentless sideways kind that soaks through walls and seeps up through floors, the kind that turns roads into rivers and thoughts into puddles. You stay inside because what else can you do? Your cellar groans with moisture. The bricks sweat. The straw smells like an unwashed dog with a love of mushrooms. You worry about your wheels, especially the softer ones. Rain has a way of getting into everything, even cheese. So you adapt. You hang oilcloths over the lower shelves. You burn juniper twigs in the corners to fight off the worst of the wet. You hum nonsense songs as you wipe down your most delicate rinds. One wheel in particular, your newest goat-cow hybrid, has grown spots. Blue-gray, oddly geometric, like freckles arranged by someone with a compass. You don't panic yet. Instead, you study it, touch it, tap it. The sound is odd, like breathing through a closed window. You don't have a name for it yet. You decide to call it the weather, because that's what it tastes like in your imagination. Rain, moss, wet earth, and a hint of stubbornness. You place it on the top shelf, where the air is thick but still. You light a candle beside it. Not for light, just to remind it there's still fire somewhere in the world. On the fourth day, the rain finally stops. And with the clearing sky comes noise boots. In the mud wagons, rolling in voices shouting across the square. The roads are open again, and with them comes traffic. Traders, pilgrims, performers, and one very determined woman with a wheel of cheese bigger than your dinner table. She slaps it down in the middle of the green and announces the best in 3 counties. Prove me wrong. You're dragged out of your house before you've had breakfast. Apparently you're the judge now. Again, you approach the massive wheel. It smells rich, almondy, creamy, aged in confidence. You cut a wedge, taste it, nod. It's good. The crowd leans in, but not honest. Gasps. You explain too much saffron, too much washing. You mask the age instead of letting it speak. She narrows her eyes. You think mold should speak? You shrug. Yours whispers flattery. Mine yells the truth. And that somehow becomes the quote of the day. You return home with 6 offers for apprenticeships. A wooden carving of a cheese knife someone made in your honor, and an invitation to attend a festival in a nearby town as a guest of honor. You laugh politely, then lock your door and go back to your wheels. That night you unwrap the weather. It's ready. You slice into it, and the aroma fills the room instantly. Rain smoke, crushed leaves, and something sharp and mineral like licking a cold spoon left in a river. You chew slowly. It's weird. It's wonderful. It tastes like patience during a storm. You write a new symbol into your wood ledger, a lightning bolt inside a circle. For cheeses that come out better because of the chaos, not in spite of it. And here's tonight's curious historical footnote. Some medieval cheesemakers intentionally left wheels in the rain, not for flavor, but for legend. A wheel that survived a flood, a storm, a landslide was believed to carry that strength into the body. A superstitious practice. Definitely, but charming in its own way. The next morning you cut the weather into small wedges and carry it to the chapel steps. You leave it there with a sign that says free for anyone who has survived something. You don't wait, you just walk away. Later someone tells you they saw the blacksmith take a piece, and the widow, and the boy who stopped talking after last winter. You say nothing. You just carve a small smile into the edge of your ledger, because that's what cheese is now. A quiet gesture, a gift made of time, a way to say you're still here, and so is something good. That evening you watch the sun set from your cellar steps, the sky streaked with apricot and plum. A bat flutters past. A cat you don't own curls up near your door. You close your eyes, and you smell everything. Rain, salt, ash, and underneath it all, warm, brave, living milk. Still transforming, still worth waiting for. You wake to a knock on your window. Not your door, your window, which is unsettling because it's high up and tiny and meant mostly for letting air in and regrets out. You crack it open to find a face peering back, round cheeks, wind-chapped nose, eyes full of mischief. I brought you a rat, the boy says. You blink. What? He holds up a small sack. Not a live one. It ate my cheese. I want you to talk to it. And so your morning begins. You decline the rat interview, but invite the boy in. He sits cross-legged near the fire while you serve him tea and a crumb of yesterday's goat brie hybrid. He makes a face, then brightens. Tastes like yelling, he says. You nod. That's exactly what you were going for. Outside, the village is buzzing. It's the first dry week in a while, and everyone's hauling carts, fixing roofs, and pretending their foundations didn't float 2 inches to the left last week. You decide to help, but in your own way. You pull out your oldest wheel. Not the best. Not the prettiest, but the one that's waited the longest. Old Quiet, you call it. Smells like hay, hard work, and unresolved conversations. You cut it into neat wedges and carry it out in a basket, offering it to the ones with mud on their boots and worry behind their eyes. The farmer rebuilding his chicken coop gets a slice. So does the baker sealing his oven with river clay. Even the gravedigger who hasn't smiled since spring takes a piece and mutters, "Still got teeth." You don't ask what he means. You just leave him another wedge for later. And that's your theme today, generosity. Not grand gestures. Small ones. Quiet ones. Cheese as kindness. Cheese as apology. Cheese as I see you working. You matter. Because in medieval life, food was rarely about flavor, it was about care. To offer someone a piece of cheese meant you believed they'd survive to enjoy it, that they were worth the salt, the time, the mold. Later that afternoon, a man arrives at your door holding a strange object, a hollow wooden tube with strings stretched across it. "A lute," he says. "I heard your cheese listens. I want to play for it." You blink. He sets up in your cellar without asking, begins to strum, softly, gently. A melody that smells like dusk and barley. You don't stop him, because here's the thing, some part of you wants to believe that cheese listens, that vibrations shape flavor, that the right song could coax blue mold into something extraordinary. You let him play for hours. When he leaves, he says nothing, just tips his hat and disappears into the dark. You name the next wheel ballad. It's sweet, nutty, and strangely soothing. You wrap it in linen and store it near the candle shelf. And now your cellar isn't just a workspace, it's a choir. The wheels hum quietly in your mind, each with their own song. And that brings us to tonight's unusual historical fact. In some parts of Europe, cheesemakers were forbidden from arguing in the aging rooms. It was believed anger ruined the curds, that words, tone, even thoughts could seep into the cheese. A superstition. Probably. But also, maybe not. Because when you bite into a wedge, aged during that peaceful lute performance, it tastes calmer. Less bite, more harmony. Coincidence? You're not so sure anymore. The next morning, the priest stops by. He's holding a wedge of cheese in one hand and a cracked bell in the other. "I want to bless this," he says, lifting the cheese. The bell's optional. You invite him in. He lays the wedge on your table, mutters a few Latin phrases, then sprinkles water over the rind. You both wait. The cheese does not levitate, but the cellar smells better. You thank him. He takes a small wheel as thanks. The weather aged just right. He bites into it and nods. Still tastes like surviving. And you realize something else, your cheeses have stopped being yours. They belong to the village now, to the child with the rat, to the gravedigger with good teeth, to the priest with the soggy Latin. You're just the vessel, the translator. You feel oddly relieved. That night you eat a slice of ballad on bread so stale it echoes. You sip cider. You think of the lute song, the blessing the mud. And you fall asleep to the smell of rind and rosemary, the sound of wheels dreaming in the dark. You wake to footsteps on your roof. Not birds, not rain. Feet. You sit up slowly, wrap yourself in a blanket, and open the window. A head peers down, freckled, grinning upside down. "Morning," the boy shouts, the same one with the rat. "I came to ask, can cheese get jealous?" You blink. "Why?" He points behind him. "Because mine started cracking when I looked at your new one." You sigh. "Get down." He scrambles down like a squirrel and follows you into the cellar, which now looks less like a place for food and more like a medieval art gallery curated by a patient lunatic. Wheels of every size, shape, and scent, some aging in wax, some in cloth, one in a bucket filled with ashes. "Which one did yours see?" you ask. He points. "That one, the soft one, looks smug." "It's ballad, of course it is." You lift it gently. The rind is firm, the scent is mellow, the cracks are just surface deep. You place it beside the boy's cheese, a pale little lump wrapped in a damp scrap of linen. The difference is obvious. One sings, one sulks. You kneel beside him and say, maybe it's not jealous, maybe it's just lonely. He doesn't answer, just picks up his cheese and tucks it under his arm like a cold pet. You send him home with a wedge of Old Quiet and a warning, let it rest. Don't look at it too much, because some things grow best when forgotten for a while. That afternoon you take a walk, not far, just to the edge of the woods where the moss grows thick and rabbits pretend you're not real. You carry no cheese, no tools, just your hands and your sleeves and your thoughts arranged in soft, odd rows. You think about what's changed. A few months ago, you were just a man with an idea in a damp cellar. Now you're part healer, part mystic, part flavor detective. You return home to find a note wedged in your doorframe, folded neatly, no name. It reads, "Your cheese reminded my father of a song he hummed for the first time in years." You sit down on the step and hold the note for a while. Then you go inside and light every candle you own. You open the aging shelf and choose a wheel, unnamed, undecorated, half forgotten. You slice a piece, taste it. It's sharp, complex, messy. You name it memory. You wrap it carefully and walk it to the chapel steps under the moonlight. Leave it there with another note for anyone who forgot they still remember. Back home, you begin carving a new section into your cheese journal. Not for flavors, not for rinds, for feelings. Wheels that comfort, wheels that provoke, wheels that remind, wheels that heal. Each with its own mark. A spiral for peace, a lightning bolt for clarity, a small star for grief softened by time. This is your theology now, mold and meaning. And tonight's strange detail comes from an old book you borrowed from the monastery. Some medieval physicians believed cheese carried emotions, that the mood of the maker, sorrow, joy, rage, entered the curds. That's why plague-time cheeses were often avoided, not for bacteria, but for their despair. It sounds absurd, but when you taste memory, you taste something ancient and aching, a wheel that knows you lost someone. Even if you don't say it, even if you forgot their name. The next morning, people begin whispering about the chapel cheese. Someone said it made them cry. Someone else said it helped them sleep. And a third swears it made their baby laugh for the first time. You don't take credit. You just write memory on your ledger, followed by a small carved flame. Because some cheeses are not for selling, not for festivals, just for leaving. That night, as wind curls around your shutters and the coals dim in your hearth, you lie beside your shelves, your strange little choir of curds. You wonder which one will whisper next, and you fall asleep wondering what if cheese really can carry grief, and what if that's not a burden, but a gift. You wake earlier than usual, long before the first rooster call, and you lie still for a moment, sensing that something has shifted. It's not a sound exactly that rouses you, more like a quiet pull, a change in the pressure of the morning. The air in your room feels damp, charged, as though the house itself is holding its breath. You throw on your thickest shawl, fingers clumsy with sleep, and descend the steps toward the cellar with a quiet urgency in your bones. The door creaks open as you press your palm against it, and you're met with a smell you hadn't quite expected. The sharpness of wet straw, the sour tang of sea salt, and beneath it all, a deep earthy musk, like something just waking up from the soil. Your lantern flickers as you walk among the rows. You stop in front of the wheel you've been ignoring, the one you started during the heat wave when the milk curdled too fast and the brine turned slightly cloudy. You called it the argument, and for 3 weeks now, you've resisted touching it. But today, it calls to you. The rind is firmer than you remember, dappled with pale freckles of mold, the kind that usually signals a turning point. You lift it slowly, hands steady now, and bring it to the slab for cutting. The interior is dense, but yielding with a gentle give beneath the knife. You cut a thin wedge and hold it to your nose. The scent is sharp and herbal like peppercorn, crushed thyme, and regret. You taste it. It tastes like bitterness held in for too long. It snaps across your tongue like a memory you didn't mean to summon. But there's depth there, too. Notes of roasted chestnut, a surprising sweetness at the finish, like someone apologized at the last second. You take another bite. This time the bite feels necessary. You chew slower, recognizing yourself in the flavor. You chew like you're learning something. Later, as the rain begins, first a sprinkle, then a full rhythmic pounding, you find yourself seated by the window with your cheese ledger spread across your lap. You flip through old entries, failed rennets, uneven rinds, Sometimes you got distracted and oversalted a batch. Each page smells faintly of curd paper and regret. On page 17, scrawled in your own hand, you find a note. If the rind holds, let it speak. You close the book and let that sentence sit with you for a while. You hear footsteps on the lane. A young girl with a dark cloak and red boots stops at your gate and ties something to the post, a nettle branch with a strip of red thread. You nod to her through the window, and though she says nothing, the message is clear. Her grandmother is ill. She wants the gray. You cut a generous wedge, wrap it in waxed cloth, and leave it by the step. Later you find the cheese gone and a tiny basket of fresh caraway bread in its place. You warm a slice over the fire and spread it with what's left of first rain, watching the rind melt into the crust like soft butter. That night you go back to the cellar. Not because anything needs tending, but because the space itself feels alive. You sit cross-legged on the floor, the stone cold beneath your bones, and listen. The air is thick with quiet. You lean your head against the wall and let your breathing slow. You whisper to no one. You're still here, aren't you? Something creaks. Not loud, not immediate, but just enough. You smile. You leave the candle burning low and walk upstairs with the argument cradled in both hands like a difficult truth, finally ready to be shared. Morning breaks like silk being torn slowly. The storm has passed, but the world is still wet, the earth soaked and glistening. Every leaf shines. You pull on your boots still damp from yesterday and venture out with a basket tucked under your arm. Today you're not carrying cheese, but a gift, a small jar of pickled walnuts, a folded linen towel embroidered with blue spiral knots, and a wedge of grace, carefully aged and delicate as lace. You're headed to the herbalist's cottage. She's the one who first taught you how to use stinging nettles to bind cream, and how rosemary could purify a sour batch. She opens her door before you knock, takes one look at you, and simply says, "You brought the right one." No greetings, no pleasantries, just knowing. Just inside, the air is thick with the scent of drying sage and wood smoke. You trade her the cheese for a bottle labeled "For Dreams That Won't Settle" and 2 bundles of dried marjoram. No coin changes hands. You sit on the stool near the fire as she prepares a tea from golden root bark and lets it simmer in silence. After a while she says, "You've named them better this year." You nod. You say, "I let them speak first." Back home, you try a slice of the argument, again this time melted over warm rye with a smear of apple butter. The sweetness softens it, makes it feel like a disagreement that's cooled down into conversation. You write in your ledger, make a twin same milk different ash. Call it the apology. You mark a page and underline it twice. You spend the next 2 hours creating a new wheel. You mix in crushed peppercorns, the ash of rosemary stems, and a single drop of burnt honey. It smells odd, too floral, too scorched, but you trust your hands. You press the curds slowly, humming as you wrap the cloth. When it's done, you mark it with a straight line slashed through a circle. You don't name it out loud, not yet. This evening's history detail is unusually poetic. In several 13th century monastic dairies, monks were allowed to make 1 private wheel per year. This cheese was not labeled, not traded, and not shared. It aged alone without judgment and was consumed in solitude. Some called it a confession. Some called it the body. Others simply referred to it as mine. These wheels were never catalogued. They lived and disappeared in silence. Some modern historians claim this was superstition, that monks believed cheese could carry sins if left untended. But others argue the opposite, that it wasn't about sins at all. It was about secrets being given a place to rest. You stare at the wheel you just made and feel something you can't name. Not pride, not fear, just presence. You light a candle and place it beside the new cheese. Then you whisper, "You don't need to be anything else." You cover it with cloth, tuck it on a high shelf, and close the cellar door behind you like sealing off a small sacred room. Before bed, you sit by the window and write a note in the margins of the ledger. Silence is also seasoning. You drink warm milk with thyme and nutmeg and fall asleep with the strange satisfaction of having made something only you will ever understand. In your dream, there's a cellar that has no walls, only fog and stone spirals turning softly in the air, and every wheel you've ever made glowing faintly in the dark. You wake to fog, not mist, not haze, fog. The kind that sits like a wool blanket on the village, swallowing sound and smudging outlines. You open your window and can't see past the garden wall. The tree stump by the path has vanished. Even your breath feels muffled. You light a candle, mostly for company, and shuffle to the cellar. You count your wheels by touch today, not sight. Each one is where it should be. Each one feels calm, except one. Your hand pauses on a shape that's too soft, too round, too warm. You lift it, sniff, and freeze. This cheese is wrong, not spoiled, not dangerous. Just sad. It smells like wet wool, unsent letters, and the kind of silence you hear after someone says, "It's over." You didn't name this one. You'd forgotten it, tucked behind ballad and the argument. Maybe that was the problem. You unwrap it slowly, and there it is, a pale, thin, rinded wheel with cracks like crow's feet and a dent near the base that looks like a frown. You taste it, just a sliver. It's mild, gentle, like it never quite decided what it wanted to be. You whisper you waited too long. And that perhaps is the most honest cheese lesson yet. Not everything gets better with time. Some things fade. Some things need to be chosen before they're ready. Otherwise they go quiet, kind, but hollow. You wrap the wheel again softly and carry it outside. In the fog, the world feels suspended. You walk to the stream where wild herbs grow. You place the wheel beneath a willow and leave it there, not as food, as memory. When you return, the air is starting to lift, and with it comes a visitor. She's tall, older, wrapped in traveling cloaks and road dust. She carries a pack full of herbs and 2 wheels of her own. "I heard about your cellar," she says. "I heard your cheeses feel things." You nod. Some of them. She kneels, unwraps a wheel, and slices a wedge. You bite. It's dark, smoky, a little bitter like wood fire and secrets. She says, "I aged it during a siege. We lived underground for 6 weeks. No light, no music, just breath and silence. This is what survived." You chew slowly, then nod. This one is brave. You trade ballad for her siege. It feels right. And here's tonight's historical truth: siege cheeses were real. During long wars or castle lockdowns, wheels became survival tokens, traded, rationed, protected. A good wheel could mean another week alive. Some families passed down wheels untouched for generations as symbols of resilience, not to eat, just to remember. You carry siege to your shelf and give it its own space. It doesn't hum like the others. It waits. That evening, the fog lifts entirely. Children play in the street again. The baker sings while sweeping crumbs. The widow with the crooked fence waves and says, "It smells better today." You know what she means. You bring out slices of Ballad the Weather and a new experiment you've been aging with roasted garlic and pear peel. People gather, taste, smile. Someone says, "Your cheese made me feel full before I even swallowed." You write that down, because that's the kind of thing cheese can do. Later, you sit by the stream again near the willow where you left the forgotten wheel. A fox sniffs, it sneezes and trots off. You take that as a compliment. You close your eyes and think about everything your cheeses have witnessed. The arguments, the fog, the siege stories, the silence. You open your journal and draw a new symbol, a spiral enclosed in a square. It means cheese that held on when no one else could. You write it next to siege. You don't say it aloud, but you think it, thank you. That night in the dark of your cellar, the wheels feel a little warmer, a little more awake. And you fall asleep beside them, breathing in their stories, letting them age, letting yourself age, one turn at a time. The next morning, you don't wake to a sound or a smell. You wake to a feeling, like something's arrived. You walk to your cellar without thinking, still half dreaming, and stop on the stairs. Something has arrived. There, just inside the door, is a small, wrapped parcel. No name, no note, just a lump swaddled in cloth slightly damp. You unwrap it slowly. A wheel, crude, lumpy. Smells like ash and wool and rain-soaked bark. You lift it to your nose, pause, then blink. It smells like you, not exactly, but it smells like your cellar, your air, your process. Someone has tried to copy your method. You stare at the cloth. The weave is familiar, one of the linen scraps you leave out near the chapel just in case someone needs one. You smile. Someone's been listening. You slice the wheel and taste. It's not good, but it's trying. Too salty, too dense, but there's a bitterness that's honest and a rind that wants to be better. You rewrap it and label it first attempt, not mine. You'll age it a little longer. Sometimes a second chance helps. Outside, the market is already waking. The woman who sells dried apples waves you over. Someone left this for you, she says, holding up a folded scrap of parchment. It reads, I tried to remember how your cheese made me feel. I tried to put that into mine. I don't know if I did it right, but I think I understand now cheese doesn't listen to hands. It listens to time. You fold the note, place it in your journal, and draw a new symbol beside it, a tiny open door. For the ones who begin, the rest of the day passes quietly. You sit near the well, carving little cheese tokens for children who've started collecting them. Each one is different, a rind, a wedge, a wheel with tiny cracks. They trade them like holy objects. You let them. Sometimes meaning doesn't need explanation. At noon, a nobleman arrives. His boots are clean, his voice is rehearsed. He doesn't sit, just gestures at your cellar door. I hear you make cheese that moves people. You nod, sometimes. He hands you a coin purse. I want one that silences a room. You pause. Then say, that's not how it works. He frowns. Isn't cheese just chemistry? You shake your head. No, it's memory. Chemistry gets you curds, but memory gets you a wheel that someone will carry across mountains just to taste one last time. He doesn't understand. He leaves the purse anyway. Make it. I'll be back in a month. You leave the purse unopened and go back to your cellar. You're not making that cheese. You can't. That's not how they're born. Instead, you write down a thought. The louder someone wants a cheese to be, the more it should whisper. That night, you unwrap first attempt again. You taste it. Something's changed. A tiny edge of sweetness. A curl of something soft beneath the bitterness. You smile. Someone out there is learning. And maybe that's the most important thing, not to make cheese that amazes, but to make cheese that remembers who tried. Here's tonight's curious academic note. In a few medieval towns, cheesemaking was passed not through guilds, but through gossip. Recipes whispered between cousins. Rind secrets traded behind stalls. A flavor wasn't protected by law. It was protected by love. You didn't steal someone's method. You inherited it. And now you feel like someone has inherited yours. Not perfectly, not cleanly, but sincerely. You light a candle, place first attempt beside the weather and siege. And in that flickering golden light, the three wheels look like stages of a life. The hope, the storm, the survival. You close the cellar door and climb into bed, still wrapped in wool and the scent of milk and ash. And in the darkness you whisper, it listened. Not because it's true, but because it feels true. And that's what cheese is now. A feeling you age into truth. You wake before dawn. Not because of a sound or a dream, but because the air in your room feels wrong, heavier. Like it's holding something it doesn't want to say. You grab your lantern and head straight to the cellar, heart already nudging ahead of your feet. The door creaks slow and uneasy, and when the warm light spills across the shelves, you freeze. One of the wooden racks has collapsed. Wheels have rolled everywhere, ballad pressed against the weather memory. Half upright, a little flattened but intact, and siege unmoved, watching. But in the middle of the chaos sits something unfamiliar. A small wheel wrapped in bark tied with a knot of twine. No note, no name, just there. You crouch beside it, lift it gently, and smell. Rosemary smoke and something older like a monastery during winter, or a sealed room full of promises. You slice it open. The paste is snow white, smooth and clean. One bite, and you sit down on the stone floor. It's not flashy, not theatrical. It's quiet, precise, beautifully made, balanced in a way that makes you feel like you've just remembered something you didn't know you'd lost. Someone made this with reverence. You didn't, but someone did. You search the floor and find a slip of paper tucked beneath the broken shelf. It reads, "I tried again. Thank you for the first silence." You laugh softly, not out of surprise, but out of something deeper, something like pride. You write a new symbol in your cheese ledger, a feather inside a circle, for the ones that arrive uninvited but feel entirely welcome. You name the wheel Grace and set it on the repaired shelf just off center, like it never meant to stay long, but always planned to return. Later, the village buzzes with talk of a feast. It's not official, no lord, no herald, just midsummer warmth and people needing something that tastes like belonging. You're asked to contribute. Usually you wouldn't. You don't make cheese for crowds, for applause, for events. But this feels different. So you go back to your cellar, dig out curds you'd been saving, and blend the old with the young. You press the wheel gently. Brush the rind with herbs the children brought 2 days ago, and wrap it in your mother's cloth, soft from age, pale from time. You call it Together. You don't label it. You don't decorate it. You just carry it to the center of the long wooden table in the village square and place it between the bread onions and pots of honey. People gather slowly, talk, laugh. Someone's playing a lute badly but earnestly. Children are chasing chickens through legs and skirts. When someone cuts into Together, the laughter softens. Not because it stops, but because it becomes more present, more thoughtful. Someone tastes it and says, "This reminds me of the last day my whole family was in the same room." Another adds, "It tastes like someone waiting for you with the door open." You don't explain what's in it, you just listen. You sit on the edge of the square, nibbling a corner of bread, watching people not eat because they're hungry, but because they want to share. You realize this is what the cheese was for, not for markets, not for coins, for this. Later, someone tries to buy what's left of the wheel. You shake your head. You can't buy this one. It only happens once. They nod. They understand. They wrap a small wedge in cloth anyway and promise to eat it when the moment feels big enough. As night falls, you walk home under lantern light, the air warm, your hands empty. You check on Grace one more time. It's resting peacefully. You light a candle not because you need to see, but because some cheeses deserve company. And you write one more thing in your journal before you sleep. The louder they want it, the more softly it should speak. Then you lie back, hands behind your head, listening to the breath of the cellar, the soft hum of curds becoming more than curds, of memory pressing into milk of time, turning into trust. And as you drift off, you don't dream of fame or gold or glory. You dream of someone else somewhere far away, slicing a wedge of something they made with their hands and feeling just for a moment like they're not alone. The next morning, the light has a gold softness to it, the kind that makes the whole village feel like it's been gently dusted with flour and forgiveness. You wake to birds, real ones this time, not dreams pretending to be them, and your first thought is of Grace. You go downstairs quietly, almost reverently, like visiting someone who's just recovered from a long illness. She's fine, resting, whole. You run a hand along the rind, smooth, cool, humble. You don't touch the others, not yet. You just sit by the shelf for a while, letting the quiet soak into your bones. After tea, you walk to the market and find a stranger there. Not the nobleman from before, but someone even stranger. A man with a face like wet bark and hands stained purple from beets. He's selling nothing, just sitting on the edge of the fountain, carving small wooden wheels, painting them with what looks like ash. You don't say anything, but he looks up as you pass and says, "They say your cheese speaks." You pause. It listens more than it talks. He nods. That's rarer. You want to ask more, but he stands, dusts off his knees, and walks away. Back home, you find a girl waiting by your door. 10, maybe 11, mismatched shoes, a stubborn jaw. She doesn't speak, just hands you a scrap of cloth tied around something small. You open it, a slice of cheese, soft, pale, crumbly. You taste it. It's salty, too much so, but underneath that a surprising sweetness like wildflowers under a hay bale. She watches your face. You say, "You did this?" She shrugs. "Mostly the goat did." You nod. She's a good teacher. You give her a wedge of ballad in return and mark her cloth with a charcoal dot, your way of saying this was worth it. She runs off before you can ask her name. You spend the rest of the day thinking about that slice. Not its flaws, but its bravery. Because there's something deeply human in offering someone a food you're not sure is good. It's like saying, "Here is something I made when I wasn't certain I could. I'm letting you judge it, and I hope it doesn't break either of us." That kind of trust deserves more than just a nod. So you go to your ledger, and beside the feather and circle you made for Grace, you draw a new one, a child's shoe beside a sun, for first steps in the right direction. At dusk, you prepare something new. Not cheese, exactly a wheel not meant to be eaten, but placed. It's packed with herbs, cloves, salt, and a small hollow in the center where a candle can sit. You call it Guardian. You walk to the chapel just before evening prayer, place it on the stone steps, and light it. The flame flickers once, then holds steady. You don't leave a note. Some things explain themselves just by being. Later at home, you unwrap the cloth the girl left behind. There's a small message stitched into the inside seam, uneven and fading. He said, "Your cheese made the house feel less empty." You sit with that for a long time. Long enough that the candle beside Grace burns all the way down and snuffs itself out. You don't relight it. Some silences deserve to stay dark a while longer. You fall asleep thinking not about taste or texture or tradition, but about how something as quiet as cheese could fill a room with presence. Not because it's loud or perfect or expensive, but because someone dared to make it, and someone else dared to receive it. You wake to the sound of distant bells. Not church bells, those are clearer, sharper. These sound older, heavier, like something being rung not for attention, but for memory. You pull on your boots without thinking and head down to the cellar. The wheels are calm today. No shifting, no surprises. Grace sits as still as ever, as if waiting for someone to finally understand what it's been trying to say. You check the argument, ballad, and siege. All steady. All aging like they're exactly where they're supposed to be. You linger over memory, though. Its rind has developed a delicate webbing thin, like lace, like breath. You tap it lightly and hear the softest reply, as if it's telling you that something important is about to arrive. Outside, the village is gathering at the edge of the old orchard. Someone's put up a cloth banner that reads, "For those who stayed." There's no mayor, no announcer, no speeches, just people bringing food and placing it gently on tree stumps and wool blankets. You bring a wheel you've been saving, one that never got a name because it never asked for one. It just grew into itself quietly over 6 weeks beside the chimney flue, picking up smoke and shadows and the scent of dried apples. You carry it into the orchard and place it near the middle between a bowl of boiled chestnuts and a tray of wind-wrinkled pears. You don't say anything. You don't need to. People eat, not with ceremony, but with intention. Slowly, someone cuts your wheel. The inside is dense and golden veined with smoke. A child eats a bite, then hides the rest in their pocket. An old man touches the rind with 2 fingers and closes his eyes. You sit on a log and eat nothing for a while. Just watch. Just listen to the way people pass food pass. Glances pass, tiny nods that mean I remember you. I'm glad you're still here. Eventually, someone hands you a folded cloth. Inside, a wedge of something unfamiliar. Pale, sharp smelling, the texture slightly wrong, like it gave up halfway through trying to be firm. You taste it. It's bold, weird, unapologetic. You chew and smile. You don't ask who made it. You just take the cloth and mark it with a circle and 3 small dots, your private code for surprisingly honest. Back home, you check your shelves again. Everything feels a little different. Not because the cheese has changed, but because you have. You're starting to realize something: your cellar isn't just where cheese ages. It's where grief rests, where doubt cools, where things that don't know what they are yet can sit quietly and figure it out without being rushed. You light a small lantern and sit beside Siege, not touching, not tasting, just being there. And in the stillness, you think about the man who said your cheese made his daughter speak for the first time in weeks, the woman who buried a wedge beside her husband's tree, the boy who said, "It smells like a hug from someone who left too early." These stories aren't yours, but your cheese carries them now, quietly, faithfully. Here's tonight's historical reflection. There are records of medieval cheesemakers hanging wheels in trees as offerings, not to gods necessarily, but to time, to chance, to the belief that if you gave something carefully made to the world might give something gentle back. Some wheels stayed hanging for seasons. Some were taken by birds. Some were never seen again. But always the act of giving made the making more real. You think about this as you wrap a small, strong-smelling wheel and carry it to the edge of the woods. You hang it on a low branch with a piece of twine, then step back. You don't wait for something to happen. You don't name it. You just leave it there and walk home with empty hands. That night you fall asleep earlier than usual. No candle, no notebook, just the scent of rind and smoke in your hair, and a quiet sense that something you made might be doing something beautiful somewhere you'll never see. You wake to the soft knock of rain on the window, not the wild kind that shakes shutters and sends chickens running, but a gentle, steady rhythm, like fingers drumming on old wood. You stay in bed longer than usual, listening. You imagine the trees, soaking it in the moss, plumping up the hanging wheel out in the forest, softening under the weight of water and time. You wonder if it's still there, or if a fox or crow has carried it off. Either way, you're strangely at peace with not knowing. Some things are meant to leave you. You rise slowly, shoulders, stiff legs, reluctant, and make your way to the cellar. It smells deeper today. Wet, stone, warm rind, the faintest whiff of lavender from the cloth you stored too close to the door. Ballad has bloomed a bit more blue than expected, and the argument has cracked at the edge like it's been holding its tongue too long. You rotate each wheel as if turning a page, gently, respectfully, listening for soft shifts in weight, in mood, in purpose. You sit down on the lowest step and unwrap a cloth bundle you'd nearly forgotten. Inside is a wedge from Together tucked away during the midsummer feast. You'd saved it for no reason, except that you couldn't bear to let all of it go. The rind is firmer now. The scent is less bright, but more intimate, like bread crust and the inside of a wool coat. You take a small bite and close your eyes. It tastes like summer almost ending, like laughter still echoing in the corners of a room long after everyone's left, like the kind of warmth you only notice once it starts to fade. Later, a knock at the door pulls you out of your silence. It's the beekeeper, soaked from the rain, holding a small jar wrapped in waxed cloth. "I thought your wheels might like something new," she says. "This one's from the late bloom clover plum and a little bit of accident." You nod and trade her a wedge of grace, still firm and solemn, like a prayer that's been answered and then folded back into a pocket. She smiles, leaves, and you take the honey to the cellar and brush it gently over a new wheel, young shy still forming its name. You whisper, "Let this be sweetness you weren't expecting." That afternoon you open your ledger and find yourself writing more than just marks. You write names, fragments of stories. You write, "The man who didn't speak until he tasted smoke." You write, "The girl who hid her first wedge under the floorboard so her brother wouldn't steal it." You write, "The loaf of bread left beside Ballad on the day after the storm still warm." It's not a ledger anymore. It's a memory house, a flavor diary, a record of all the things cheese has witnessed that you wouldn't believe if you hadn't been there. You light a lantern and turn back to Siege. Its surface is starting to pucker just slightly. You press gently, firm, dry, but ready. You slice a piece and taste. It's sharp, deep, almost metallic, like a door closing behind you, but then on the edges, something softer. A hint of dried fig, the whisper of smoke, the kind of flavor that reminds you that surviving isn't just not dying, it's learning how to hold joy again without dropping it. And so you do something new. You take 3 wedges, Siege Grace and the unnamed honey-brushed one, and wrap them together. You leave them at the steps of the chapel with a note that simply says, "For whoever needs 3 truths and 1 small sweetness." You don't sign it. You don't wait. You just walk back to your cellar where the shelves breathe slowly like old lungs. That night, as the rain deepens into a full whispering storm, you light one last candle, place it near memory, and lie down on the floor. You watch the flame dance in the reflection of the aging wheels, and for the first time in weeks, you don't feel the need to make anything fix anything or name anything. You just let the cheese keep aging. Let the rain keep falling. Let the world for once take care of itself. You wake to silence, not the peaceful kind, but the kind that feels like the world is waiting for something. The kind of silence that hangs in the rafters and seeps into your teeth. No birds, no footsteps, not even the goats grumbling from the hillside. You stretch your back slow and careful and reach for the worn tunic by the door. The air is still cold, despite the calendar insisting it's nearly harvest. You light a candle mostly out of habit and make your way to the cellar. The door opens easier today, like it too is tired of resisting. Inside, everything is still. The shelves are exactly as you left them. Siege rests in its corner, smaller now, its edges trimmed day by people who've needed it. Ballad hums low blue veining, curling like ink through a letter no one quite dares to finish. Grace hasn't changed much, but when you run your hand along the rind, it feels warmer than usual. You tap the youngest wheel, the one brushed with honey. It answers with a hollow thump, not ready but listening. You take a wedge of memory and carry it out into the square. The baker is already out, elbow deep in dough sleeves rolled to the shoulder, humming something half tune, half prayer. You hand him the wedge without a word. He breaks it in half and gives the other to a child crouched nearby feeding crusts to a bird with one foot. No one says thank you. They just eat. You sit on the fountain's edge and look at the horizon. The fields are gold now, thick with barley and something softer. You wonder what kind of cheese you could make from milk taken during harvest. Does the sweetness of the grass stay in the milk? Do the bees' final days leave behind something subtle in the air? You write a note to try it. You always think you'll remember these thoughts later. You almost never do. By mid-morning, a man arrives at your door with a sheep. He doesn't explain, just nods toward the animal, then toward your cellar, and walks away. The sheep stares at you like it already knows you're going to name it something ridiculous. You mutter moss because that's what it smells like. You build it a pen beside the garden, and within an hour, it's already eaten the corners off your drying herbs. You laugh. You can't remember the last time you laughed for something so small. That night you milk Moss carefully. Her milk is different, thicker, somehow sweeter. You set a small pot to curdle, add nothing but thyme, and let it sit by the warm stones near the fire. You don't expect anything. You just want to know what happens when the unexpected shows up and you say yes instead of no. Here's your historical thread for the evening in several medieval hill villages. Herders believed the first cheese from a new animal carried luck or mischief. Some buried it beneath the threshold of a barn for protection. Some gave it to the oldest woman in the village. Some refused to eat it altogether, claiming it was a spirit batch made more of wind than milk. You think about this as you check the pot later that night. The curds have set, soft, pale, slightly wobbly, like they're trying to remember who they were before they were cheese. You drain them in cloth gently and whisper something to them. You're not sure what. Just something kind. You wake in the middle of the night with the quiet urge to check again. You pad across the floor barefoot, candleless. The curds are cool now, firmer. The scent is unfamiliar. Wildflowers and bark and something you can only describe as beginning. You taste a fingertip's worth. It's odd. Sour sweet, like it hasn't made up its mind yet. You smile. You write a new symbol into your ledger, a spiral broken open, for cheeses made when you didn't know what you were making. You wrap the curd and place it on the shelf beside Grace, not because it's ready, but because everything starts somewhere. Then you go back to bed, curl your legs beneath the blanket, and fall asleep to the soft, invisible miracle of milk turning into memory in the dark. You wake to the sound of a cartwheel catching on a stone, followed by a gentle curse and the clatter of something wooden tipping onto earth. You peek through the window and see the apothecary's apprentice kneeling by a sack of herbs and jars, one hand clutching a small cheese wrapped in green cloth. You dress quickly and open the door before he can knock. He holds out the bundle with both hands like it might bite him. "It's my first," he mutters. "I think it's terrible." You open it. The rind is patchy. The scent is hesitant, part butter, part fear. But the shape holds. You take a bite slowly, letting him squirm. It's sour, yes. Too much rennet, maybe not enough salt. But under all that, a flicker of something earnest. You chew swallow and say, "It's not terrible. It's just scared." He blinks. You hand it back. Let it sit with others. It'll learn. Later you place his cheese beside your newest wheel Moss's first milk, now firm and golden at the edges. They rest together on the shelf like strangers on the same bench, not speaking, but slowly aware of each other's presence. You mark the moment in your ledger with a symbol you've never used before, 2 dots in a shared circle, for cheeses that teach each other how to stay. By midday, your doorstep has become a silent exchange post. Someone leaves a loaf of bread with a bite missing. Someone else leaves a pair of shoes far too small for you wrapped in wool. A child slips you a folded drawing of a cheese with arms and legs dancing beside a smiling cow. No one knocks. No one expects anything. They just offer. And in return, you leave small wedges on the chapel steps in basket handles, in pockets of coats left too long on fences. No signatures, just flavor. That evening, you unwrap the cheese from moss, slice it for the first time. The inside is soft, creamy, stubborn. You take a bite, and it stops you cold. Not because it's perfect, it isn't, but because it tastes exactly like the field she grazed in. Clover, bitter roots, and something that feels like wet grass under bare feet. You close your eyes and let it bloom in your mouth, and you realize this cheese didn't come from you. It came through you. That's a different kind of pride. One that doesn't puff or parade. One that bows a little, thanks the animal, the air, the moment. You name it, first rain, and wrap it in beeswax cloth. Place it beside memory. Let them learn each other's edges. Before bed, you sit beside the shelf with a fresh cup of cider and let your thoughts stretch. You think of the apprentice's face when you didn't say no, of the silence between strangers who eat the same thing, of the way a cheese can carry the shape of a week, the tone of a voice, the leftover warmth of someone's hands. And here's the odd historical detail for tonight. In certain corners of the medieval Alps, cheesemakers were discouraged from speaking to anyone for the first hour after waking. It was believed that silence made the morning milk more honest, that curds formed better when touched by hands not yet busy with language. You don't know if it's true, but you like the idea that maybe a little quiet helps things become what they were meant to be. You finish your cider, blow out the candle, and crawl under your blanket, still scented faintly with thyme and wool. You fall asleep thinking not of cheese, but of everything cheese lets you carry without having to explain, of everything it forgives, of the simple, slow grace of curds becoming more than milk just because you believed they might. You said continue concomodo. Tutu. ChatGPT said fan 14, lawn 1. You wake to a world wrapped in white. Not snow, at least not yet, but frost. It paints the windowsills dusts. The stone path settles over the garden like powdered memory. Your breath fogs as you step outside, and every blade of grass snaps faintly beneath your boot. The world is colder today in a way that doesn't just touch your skin, but seems to watch you from the trees. In the quiet room, the smoke from the hearth curls more slowly, like it doesn't want to leave the warmth. You stand a while just watching it drift up and vanish like thoughts you once had and forgot to write down. You turn to unsweetened trust and unwrap the waxed cloth. It's ready, firm along the edges, slightly soft in the middle. It smells like pine and silence. You cut a slice and taste. There is no sweetness, no welcome. It doesn't reach out. It waits, a stubborn flavor that only opens if you sit with it. You take another bite slower this time, and something reveals itself not in the tongue, but behind your ribs. It's memory, but not yours. You write, tastes like someone else's grief worn smooth with time, not a flavor you seek, one you allow. You don't serve it to the brothers yet. You know it won't be understood by all. You wrap the remaining slices and hide them behind the stone jars on the lowest shelf. Let them cure longer. Let them learn patience. Instead, you turn to something warmer. You pull out a small bundle of dried plums, a pot of dark ale, and a jar of burnt sugar scrapings. These ingredients have sat untouched for weeks waiting for the right kind of day. Today you think is the day they become hearth song. You soak the plums in the ale. You simmer the burnt sugar into a caramel. You reduce it all with smoked salt, and a trace of sage ash. The glaze becomes deep, almost black sticky in the way secrets are sticky. You brush it over pork loin and hang it beside the rosemary ropes. While it cures, you brew yourself a cup of something hot. Not tea, just crushed herbs steeped in warm water, chamomile nettle, and a touch of anise. You sit by the window with your codex on your lap and stare at the frost on the fig tree. You think about what Paxton said, about the missing word not being a flavor, and you realize it might not even be a word. It might be an act. Trust, silence, time. These aren't seasonings, but they cure things, don't they? You open the codex to a fresh page and begin. There are glazes made from ingredients, and there are glazes made from moments. The first is easy to replicate. The second requires loss. But the second is what people remember. As you write, you hear footsteps. It's Elric, breath-fogging, scarf askew, carrying a bundle of fresh straw and a wrapped jar in his hands. He sets the jar down without a word. Inside, something dark red and glinting with flecks of gold. Pomegranate syrup, he says. The one we made last year. Found the last of it behind the grain sacks. You taste it. It's bitter, sharp, but underneath sun. You remember that summer heat, bees' burnt fingers' laughter. You write. Memory isn't always soft. Sometimes it bites. But it's still the thing we serve when we want others to stay. You decide to pair it with quail. A risky choice. But the sweetness of the meat and the brightness of the syrup might find each other. You call it kind bite. By late afternoon, the frost has melted, but the cold remains. The courtyard echoes differently when the stones are damp. You bring out a test slice of hearthsong, place it on a flatbread with toasted rye crumbs, and offer it to Paxton. He chews once, then again. He doesn't speak for a full minute. Then this tastes like telling the truth after a long time. You scribble that into the codex before he's finished chewing. At evening meal, you decide to take a risk. You serve a trio, one slice of kind bite, one of hearth song, and one piece of plain bread brushed with smoked vinegar. The brothers eat in silence. Then one by one they look up, not at you, but at each other. Brother Aldrich nods once. Brother Theobald wipes his mouth and mutters, "Strange, but fair." You'll take it. That night you reread everything you've written in the codex so far. Dozens of pages, names, symbols, descriptions, moments. A whole language of taste. You realize it's not a book about glazes anymore. It's a book about learning how to speak again. And that doesn't need a missing word. Because it's already here, in the smoke, in the silence, in the warmth of a room where meat becomes memory. ChatGPT said, Fan 14, Land 2. You spend the next morning in the larder, fingers stiff from the frost that crept in through the stone overnight. The shelves are quieter than usual. Fewer jars, fewer sacks, fewer options. Winter is near, and the Abbey is beginning to tighten its belt, not with panic, but with quiet expectation. You make a note of the dwindling stores, not out of worry, but curiosity. What does scarcity taste like? What would you call it? The barrels of dried lentils whisper necessity. The lone jar of preserved lemon rind feels like defiance in glass. A single sprig of thyme clings to the wall hook like it refuses to let go. You smile. Back in the quiet room, the air holds that faint sweet tang of cedar smoke and drying fat. You stand beneath the newest hooks and check on hearth song. The glaze has set beautifully, glistening like polished onyx, sharp around the edges, but smooth in the center. You slice a sliver. It's bold, smoky, unapologetic, and right near the end it softens just enough to let in a breath of plum. You didn't expect that. The ale carried it further than you thought. You scribble, like someone learning to speak again after too long in silence. It doesn't apologize. It just begins. Encouraged, you bring kind bite out from the lower shelf. The quail has taken on a reddish hue from the pomegranate, its surface glimmering like lacquered fruit in candlelight. You smell cloves, vinegar, and that strange sweetness that tastes like the word almost. You serve both at supper. One slice of hearth song tucked in a barley roll. One bite of kind bite served on oat cakes. No explanations. Just a glance at the brothers as they eat. They don't speak much, but their chewing slows, their shoulders ease, and Brother Aldrich, ever the cynic, says, "Whoever made this knows what winter feels like." You write that too. After supper, you return to the curing room and begin again, this time with wild duck. You soak it in a brine of dried fig pine vinegar and a hint of rose water, not because it's traditional, because it's unfamiliar. You want to see what happens when sweetness and wildness try to negotiate. As you hang the duck, you label it unknown guest. You don't know what it'll taste like yet. That's the point. By evening, the fog returns. It drifts through the cloisters like a forgotten hymn. You watch it from your window codex on your lap, candle flickering beside you. You think again about the word you never found, the one Paxton insisted might not be flavor at all. You write, maybe the missing word is not lost. Maybe it's just waiting for the right dish to show up and ask it to come home. You flip back through the codex, threshold, echo, moon, echo, offering, unsweetened trust, hearth song, kind bite, a journey, not of taste but of emotion held in salt and fire. Each one says something you didn't know how to say aloud. You remember what it felt like when you started this path, uncertain, awkward, trying too hard. Now you find yourself doing less, but with more intention, letting flavors speak in their own time. The door creaks behind you. It's Elric. He stands in the doorway holding a small bundle wrapped in linen. "I thought you might want this," he says, handing it over. Inside 2 chestnuts, roasted, still warm. You say thank you with your eyes. He nods. They taste like old stories, ones where no one wins, but everyone learns something. You take a bite. He's right. You slice one in half, mash it with honey and salt, and begin blending it into a new glaze base. Something for lamb, maybe, or even mushrooms. You'll know tomorrow. You call it campfire memory just for now. That night, you return to the codex one last time. Flip to the final page of the current section. Right? Winter is not hunger. It is concentration. The flavors deepen because they have nowhere to go. The cold holds them still long enough to speak. You look at unknown guest hanging quiet in the shadows. You suspect the duck will teach you something new, but you'll have to be very quiet to hear it, and very patient to understand. You blow out the candle, and let the fog keep watch over the night. You wake to frost. Not a hard frost, the kind that cracks buckets and stiffens your joints, but a delicate one, clinging to windows like lace, someone pressed against the glass overnight. You wrap yourself in 2 layers and step outside, your breath curling in front of you like a ribbon. The world is hushed. No birds yet, just the slow hush of autumn deciding it's ready to take over. You open the cellar door and descend into the cool dark where the wheels have already begun to adapt. Ballad has drawn in tighter. The argument smells more assertive than ever, like it's ready for debate. First rain rests in its new spot beside memory, and though it hasn't ripened much, it's already shifted slightly in color, like the air itself has begun painting it in softer tones. You bring a lantern closer and notice something strange, a small circle of ash near the back wall. Not new, just unnoticed until now. You brush it aside only to find a shape carved faintly into the stone, a spiral with 3 dots at its heart. You run your finger along the grooves. It's old, older than your wheels, older than your shelves. You don't know what it means, but something in you stirs like the cellar has been watching all along and finally decided to speak. Outside, the market is quieter than usual. Fewer stalls, more coats. Someone is selling roasted chestnuts from a cart that smells like every childhood memory you forgot you had. You trade a wedge of grace for a bundle and eat slowly as you walk the path toward the old mill. The water's low now. The wheel turns reluctantly. You stop at the edge of the stream and sit on a flat stone. The chestnuts are warm in your hand, and for a moment nothing in the world asks anything of you. You wonder if monks ever came here just to be alone with the sound of water. You wonder if cheese ever made them cry. You return home to find Moss chewing on your ledger. Not the whole thing, just the last page. You shoo her gently, laughing, and set the book aside. The ink is smeared but legible. It's the note you wrote about silence making curds more honest. You look at Moss, who snorts like she disagrees. You take it as a sign to make something new, something that's allowed to be noisy. You churn a batch with thyme, cracked pepper, and a handful of dried onion slivers. It smells like someone yelling kindly. You press it hard and let it sit near the shelf marked Learning. That night, as you check the spiral again, you remember a story once told in whispers at the tavern, that in the oldest villages, cheesemakers carved symbols into the stone to mark the presence of a listening place. A place where the air remembered things, where food made in silence carried stories forward even after the people were gone. You never believed it, but now you wonder. You sit beside the spiral place, your hand on the wall, and say out loud, "If you're listening, I hope I'm doing this right." The cellar does not answer, but the temperature shifts, just a little, enough to make you smile. You wrap a wedge of ballad and leave it on the tavern's step with a note that reads, "For a night when the song won't leave your head, you don't sign it, you never do." But later, you hear laughter echoing down the street, someone singing off key, and you know they got it. You stay up that night longer than usual, lantern lit, low ledger open on your lap, a thin wedge of first rain in your hand, slowly warming against your palm. The cheese has changed again just a little. A new layer of scent has emerged, something like pine bark and late September sun. You scribble a new note beneath its symbol in your book, "Soft bloom, at edges taste of goodbye." You sit there, chewing slowly, the flavor catching on memory, and you think about how many things you've tasted lately that weren't meant to last, but still gave something honest while they were here. Bread that went stale too fast. A jar of quince jam that never quite set. A conversation at the market that drifted away before you could reply, all fleeting, all real, all. Outside, frost creeps again across the glass. Not sharp enough to crack, but strong enough to remind you that time doesn't pause just because you have. You rise stiffly and place a cloth over the youngest wheels, the ones still deciding what kind of rind they want to wear into winter. You whisper to them, not words, just presence. A small hum, a half-tune from an old lullaby you think your grandmother used to sing. You're not even sure it was a lullaby. Could have been something she hummed while stirring onions. But it works. The cellar feels warmer when you hum. Before sleep, you return to the spiral in the wall. You bring with you three things: a wedge of grace, a dried fig, and a sliver of beeswax from the candle that burned beside memory during that long, silent night last week. You lay them gently on the stone beneath the carving, not as a ritual, just as recognition. You don't know what this place is, but it's been kind, and you want to be kind back. You whisper, "You've held my mistakes as gently as my triumphs." That's more than most people get. That night you dream of wheels with wings, not flying exactly, just lifting slightly like they were about to speak. In the dream, one of them cracks open, and inside is not curd, but words small and golden like candlelight on parchment. You wake before you can read them, but the feeling lingers, a warmth behind your eyes that stays even after the dream fades. In the morning, someone leaves a bundle at your door, wrapped in old cloth tied with twine, no name. You open it carefully and find two tiny wheels of fresh goat cheese, still slightly damp, cradled in straw. A note inside reads, "She said she wanted to try. I just helped. There's no signature." You smile. You cut one wheel in half, taste it. It's bright, lemony, slightly wild, like it hasn't decided if it wants to be sweet or sour. You wrap a piece of the argument, in return slip it into the cloth with a fresh fig and walk it down the path to the schoolhouse. You don't say who it's for. You don't need to. By midday, a drizzle sets in, slow and steady, the kind that settles into the bones of the house and makes everything smell like wet earth and memory. You spend the afternoon washing the wooden forms, reshaping your shelves, preparing a corner of the cellar for winter aging. Some wheels like the cold, some prefer it. They become denser, sharper, more themselves when the air turns cruel. You wonder what kind of person that makes you. You wonder if winter makes you better or just quieter. You make a batch with dried sage and roasted garlic. It smells like hearth smoke and old blankets. You press it into a rough mold lined with muslin and mark the date with a charcoal dot. You don't name it yet. Some things need to live a while before they earn one. And here's your academic whisper of the evening scholars still debate whether certain medieval cheeses were intentionally seasonal, or if that was simply a matter of survival. Some argue that winter cheeses were denser not by design, but because milk flow slowed and aging conditions changed. Others believe they were crafted with intent to be stronger, braver, more enduring because they were meant to last through the quiet months. A cheese with a purpose. You lean toward the latter. You want to believe that people shaped their food with more than just hands, that they shaped it with hope, too. As dusk rolls in, you sit by the fire with a heel of bread and a soft, spoonable wedge from the batch you almost gave up on weeks ago. It never formed a proper rind. It slumps when you cut it, but it tastes like forgiveness, like the kind of softness you don't apologize for. You eat it slowly, bite by bite, and let the fire crackle like punctuation at the end of a long, soft sentence. That night you dream again. This time the spiral in the wall is glowing, not brightly, just enough to outline the grooves. And when you press your hand to it, you don't see cheese or cellars or symbols. You see hands, hundreds of them, shaping curds, washing forms, passing wedges across rough tables. You wake with the weight of those hands still in yours. And for a moment the world feels not smaller but closer. You wake to the smell of chimney smoke and boiled pears. Someone nearby is preserving fruit for winter, and the scent curls through your window like a polite invitation. The air inside the house feels denser today, like the walls have pulled a little closer to keep warm. You rise slowly, every joint, a small protest against the cold creeping in. Outside, the sky is that pale blue that only shows up in late October, the kind that makes even dry grass look golden. You walk to the cellar and pause at the threshold, not because anything's wrong, but because everything inside feels like it's waiting. The kind of stillness that isn't quiet, but listening. You step in and immediately the scent wraps around you. Ferment, earth, old wood wax, the faintest linger of garlic from yesterday's batch. First rain has darkened slightly. Ballad hums lower. Grace sits unchanged, but you find yourself checking it again anyway just to be sure. You run your hand across the new mold, the one with sage and roasted garlic, and it's already firming up crust, forming like a decision you didn't know you'd made. There's a knock at the door. Not urgent, just a soft, measured tap. You answer to find a girl holding a folded paper and nothing else. No words, just eyes that seem older than they should be. You take the paper unfolded. Inside is a sketch, rough smudged, probably done in charcoal. It's your cellar. Not exact, but close. And in the center, the spiral. You look up, but she's already walking away. You call out, but she doesn't turn. Just disappears down the road like a line at the bottom of a page that you can't read yet. You sit by the spiral that night, the drawing on your lap, and wonder if she's seen it somewhere else. If someone before you carved the same mark in another place, another village, and passed the knowledge on, not through words, but through cheese and silence. You light a candle and read the ledger again from the beginning, not just the symbols, but the margins, the notes you forgot you scribbled. Too salty still reminds me of Uncle Alden's laugh. Not right, but comforting. Tasted like a door left open in summer. You hadn't meant to make it a diary, but it became one anyway. You pour warm whey over a cloth-lined basket and start a new batch without thinking. No recipe, just feel, just rhythm. Your hands know before your mind does how long to stir, when to stop, how much pressure to apply. You press the curds lightly, wrap them in time, then forget them on purpose. You tell yourself, let it become what it wants. That's all any of us are doing. The historical thread tonight in the court kitchens of certain 13th century nobles' cheese was sometimes used as currency, not just trade, but payment for services rendered. A good wheel could earn you a pair of boots. A great one might cover the cost of a week's rent or protection along a dangerous road. There's even a record of a bard who received 2 wheels of cow's milk cheese for composing a love song that made the duke's wife cry. You think about that bard sometimes. What kind of song could earn cheese? What kind of cheese could hold a song? You remember a time early in your own making when someone wept over a wedge of grace, not from sadness, from memory, said it tasted like the soup their father used to make when the first frost came thick and oniony and strange. You don't think your cheese tasted anything like soup, but taste is a trickster. It goes where it's called. Tonight you don't light the fire. You sit in the dark with only a lantern and a plate of odds and ends, crumbs from old wheels, slivers that broke off by accident, a spoonful of fresh curd that never made it to the mold. It's not a feast, but it's honest. You eat slowly, chewing each piece like it contains a secret. And as you sit, you whisper toward the spiral. If there's more of you, the next morning, you wake before dawn. You don't plan to, you just do. The sky outside is still a deep ink blue, the kind that brushes your skin with cold light and makes the world feel both unfinished and eternal. You light a candle, wrap yourself in the thickest wool you own, and head to the cellar with your breath fogging in front of you. The moment you step inside, the warmth of the place meets you like an old friend. Not heat exactly, but a dense kind of comfort, the way old stones hold memory and give it back slowly. You pause near the argument, now leaning just slightly as if bored of standing tall. You nudge it back into place and feel a ripple of affection for something so stubborn. You check the sage and garlic wheel and are surprised by how quickly it has settled into itself. The rind is solid, mottled with thyme petals like freckles, and the smell that rises is hearty and honest. Nothing fancy, just real. You take a wedge and slice it, not expecting much, but the first bite pulls you back like a tug on the sleeve. It tastes like autumn markets, like roasted roots and smoky barns. A little too strong, but brave. You wrap a chunk in brown paper and mark it for the next time someone leaves you a gift without a name. You write its name in the ledger chorus, not for any sound it makes, but because it tastes like more than one voice. Later you find yourself wandering out past the boundary of the village, the drawing still in your coat pocket. Something about the spiral keeps pulling at you, not with urgency, but with familiarity. You follow no path, only instinct, and eventually find yourself at the edge of a crumbled wall long since reclaimed by ivy. There's nothing remarkable about it, just lichen-covered stone and silence. But when you touch the center stone, you feel something under your palm. Not heat, not cold, just presence. You kneel and brush away moss. There it is, another spiral. Not carved, but pressed into clay, embedded in the mortar like a thumbprint left behind by a builder who wanted to be remembered quietly. You stay there a long time, saying nothing, doing nothing, letting the weight of that small mark settle into your spine. You think of the girl with the drawing, of the wheels in your cellar, of songs for cheese and cheese for songs. You think maybe none of this is new, and maybe that's the point. You walk home with mud on your boots and a calm in your bones. You leave a wedge of chorus by the spiral in your cellar, wrapped in a cloth embroidered with stars. Oh, thank you. A reply. That evening, the rain starts again, this time without warning. No wind, no shift in clouds, just sudden insistent rain that taps the roof like it's trying to say something but hasn't found the right words yet. You sit by the fire with an old spoon and the last of the curd from the new batch. It's still soft, undecided, but it tastes like time and kindness. You remember how many mistakes you've made this year, and how many of them turned out softer than expected. You smile because maybe that's what cheese is, a series of mistakes treated gently enough to become something worth sharing. The historical curiosity for tonight. In a small monastic order in the Pyrenees, monks used to pair cheese tasting with silent meditation. They believed that every taste unlocked a memory, and every memory was a chance to reflect not on guilt or sin, but on impermanence. One monk wrote in the margins of a prayer book, "Every wedge fades, but not every wedge is forgotten." You underline that in your mind. Not every wedge is forgotten. You want your wheels to remember for you, for the people who eat them, for the ones who leave gifts at your door and never ask for thanks. That night, you leave the ledger open beside your bed. You don't write in it. You just let it rest there, pages curling at the edges, words breathing in the quiet. When you dream, it's of wheels spinning slowly, not fast, not wild, just turning in a space lit by candles that never burn out. And all around, the soft murmur of other cellars, other hands, all doing the same thing as you, listening, aging, remembering. You out there, more cellars, more hands, just know I'm listening. The next morning, you wake before dawn. You don't plan to, you just do. The sky outside is still a deep ink blue, the kind that brushes your skin with cold light and makes the world feel both unfinished and eternal. You light a candle, wrap yourself in the thickest wool you own, and head to the cellar with your breath fogging in front of you. The moment you step inside, the warmth of the place meets you like an old friend. Not heat exactly, but a dense kind of comfort, the way old stones hold memory and give it back slowly. You pause near the argument now, leaning just slightly as if bored of standing tall. You nudge it back into place and feel a ripple of affection for something so stubborn. You check the sage and garlic wheel and are surprised by how quickly it has settled into itself. The rind is solid, mottled with thyme petals like freckles, and the smell that rises is hearty and honest. Nothing fancy, just real. You take a wedge and slice it, not expecting much, but the first bite pulls you back, like a tug on the sleeve. It tastes like autumn markets, like roasted roots and smoky barns. A little too strong, but brave. You wrap a chunk in brown paper and mark it for the next time someone leaves you a gift without a name. You write its name in the ledger chorus, not for any sound it makes, but because it tastes like more than one voice. Later, you find yourself wandering out past the boundary of the village, the drawing still in your coat pocket. Something about the spiral keeps pulling at you, not with urgency, but with familiarity. You follow no path, only instinct, and eventually find yourself at the edge of a crumbled wall long since reclaimed by ivy. There's nothing remarkable about it, just lichen-covered stone and silence. But when you touch the center stone, you feel something under your palm. Not heat, not cold, just presence. You kneel and brush away moss. There it is, another spiral. Not carved, but pressed into clay, embedded in the mortar like a thumbprint left behind by a builder who wanted to be remembered quietly. You stay there a long time, saying nothing, doing nothing, letting the weight of that small mark settle into your spine. You think of the girl with the drawing, of the wheels in your cellar, of songs for cheese and cheese for songs. You think maybe none of this is new, and maybe that's the point. You walk home with mud on your boots and a calm in your bones. You leave a wedge of chorus by the spiral in your cellar, wrapped in a cloth embroidered with stars. A thank you, a reply. That evening the rain starts again, this time without warning. No wind, no shift in clouds, just sudden insistent rain that taps the roof like it's trying to say something, but hasn't found the right words yet. You sit by the fire with an old spoon and the last of the curd from the new batch. It's still soft, undecided, but it tastes like time and kindness. You remember how many mistakes you've made this year, and how many of them turned out softer than expected. You smile because maybe that's what cheese is, a series of mistakes treated gently enough to become something worth sharing. The historical curiosity for tonight. In a small monastic order in the Pyrenees, monks used to pair cheese tasting with silent meditation. They believed that every taste unlocked a memory, and every memory was a chance to reflect not on guilt or sin, but on impermanence. One monk wrote in the margins of a prayer book, "Every wedge fades, but not every wedge is forgotten." You underline that in your mind. Not every wedge is forgotten. You want your wheels to remember for you, for the people who eat them, for the ones who leave gifts at your door and never ask for thanks. That night you leave the ledger open beside your bed. You don't write in it. You just let it rest there, pages curling at the edges, words breathing in the quiet. When you dream, it's of wheels spinning slowly, not fast, not wild, just turning in a space lit by candles that never burn out. And all around the soft murmur of other cellars, other hands all doing the same thing as you. Listening, aging, remembering. The wind howls on the third morning. It isn't the kind that whispers through branches or rattles gently at the shutters. It growls low and long like something waking from deep inside the woods. You light the stove earlier than usual, warming your hands over the iron before slipping into boots still damp from yesterday's walk. The rain has stopped, but it's left the ground bruised with cold, everything wet and clinging to the edges of frost. You wrap your shawl tighter, pause at the door, and breathe in the scent of pine smoke and damp stone, your village's winter perfume. Down in the cellar, the air is still, not unmoving, but attentive like a room that's paused its breathing to listen better. You descend quietly, careful with your footsteps, and immediately feel the shift in humidity higher today, almost heavy. Chorus has bloomed into something soft and mottled its rind, speckled with ash gray and ivory white patches, like a painter's forgotten corner. You touch the edge. It gives slightly like dough left to rise in a warm kitchen. You whisper to it, a habit. Now, though you're not sure who's listening, you're becoming something beautiful, aren't you? Threshold sits unchanged. It's not sulking, just settled. Some cheeses do that. They arrive early, then wait. They don't need your attention every day, only your respect. But quiet, The crescent-marked wheel is different. You unwrap it slowly. The ash has held the cloth, smells faintly of wild flowers and old honey, and something in your chest stirs at the sight of it. You don't touch it. You don't need to. This wheel is yours and not yours, a vessel for something unnamed. You nod at it, then wrap it again tighter this time, like sealing a letter. Mid-morning you receive visitors rare for this time of year. 2 women from the next valley over, both cloaked and carrying baskets of dried herbs and dried apples. One has a limp, the other never speaks. They trade without bargaining, placing 3 strings of dried lavender and a sack of ground chestnut on your counter in exchange for 2 small wedges and a cloth-wrapped bundle of rennet you hadn't intended to part with. You don't question it. Some trades are about balance, not fairness. You watch them disappear into the mist like characters from a tale you half remember. And for a moment you wonder if they were ever here at all. You sit by the fire after lunch, flipping through the ledger, and stop on a page you didn't write. The handwriting is yours, but older, messier from the early days. Scrawled between notes on moisture levels and brining times is a line that makes your spine straighten. Taste what can't be told. You don't remember writing it, but it fits. Maybe the spiral didn't start in the stone. Maybe it started in your hand. Today's scholarly oddity. Some historians argue that cheese served as a kind of edible diary in certain medieval households, aged wheels, marked with small nicks or symbols that tracked seasons, births, griefs, even rumors. The cheese wasn't always eaten. Sometimes it was just kept like a stone under a pillow, a way to hold memory without words. Others think this is a romantic exaggeration. That cheese was just cheese. That curd and salt and thyme don't carry stories unless we tell them to. But you're not sure it matters. Whether the stories are real or invented, you've tasted both kinds and both have stayed with you. As evening settles, you prepare something simple, a soft cheese curdled with vinegar and rainwater you collected last week. You fold in chopped rosemary and serve it on a heel of yesterday's bread. It tastes young, almost sharp, but honest. You hum while you eat. Not a song exactly, just a tune that fits the shape of your breath. You wonder if quiet hears it. Before bed, you light a small candle and set it on the ledger, letting the flame flicker across the words you've collected. You think of the crescent again, of things not meant to be named, and you imagine a whole cellar filled with unnamed wheels, each one a sealed envelope, each rind holding something too tender or too strange to say aloud. You fall asleep imagining yourself among them, curled between shelves, breathing in silence. The wind doesn't stop overnight. It grows wilder, testing every corner of your house like it's searching for a weak point. You wake several times in the dark, unsure if what you're hearing is the old gate groaning or a dream peeling away from sleep. Just before dawn, you give in and rise, lighting the stove and wrapping yourself in layers that still smell faintly of smoke and lavender. The sky is the color of pewter, and the trees are bowed like they've been listening too long to bad news. You make tea slowly, your hand steady even as the kettle whistles a bit too loud. Your eyes wander to the cellar door again. You don't plan to go down yet, not immediately, but something in you is already reaching. You sit at the table and write the phrase again. Taste what can't be told. You underline it 3 times this time. Then you add in smaller script. Let the unsayable rest in salt. Eventually, you take the lantern and descend. The steps feel steeper today. The cellar greets you with stillness, but not the heavy kind. It's alert, expectant, as if it's been waiting. You check on chorus first. It's blooming well, its surface velvety with ash-gray mold that seems to pulse faintly in the lantern light. The threshold remains stoic, its rind unchanged. its aroma steady like a patient hand resting on your shoulder. But it's quiet that pulls you in. The wheel looks almost exactly as it did yesterday, and yet something about it feels different. You sit on the low stool and just stare at it. You realize something then, that this cheese is not becoming anything else. It is what it is, from the very start. It doesn't need to transform. It was never meant to impress. It's a reminder that not all change is visible, that not all flavors shout. Some just stay, and staying is a kind of miracle. You wrap it again tightly, and as you do, you think about something your grandmother once said while gutting fish on a cold dock. The best things rot slow, means they're fighting. At the time you thought she meant grief, but now with your hands covered in the scent of rind and linen, you wonder if she meant courage. You place quiet back on the shelf, whisper a thank you, and leave the lantern burning low behind you. Midday brings a knock at the door, not on the wood but on the glass. A boy stands there, soaking wet, maybe 10 years old, holding a sack of walnuts and an expression somewhere between guilt and hunger. He doesn't speak. He just opens the bag and reveals what's inside: cracked shells, some cleaned, some still curled around their hearts. You gesture for him to come in. He does, dripping water across the floor as you guide him to the fire. You don't ask why he's alone. You don't ask who sent him. You just make tea and slice a wedge of the argument which seems appropriate. You give him a slice on bread. He chews without looking up, swallows hard, then says, "This one's mad." You laugh a real laugh from deep in your chest. You nod. Yes, she is. Then he adds, "But not cruel." You pour him more tea and let him finish in silence. When he leaves, he places a small carved bead in your hand, wood-worn, shaped like a spiral. You don't ask its meaning. You just place it beside quiet on your next trip to the cellar. Your fact for today: in certain corners of medieval Spain, cheesemakers believed that if a wheel developed a crack in the shape of a crescent moon, it was considered blessed. Not because of any religious significance, but because the moon was thought to govern all ripening from figs to fruit to feelings. These cheeses were left uncut until a full moon night, when they were shared among women only. Scholars debate whether this was sacred or simply seasonal. Some argue the symbolism was pagan. Others think it was simply practical eating. Soft cheese by moonlight made flaws harder to see. One theory even suggests the tradition was invented by a lonely widow who wanted an excuse to gather her friends without explaining why. You like that theory best. You write a new recipe in your ledger, calling it Tide. It'll be curved, slightly crescent-like, and wrapped in linen soaked in honey mead. You write "meant for moonlight," to be eaten without answers. The wind finally breaks near evening, fading into a dull hush. You step outside and walk to the fence boots, pressing into wet moss and cold mud. The sky is clearing slowly, and for the first time in days, you can see stars. You take a deep breath. The air smells like old apples and cold hope. You let it fill your lungs. You return inside and prepare supper: root vegetable stew, strong goat cheese mashed with crushed garlic, and 2 slices of pickled radish. It's a strange combination, but you eat it happily. Your mouth burns, then cools, then warms again. You mutter, "Tide indeed," and laugh to yourself. Alone, but not alone. Before bed, you open the cellar one last time. You don't go down. You just open the door, lean on the frame, and listen. The air smells of wax and stone and something else, something rising. Not a noise, but a feeling, like a held note almost ready to fade. You whisper, "Good night," and close the door. You wake to birdsong, a sound that's been absent for days, maybe weeks. It's hesitant at first, 1 or 2 notes, like someone testing the warmth of the air with their voice. Then more join in, weaving a tapestry of sound that feels like a door opening. You lie still for a moment beneath your quilt, watching the ceiling beams catch the early gold of sunrise. You feel it in your ribs before you move. Today is a day for starting something. Not finishing, not fixing, starting. You eat breakfast slowly. A slice of barley bread with fig jam, a piece of yesterday's root stew reheated and stirred with thyme. You add a thin layer of soft sheep's cheese to the bread and realize too late that it's the apology, which you hadn't meant to eat just yet. But it melts fast and tastes like someone whispering the right words too late, but meaning them deeply. You nod and let it happen, and let it. After clearing your dishes, you gather your tools, your copper pan, the cloths, the salt. You have no plan, no specific flavor in mind, just a feeling. You boil the milk while staring out the window. The trees are swaying, but gently, not like yesterday. The light reflects off the surface of the liquid, and for a moment you imagine your boiling sunlight itself. You add the rennet stir with the tip of your finger instead of a spoon just to see what changes. It's warmer than expected, like skin on skin. When the curd forms, you don't cut it evenly. You let it break where it wants, then stir with long, slow motions that feel more like painting than cooking. You hum, not on purpose, but because something in the air invites it. You pack the curds into a mold that's a little too large and watch them settle unevenly. You don't correct it. You name the batch Wish even before you taste it. You salt it lightly and wrap it in cloth that smells faintly of roses and dust. You place it on a shelf you rarely use, one that gets dappled light through the high cellar window just for an hour at noon. While waiting for the curds to set fully, you sit outside on the step and sip warm water with mint. A young woman walks by carrying a bundle of firewood and nods to you. She looks tired in the way only new mothers look, like every breath has to be chosen. You offer her a wedge from your basket. She takes it, sniffs it, and raises an eyebrow. Smells like something remembered too late. You grin. That's reckoning. Eat it with apple slices. She smiles, thanks you, and walks on. A few minutes later, a dog you don't know trots past your gate and pauses to sniff at your boots. You offer it a crust of bread. It accepts it politely, then disappears down the road, tail held high. You take this as a blessing. Back in the cellar, Wish has taken shape, though the surface is bumpy and unsure of itself. You pat it dry and leave it under the linen dome. You say aloud, "Let's see who you become," and the room doesn't echo, but it does feel like it nods back. Your historical fact today comes from the merchant records of Bruges. In the late 14th century, some dairy producers began carving symbols into their cheese. Not letters, not guild markings, but images, suns, ropes, birds. Some of the designs were unique to families. Others seemed to appear without explanation. One cheese from the year 1392 was recovered in a sealed trade chest marked with a spiral inside a spiral unlike any known crest. It's now in a museum, still intact. No one knows what it meant. Scholars debate, was it a signature award, a joke, a message to someone the maker never got to meet? You think about that as you sketch in your ledger. You draw a spiral and inside it a feather. Underneath you write, "Don't rush what wants to land." Then you turn the page and begin writing a new recipe. No title, yet no ingredients. Just a feeling you want it to have. It should taste like waiting without bitterness, like warmth without demand, like knowing it might snow tomorrow but being glad it hasn't yet. You take a walk before dinner. The air is lighter now, the snow receding from the path edges like a tide drawn back by kindness. You find yourself humming again, and this time you don't stop when you realize. You pass a broken fence post, someone's patched with blue twine, and you think, that's what cheese is, patching what time breaks. You collect a few sprigs of wild marjoram for drying and tuck them in your sleeve. Dinner is simple tonight. Grains, roasted squash, goat cheese mashed with lemon peel. You eat by candlelight, the kind that flickers fast and casts everything in motion. After you write again in your ledger, not about cheese, but about the feeling of air that holds silence without fear. You underline the phrase, taste, without question, then close the book. Before sleep, you check on wish once more. The cellar is quiet, almost reverent. You kneel before the shelf and whisper, "You're not done, but you're already something." The words echo faintly off the stone. As you turn to go, you think you hear the faintest crinkle of the linen, as though the cheese shifted ever so slightly in acknowledgement. You go to bed, not tired but softened, not full but settled. You sleep without dreams and wake the next morning with the taste of rosemary still in your mouth and a phrase in your head you don't remember writing. Let it rest. Let it ripen. Let it tell you what it means. The next morning carries the kind of gentle light that makes every surface look forgiving. Your windows glow like someone's lit a candle on the other side of each one. You dress slowly, layering soft linen and wool, each piece familiar to your hands, washed 100 times, repaired quietly in the evenings, always slightly uneven. You boil water, not for tea, but for soaking cloths. Today is cleaning day, not because anything is particularly dirty, but because order too can be an offering. You gather your tools, a bucket of warm water scented with pine resin and dried mint, a brush with half its bristles missing a cloth that used to be part of a curtain. You open the cellar and begin at the back wall, scrubbing between the stone tiles, letting the scent rise around you like memory steeping. The wheels are undisturbed but watching. You've always felt that cheese remembers how it's treated, that it stores mood like it stores salt. You clean gently around threshold, noticing how the light catches on its tiny cracks like veins of gold in stone. You murmur, "Not broken, just brave." You pause to unwrap wish. It hasn't changed much, but it has settled, like a child learning to stand still for the first time. You rewrap it with fresh cloth and note the slight shift in smell, less cream, more earth. It reminds you of walking through woods after a storm, when the leaves are still dripping, but the air is already lifting. Midway through cleaning, you sit for a break and pull your ledger onto your knees. You reread yesterday's line, taste like waiting without bitterness, and add beneath it with a little laughter folded in at the end. You think about the story of the merchant's wheel from Bruges again, the spiral within spiral. What if it wasn't a signature at all? What if it was a conversation that hadn't ended yet? You sketch it again this time, letting your hand wander. The spiral grows uneven, becomes a thread, then a knot. You smile. You write beside it. Let knots be part of the pattern. After finishing the cellar, you clean the shelves upstairs. You find a jar of quince paste you forgot about, slightly crystallized at the edges. You taste it anyway. Still sharp, still good. You slice a bit of reckoning parrot with the paste and feel the corners of your mouth lift involuntarily. The cheese fights. The fruit forgives. They make peace together on your tongue. Later you get a letter. Not a formal one, not sealed, just a folded square tucked under a stone at the gate. Inside is a single line. Do you still have the one with blue ash? You know exactly which one they mean. Echo. The one you made after a dream you couldn't remember, but couldn't forget. It's been aging quietly for months, barely touched. You take it out and unwrap it slowly. The rind is dark, almost navy, shot through with lines of silver gray. It looks like a night sky if you squint. You hold it to your ear jokingly and say, "Well, what now?" It smells like old stone and something metallic, like ironed fabric or snow hitting dry leaves. You don't answer the note. Instead, you leave a wedge of echo wrapped in oiled paper at the base of the hawthorn tree down the lane. If the right person finds it, they'll know. If not, the crows will enjoy a very specific surprise. The academic debate today is oddly whimsical. A few medieval texts refer to silent cheeses, those made with no spoken words during the process. Some historians say it was superstition that any speech during the curdling stage could disturb the milk. Others believe it was a form of penance, a practice used by monks during Lent or mourning. But there's another theory, lesser known, which suggests that silent cheese-making was about emotional clarity, that the cheesemaker used the silence not as a rule, but as a tool to hear their own mind more clearly. One recipe notes curd made with a still heart will not betray you. You like that last one best. You whisper it to yourself as you stir your evening soup. You imagine generations of hands turning curd without commentary. You imagine cheese absorbing the unspoken things. You add chopped rosemary, thin slices of leek, and a crumble of threshold on top of the soup just before serving. It softens into the broth without protest. You eat in the quiet, listening only to the ticking of the wall clock and the faint sound of wind moving past the eaves. You chew slowly, honoring the salt, the heat, the texture. Then you cut a final wedge from Wish, even though it's not quite ready, and taste it on its own. It tastes like nervousness, like something trying to be good. It tastes like someone showing up anyway. You smile and write one final line in your ledger tonight. She's not done, but she's trying. Let her be enough for now. Before bed, you walk to the cellar one last time. You don't light a lantern. You don't unwrap anything. You just sit in the dark with the shapes of wheels stacked like memories all around you. And after a few minutes, you whisper, "Thank you." Not to anyone in particular, just into the dark, just in case the silence wants to speak back. You wake before the sun, not because of a sound, but because of a feeling. There's a shift in the air that you can't explain, like a new idea moving just beneath the floorboards. The sky is still dark, the house still cold, but you dress quickly, quietly, your breath puffing out like soft warnings in the dim light. You light a candle and carry it to the kitchen, where the table is still cluttered from last night. An open jar of honey, a crust of bread, your ledger splayed with a ribbon holding your place. You don't clean it up. You just look at it and smile. It feels lived in, like a page that can't be rewritten, but doesn't need to be. You gather what you need without checking twice your ladle, your pail, the muslin cloth that always smells faintly of lemon and smoke. Today, you want to try something strange, something that doesn't belong to the recipe books or even your notes. You want to start a wheel in silence, in darkness. Just you, the curd, and the cellar. You set the pot to warm and sit nearby, letting the flicker of the candle reflect off the copper. The milk foams gently at the edges, not boiling, just thinking. You stir with your hand instead of a spoon again. The touch is grounding. The milk responds. You salt it with a whispered wish instead of a measurement. You fold in the rennet with 3 clockwise circles and 1 pause, just to see if that changes anything. You watch the curds separate, drifting like slow-moving thoughts across a quiet pond. When it's ready, you press it gently into a small cloth bundle, tie it with a loop of twine, and hang it from the old hook above the stone sink in the cellar. You don't name it yet. You don't even label it. You want to see who it becomes without expectation. You step back and just let it sway in the candlelight like a secret waiting to hatch. Later, while boiling water for tea, you pull out Echo's twin, an experimental batch you'd forgotten behind the old barrels. Its rind is odd, uneven, rippled in some places, smooth in others. You cut into it carefully and discover a line of blue veining near the center, like lightning frozen in cream. It smells rich, sharp, and unexpectedly floral. You take a bite and immediately feel it in your chest. An ache, a warmth, a question. You write in your ledger, "She arrived with more grace than I gave her room for." You call it afterthought. You remember a detail from a book you read long ago somewhere in 15th century Prague. A monk wrote of a cheese he called the Wanderer. He never explained why, just wrote, "It moved without my permission and taught me not to assume ownership of flavor." The scholars think it's a metaphor. You think he meant it literally. Some cheeses don't stay where you put them. Some insist on becoming something else whether you approve or not. You walk to the fence that afternoon holding a wedge of afterthought wrapped in dark linen. You tie it to the same post where the spiral bead was left days ago. A breeze catches the cloth and spins it once before letting it rest. You don't wait to see who finds it. You turn back, trusting the story to continue without your hands on the reins. Dinner is a bowl of black lentils, garlic, and wild greens. You add a crumble of hard-aged cow's milk cheese, one of your older, sharper wheels called Argument. You eat by the fire with a wool blanket over your knees, the heat licking at your toes. You think about how even the strongest cheeses, those with bite and bark, still melt if you warm them slowly enough. There's a lesson in that. You write it in the corner of the ledger page like a note to future you. Soften doesn't mean surrender. Melt doesn't mean erase. You clean up slowly, methodically, not because it's late, but because it's peaceful. The sound of dishes drying on cloth, of the fire crackling down to its last breath. You peek in the cellar once more before bed. The bundle still hangs heavier now, beginning to weep from its corners. You place a bowl beneath to catch the way and hum a low note, something with no melody but all intention. You leave the lantern burning just long enough for the shadows to say goodnight. Your odd fact today: in parts of medieval Wales there was a superstition that you could predict a storm by the behavior of your cheesecloth. If it dried too fast on a sunny day, they said wind was coming. If it stayed damp under full sun, rain would fall within 12 hours. Some dairies even kept a dedicated piece of cloth just for weather watching, separate from the ones used for actual cheese making. Scientists, of course, laugh at this. But you've noticed patterns, too. How wheels press differently on humid days. How the rind behaves under moonlight. There's more to fermentation than science wants to admit. Before sleep, you sit by the window with a mug of warm milk staring into the night. The stars are soft tonight, not shouting, just blinking politely. Somewhere out there, someone else is awake, maybe making notes in their own ledger, maybe wondering what their cheese will say in the morning. You hope they feel the same stillness you do now, the kind that comes not from answers, but from the quiet beauty of not needing any. You whisper to the night, let her ripen gently, and the breeze that comes through the window doesn't argue. The morning arrives without fanfare. No dramatic light slicing through the window, no bird song composed by fate, just pale gray sky, a familiar chill, and the sound of your knees quietly complaining as you step out of bed. Still, there's something gentle in the ordinariness. Like the day is making space for you without asking anything in return. You boil water with the same quiet rhythm you've kept for years, and you watch the steam rise like a question you don't need to answer. Down in the cellar, the cloth-bound bundle you started yesterday is heavier, darker, its surface puckering with moisture. You lower it from the hook and set it on the slate table. The way it shed has a faintly sweet smell like crushed grass and old paper. You unwrap the cloth slowly, like peeling back the edge of a secret. What's inside is lumpy, undefined, barely cheese yet, but it's promising. You press your thumb into it gently. It pushes back just enough to let you know it's paying attention. You don't name it. You don't even speak. Some beginnings are better honored in silence. You prepare a brine for the new cheese using a little seawater you saved from your last visit to the coast. You remember that day standing ankle deep in freezing foam holding a flask and laughing as the waves nearly knocked you over. You pour the brine carefully over the cheese and set it aside in a shallow dish. You whisper just once, "You'll taste like memory," and then leave it to rest. Later that morning you receive a visitor. She doesn't knock, just walks through the open gate and stands at the threshold of your kitchen with mud on her boots and a question in her eyes. She's brought no basket, no gift, just a folded scrap of paper and a heavy satchel slung across her back. You offer her tea. She nods. While it brews, she hands you the note. It's one sentence. Do you still remember the one that smelled like rosemary and regret? You do. It was called Farewell, and you made it the spring after someone you loved left in the middle of a rainstorm. You'd salted it unevenly, cried into the curds, and wrapped it too tightly, and yet it turned out perfect. Firm, but forgiving. It smelled like things unspoken and tasted like resilience. You say nothing to the woman. You simply reach into the cool drawer, pull out a slice wrapped in old linen, and place it in her hand. She looks down, nods once, and places it in her satchel. Then she takes the tea, drinks it in 2 slow sips, and leaves without a word. You sit in the silence after she's gone, stirring the rest of the tea with your fingertip, and think about how many of your cheeses were born from grief. Not because you wanted them to be, but because cheese listens and grief is loud when you try to hold it in. You open your ledger and write, "Regret salted evenly becomes wisdom." Your academic debate of the day historians are still unsure how much symbolism was intentional in medieval food. Some argue that spicing or shaping cheese into animals, knots, or coins was mere entertainment. Others insist these were metaphors, coded messages in a society where speech was limited by class law and church. One preserved manuscript from 1427 describes a banquet where each guest was served a cheese shaped like a different flower, and the host claimed it represented their soul's flavor. Was that poetry or insult? The text doesn't say. You decide it was both. You begin sketching shapes in the margins of your ledger, a cheese shaped like a snail, slow but deliberate, one like a hand, open but firm, one like a teardrop with a sharp rind and a soft heart. You write beside the snail, "Let them take their time." Next to the hand, "Offer, don't insist." And by the teardrop, "Some wounds ferment, not fester." In the late afternoon, you start another batch. This one is small, almost careless, made from the leftover milk that didn't fit in the morning's pot. You stir it with your left hand instead of your right. You hum the melody of a folk song you half remember from childhood. You let the curds form naturally and drain them loosely. It's not neat. It's not precise. You call it shrug and let it rest in the wooden mold shaped like a circle that never quite sits flat. That night for dinner you roast leeks in butter, crush them over barley porridge, and add slivers of afterthought. You eat it on the porch with your feet bare and tucked under you, watching the shadows lengthen across the field. A fox slips past the far edge of the garden. It doesn't look at you. You don't need it to. Before bed you return to the cellar. Shrug has slumped a little in the mold, uneven but somehow charming. The brined cheese, still unnamed, gleams faintly in the moonlight coming through the small window. You touch its surface lightly. Cool, calm, becoming. You murmur, "Whatever you are, you're welcome here." And in that moment something in your chest eases. Not relief, not joy, but a quiet settling. Like finding a coat that still fits after years in the attic. You climb the stairs with the candle nearly out, leaving the cellar in peace. You don't close the door all the way tonight. Let the air move. Let the story breathe. You write one last line in your ledger before sleep. She doesn't need to be perfect. She just needs to continue. The morning is unusually warm for the season. Not hot, not jarring, just warm enough that the air already smells a little different, like damp wood and blooming things that shouldn't be blooming yet. You open your shutters to let the light in and are greeted by a sky that looks like linen soaked in honey. You breathe in long and slow, and for once you don't think about the day's tasks. You just stand there, hands resting on the windowsill, letting the warmth seep into your fingers like salt into curd. Eventually you move slowly, deliberately. You dress in linen you haven't worn since last spring, patchwork and soft at the seams. You skip breakfast not because you're in a hurry, but because you want to arrive at hunger from the other side. The cellar calls you like a familiar chord you don't resist. The stone steps are still cold, grounding you as you descend. There's a faint hum in the air, as if the walls have been holding their breath all night. Your brined cheese from 2 days ago has begun to bloom, not with mold, not yet, but with aroma. You unwrap it with care. It's still misshapen, still unsure of itself, but it smells confident. A mix of minerals and something faintly herbal, like bay leaf or crushed pine. You slice a sliver from the edge and taste it on the tip of your tongue. The flavor arrives in layers, first clean, then sharp, then something old and sweet like memory under the floorboards. You smile without meaning to, and finally write its name, Quiet Fire. You leave it to dry beneath a linen dome and make your way to the far corner of the cellar where your oldest wheels sleep. You run your hand along their rinds, whispering the names under your breath. Promise, boundary, almost, lesson. Each one answers with silence and scent. You reach storm, the one you made the night lightning struck the chapel roof. It's cracked at the top now, the wax seal crumbling like regret. You lift it carefully and realize it's leaking just a little. You place it on a new board trim, away the cracked bits, and rewrap it in cloth soaked with wine. Still here, you whisper, still holding. Your historical fact of the day comes from a Flemish kitchen ledger, circa 1473. In it, a head cook noted that cheese served to guests should be aged no less than 1 cycle of the moon unless the guest was considered undesirable, in which case the youngest curds were served often unseasoned, often still warm from the pot. In short, hospitality had flavor tiers. You wonder who got the rushed curd. You wonder if they noticed. Back upstairs, you pull out the bundle of rosemary that's been drying above your hearth for weeks. You crumble a handful into your palm and stir it into the soft wheel you started yesterday. Shrug is still awkward, still lopsided, but it receives the herbs like an old friend. You press it down gently and bind it again with cloth. You write in the margin, "Let her be what she is. Let flavor forgive form." At midday, a small parcel arrives at your gate. No name, no ribbon, just a linen pouch wrapped in string. Inside is a wedge of cheese you didn't make. It's firm, rindless, slightly blue at the edges, and smells like walnuts and ash. There's a note on birch bark. Did yours ever forgive you? You laugh unexpectedly. Not a bitter laugh, a soft one. You sit on your porch with the unknown cheese, slice it thin, and eat it with slices of apple. You write in your ledger, "Forgiveness tastes like something you didn't ask for, arriving anyway." Dinner is potatoes roasted in the fire's last heat, stirred into cream, topped with quiet fire. It melts unevenly, catching in pockets and corners. You eat slowly, letting each bite anchor you. Afterward, you reread your notes from last winter when the milk spoiled 3 days in a row and you were convinced you'd lost your touch. You'd written then, "Sometimes the wheel needs to fail so the hand can rest." You underline it now, twice. Before sleep, you visit Storm again. Its shape has softened slightly under the new wrapping. It no longer weeps. You touch its side gently and leave your hand there for a moment. You whisper, "It's okay not to hold everything." The cellar is quiet, but the stillness feels warm now, like company that knows when not to speak. You return to your bed under a blanket that smells like sun and salt. You don't dream that night, but when you wake, the first word in your mind is simply continue. The morning is overcast now, though the warmth still lingers. A soft breeze plays with the edge of the curtain, and for once you leave the window open as you prepare your tea. There's no rush. The kettle takes its time, and so do you. You sip slowly, standing barefoot on the wooden floor, letting the grain press into your skin like quiet braille. It's in these small, wordless moments that you feel most in tune with the cheeses downstairs, each one slow, silent, and somehow still speaking. You carry a linen cloth folded under one arm and descend to the cellar. Quiet fire has settled. Its surface is beginning to firm up, and the scent has grown more complex overnight. Still herbal, still minerally, but now with a faint bitterness that reminds you of cracked pepper and unspoken questions. You press gently on its edge and it resists just a little. Good. Not defiant, just deliberate. You wrap it lightly, letting it breathe and mark the cloth with a tiny red stitch, just one. No label, no date. A reminder that this one doesn't need explanation. You check on Shrug next. She's bloomed unevenly, her rind forming ripples like wind over shallow water. You smile. She's not beautiful. She's not supposed to be. You cut a small wedge and taste it cautiously. It's bright, surprisingly lemony. You hadn't planned for that, but there it is, acidity tucked into her awkward folds like a secret laugh. You make a note in the ledger, clumsy sour and unexpectedly brave. The rest of the cellar feels settled today. Storm no longer leaks. Threshold has firmed. Even afterthought seems less anxious in its shape. You think about starting a new batch, but not yet. Today is a day for observing, listening, letting the wheels speak without interruption. You take your tea outside. The grass is still damp, the sky pale and moody. You sit on the low stone wall by your garden, watching a snail drag its way across the moss. Slow, determined, unaware of how poetic it's being. You nibble a slice of hard goat's cheese with quince paste and write quietly in your ledger, "Patience doesn't ask for thanks. She just keeps arriving." In the afternoon, you walk to the edge of the woods, not far just beyond the old hawthorn tree where you sometimes leave wedges for passing strangers or crows or whoever listens without needing to speak. You bring a wedge of farewell now fully matured. You place it on a flat stone wrapped loosely and tuck a single dried lavender bud beneath the cloth. It's not for anyone in particular. It just feels like the right place to leave something that once carried your grief and now carries your grace. You return home to find a note tied to your door with blue thread. It reads, "Tell me what Storm became." There's no signature. You run your thumb along the edge of the paper and then walk quietly to the cellar. You unwrap Storm again and cut a small slice. You place it on your tongue and close your eyes. It's complex metallic at first, then earthy with a slow sweetness that arrives like a memory returning after years away. You whisper, "She became silence that doesn't collapse," and you smile. Your odd fact today comes from a marginal note in a 14th century herbarium from Gascony. Next to a recipe for nettle-infused soft cheese, the scribe wrote, "This cheese will silence those who boast and comfort those who ache." No further context, just that. You wonder if it was medicinal or metaphor. Either way, you like the idea of cheese knowing when to speak and when to soothe. Dinner is quiet. You roast squash, mash it with nutmeg and browned butter, then fold in shavings of afterthought. The flavor deepens with heat, becoming darker, almost smoky. You eat slowly, reading by candlelight, your feet tucked under you, the smell of beeswax curling upward with each page you turn. Before bed, you visit the cellar again. Quiet fire has taken shape fully now. You trace its edge with one finger and whisper, "You're ready." You don't move it, you don't cut it, you just acknowledge it. A cheese becomes ready on its own time. Recognition is enough. You climb the stairs with the candle low, your palms still faintly warm from touching the rind. As you settle under the blanket, the wind shifts outside. You hear the rustle of branches, the groan of the old gate, the soft whistle of something passing through. Not a storm, not a warning, just weather reminding you the world moves whether you do or not. And just before sleep takes you a thought surfaces unbidden, clear, quiet. Even the imperfect wheels can sing if you let them ripen in kindness. The sky cracks open with rain before you even stir from bed. Not a storm, not chaos, just that steady, persuasive kind of rain that makes the whole world sound like a lullaby being played too close to your ear. You remain under your blanket for a while, listening. Every droplet on the window sounds like a polite reminder. The kind that says, today is not for urgency, today is for watching, listening, remembering, is for watching. When you do rise, your body feels a little heavier than usual. Not tired exactly, more like rooted. Like the air itself is weighing you down in the gentlest possible way. You shuffle to the stove, light the fire, and warm your hands over the pot of water as it slowly comes to a boil. The house creaks in the quiet. Somewhere beneath the floorboards, something shifts. Probably the cat, possibly a mouse, possibly the house itself sighing in agreement. You brew a pot of herbal tea mint and something else you dried last summer but forgot to label. It smells like green things and old sun. You drink it standing by the window, watching the trees bend to the weight of water. Every branch looks like it's bowing in slow motion. You wonder if the cheese wheels feel the weather too. You know they do. You descend to the cellar with bare feet, wanting the cold of the stone to ground you. The air is thick, damp, smelling faintly of straw stone and old rinds. You light a lantern and move between the rows. Shrug has begun to collapse slightly, not in a bad way, just softening, yielding, becoming something gentler than it thought it would be. You press it lightly, and it presses back without protest. You write, every cheese has a moment when it stops fighting gravity. That's when the real work begins. You check storm again, even though you told yourself you wouldn't. It's doing well, holding together. Its rind has deepened in color, moving from pale wax to something like ash kissed by plum. You smell it, yes, sharper now, more complex. You almost taste it but decide to wait. Not because it isn't ready, because you want it to surprise you one last time. You start a new batch this time with goat's milk brought yesterday by a neighbor in exchange for a wedge of boundary. The milk is light grassy and slightly sweet like it remembers the pasture. You stir it gently in the copper pot, then pause. You want to add something new, something bold. You crush a handful of black mustard seeds and sprinkle them into the warm milk, watching them sink slowly. You nod to yourself. You don't write the recipe down. Not yet. Let this one be wild. As the curds form, you hum an old tune, one your grandmother used to sing while kneading dough. You don't know the words, never did, but the sound is stitched into your memory like an old patch on a favorite coat. The curds pull away from the whey just as your voice drifts into silence. You ladle them into cloth, twist the bundle, and hang it above the sink. You name this one immediately, bravery. Your historical fact today isn't really a fact, it's a theory. Some scholars believe that the blue molds found in early cave-age cheeses weren't just accidents, but invitations, that farmers and shepherds placed offerings, crumbs, flowers, even whispers at the entrance of the caves to ask the spirits of rot and stone to bless their wheels. Not fear, not magic, just respect. You like that idea? That rot can be a kind of grace if you treat it kindly. After lunch, you read through old notes and find a page where you wrote a single sentence in the margin. Letting go isn't weakness, it's ripening. You underline it twice and add a small arrow that points toward nothing in particular. Later, you wrap quiet fire for delivery. You've decided it should go to the weaver in the village who once made you a scarf from leftover thread ends. She never asked for thanks, just tied it around your neck and said, "Sometimes the messiest parts make the warmest things." You hope quiet fire says thank you better than words can. Dinner is humble, boiled barley, roasted carrots, a poached egg, and slivers of argument crumbled over the top. The cheese melts unevenly, catching in the grains like secrets hiding in routine. You eat slowly, chewing with your eyes closed, letting your tongue find each thread of sharpness and calm. Before bed, you go outside barefoot again and stand under the rain. It's softened now, more mist than drizzle. You let it touch your face, your shoulders, your open palms. You think about all the cheeses you've lost, those that soured too quickly, that crumbled too fast, that refused to become anything but what they were. You think about how even those were part of the learning. You say aloud to no one in particular, "Thank you for the ones that didn't work. You taught me how to listen." Back inside, you check the cellar one last time. The bundle of bravery sways gently from its hook. The air around it smells of spice and stubbornness. You grin. You leave the lantern burning just a little longer tonight. The shadows look less like absence now and more like waiting rooms. You climb into bed with the rain still tapping lightly on the roof. You pull the blanket over your shoulders and exhale. You don't need dreams tonight. You have the slow, certain comfort of things fermenting in the dark. The dawn arrives in silence, pale and unhurried. The rain has stopped, but everything is still soaked. The branches, the earth, the stone path outside your door. Even the air feels like it's been wrung out and left to dry. You sit by the window with a lukewarm mug of tea, watching droplets race each other down the glass. There's no sunlight yet, only the soft, diffused glow that makes the world feel like it's been wrapped in gauze. You let yourself stay still, tracing the steam rising from your cup, thinking about yesterday's cheese, the one you called bravery. Down in the cellar, the moisture in the air has shifted everything. Shrug now leans to one side, her rind forming waves like the edge of a lazy tide. Storm has taken on a new smell, sharper, drier, more decisive. You turn her slowly, pressing at the base. Still firm, still holding. You say nothing, but in your heart you whisper, "You've survived worse." Then there's bravery. You lower the bundle from the hook, unwrap it slowly, and find the curds have settled beautifully, neither dry nor weepy. They hold together like they've known each other forever. You dust the surface with ash and cracked pepper, pressing it gently into the edges. The smell is immediate, pungent, spicy, something that bites your nose but makes you grin. You wrap her again and mark the cloth with 2 diagonal stitches, not a label, just a sign. For lunch, you eat yesterday's barley porridge, cold, topped with a sliver of Lesson the cheese you nearly threw away last month. It's mellowed in the best way, going from sour to sweet like an apology you finally understood. You eat with your fingers leaning against the kitchen wall, the bowl warm from your palms. You don't speak. You don't need to. Mid-afternoon brings a knock at the door. It's the baker from 2 villages over, the one who always smells like yeast and cinnamon bark. She holds a basket of still warm rye rolls and a question. "Do you have anything new?" she asks, and you nod, leading her to the cellar, like you've done a dozen times before. You open the cloth on quiet fire and offer her a wedge. She holds it delicately like glass, then tears off a piece of bread and eats the two together. Her eyes go wide, then narrow. She doesn't speak for a full minute. Finally, "This tastes like a memory I didn't know I had." She leaves with half a wheel and no money exchanged. "You'll get flour next time, or a story, maybe both." You record a strange medieval note today. Less a fact, more a superstition. In a 13th century Italian text, a cheesemaker claimed that if you whispered your secrets into the curd before pressing, the resulting cheese would carry your burden and you'd be free. He cautioned not to cut into it too soon. Let the cheese hold it until the weight turns soft. You look at your own aging wheels and wonder which of them are still carrying parts of you that you no longer remember giving away. By late afternoon, the rain returns, but it's gentler now, more rhythm than weather. You sit by the hearth, your feet propped on a stool, writing in your ledger. You sketch a new rind pattern, one shaped like branches overlapping in a circle. You call it nest. Not for a cheese, just because. You underline the word and next to it write, "Some things are meant to hold, not be held." As dusk approaches, you prepare a soft meal, roasted garlic mashed with beans and stirred with ribbons of wilted greens and crumbs of almost. The cheese is salty, crumbly, and clings to the garlic like it's afraid of being forgotten. You eat slowly by lantern light, one bite at a time, letting the warmth fill not just your belly, but the space around you. Before bed, you return to the cellar. The walls are damp, the floor cool. Bravery sleeps soundly under its cloth, and Storm has stopped changing for now. You light a small candle and place it on the corner shelf. You whisper to the shelves, to the rinds, to the silence itself. "Thank you for holding what I couldn't." The flame flickers in response, not agreement, not refusal, just acknowledgement. Upstairs, you climb into bed, the blanket pulled high, your toes cold but your chest warm. The rain taps on the roof like an old friend asking to come in. And just before sleep settles over you, you think of that strange superstition again, of the curd that carries your secrets. And you hope quietly, deeply, that every wheel you've made is carrying a small kindness you once forgot to say. The day begins with stillness, but not the kind you trust. It's a quiet born from pressure, from the kind of heavy cloud cover that feels like it's sitting on your shoulders. The air smells like damp wool and slow decay. You sit with your tea in silence, holding the cup close, and stare at the frost, making slow, delicate cracks across the window glass. You haven't spoken to anyone in 3 days. It doesn't feel like a problem. In fact, it feels like a favor to the air around you. Some days are meant for thoughts that don't want company. You descend into the cellar, and the scent greets you immediately, stronger today, like something decided it didn't need your permission to grow bolder. Bravery has settled. The ash and pepper on its rind have darkened, leaving the cloth with pale streaks like old ink bleeding through a letter. You unwrap it slowly, hold it close, and smile. The wheel is whole, not perfect, but complete in a way that asks nothing and promises even less. You place it beside threshold, and they seem to balance each other like siblings who've grown up in the same storm. You start a new batch with goat's milk from the weaver who bartered for quiet fire. The milk smells faintly of hay and iron, and you stir it gently, watching the curds form like snowflakes that never made it to the sky. The mixture yields easily, separating into thick ribbons of curd and translucent whey. You press the curds into a small mold with cloth lined tight. You name it, witness. Not because it saw anything, but because some cheeses are born simply to observe. In your journal, you write a sentence you can't explain. Every rind is a refusal. Then you underline it and set the pen aside. You spend the next few hours wrapping wheels first, shrug, now fully collapsed, and beginning to sprout the white velvet mold that signals a new kind of softness. Then, storm steady as ever, its scent no longer volatile, but precise. Like memory in physical form, you wrap each one with calm hands, letting your fingers move slower than necessary, as if the cheeses might be paying attention. You recall a medieval footnote today buried in the records of a 14th century German healer who kept her own wheel for treatment of sadness and cough. She wrote that cheese made during a thunderstorm held the power of imbalance and thus could shake sorrow loose from the bones. No measurement, no dosage, just weather and curd. A superstition, maybe, or a metaphor that got tired of being called poetry. Your own bones ache, though not from sorrow, just cold, just time. You warm your fingers beside the hearth and nibble at argument now so sharp it feels like it could end a conversation just by being mentioned. You slice it thin and place it atop stewed barley with garlic and caraway. The bite lingers. You imagine a wheel like this used as payment or threat, or maybe as proof that rot can be purposeful. Evening falls fast, curling at the edges of the windows, and the wind starts to tap against the shutters like it wants to come inside for something warm. You light the lantern and return to the cellar, walking its length, slowly whispering each cheese's name like a prayer. You pause beside the mold holding witness. You adjust the cloth slightly, not because it's needed, but because the gesture itself feels like care. Before sleep, you stare at the ceiling and let your thoughts wander. Not dreams, just slow, silent steps around the old phrases in your mind. You recall the note someone left by your doorstep last week unsigned. Do you still believe rot can be trusted? You hadn't replied. You just left a piece of afterthought in its place. A cheese so bitter and strange it could be interpreted a dozen ways. You wonder if they ate it. You hope they did. The next day arrives with quiet snow. Thick flakes fall like silence made visible, coating everything in a softness that mutes even your thoughts. You stay wrapped in a blanket longer than usual, watching the sky through the small window above your bed. It's not about laziness, it's about reverence. The world moves so loudly most days that any chance to watch it hush itself into white is sacred. Eventually you rise, drawn by the smell of last night's fire lingering in your sweater. You brew tea with sage and dried apple peel and sip it slowly, letting the steam rise toward your face until the skin under your eyes feels human again. You eat a crust of barley bread with a smear of whisper, now so tender it can be spread with the back of a spoon. The taste is mild but haunting, like a lullaby hummed by someone who never learned the words. In the cellar, you find the cloth around witness already darkening with the first blush of rind. It's early, yes, but not wrong. You adjust the temperature slightly, rearranging the nearby wheels to allow more air. Storm remains unmoved, a sentinel among change. Bravery has firmed into something that resists your touch in all the right ways. You wrap it in a thin sheet of birch bark, whispering, "You're ready to be misunderstood." You carve a piece of shrug and place it into a tiny box lined with straw. It's a gift, though you're not sure for whom yet. You write on the lid, "Let this one teach you to change your mind." Then you close it and set it aside. In your notes today, you return to an unfinished entry from last season. Some cheeses rot from the outside and others from the inside out. People too. You don't finish it. Some truths are best left as ellipses. You wander through the pantry, fingers brushing dried beans, jars of vinegar, wax-sealed preserves. You consider opening a jar of pickled garlic for lunch, but the scent is too eager. Instead, you boil cabbage and top it with warm oil and curls a boundary. The cheese melts like it wants to disappear completely. You eat with your sleeves rolled up, seated on a low stool by the hearth. You write nothing during lunch, just eat, just be. The snow continues all day. By mid-afternoon, the windows are opaque. You light a second lantern to cut through the gloom and continue wrapping this time, almost which cracked slightly near the base. You patch it gently with wax, muttering, "You're allowed to be broken and still be worth saving." Then you label it, date it, and stack it beside lesson and regret. You remember a medieval joke passed down through a French satirical poem, one that claimed a cheese wheel once exorcised a demon by simply being cut open in the wrong house. The smell was so violent the spirit left of its own accord. You wonder if that's why some people still flinch at the stronger wheels. Maybe the past still hides in the scent. As night creeps in, you walk outside in your boots and heavy cloak, the snow crunching beneath your steps. The village is hushed, its rooftops softened and almost glowing. You breathe deeply. The cold bites your lungs in the friendliest way. You walk to the end of the path and back, not looking for anything, just existing in the silence. Inside, you prepare a small dinner. Dried peas, stewed with thyme, roasted carrot, and slivers of threshold. The taste is earthy and slightly bitter, but it comforts in the way real things do. You finish your meal with a small piece of memory, shaved paper thin, letting it dissolve on your tongue until it disappears completely. You whisper, "I remember you to the last flake." Before sleep, you light the small candle in the corner of the cellar and sit on the floor. You look at each cheese and say its name. You speak them as if they are friends you are keeping company. You leave the cellar door ajar just slightly tonight, not for air, but for presence. You don't need to explain why. You just do. The blanket feels heavier when you return to bed. Not unpleasant, just full of everything the day asked you to carry. You close your eyes, knowing that in the quiet beneath your feet something is becoming. Slowly, deliberately, and without needing your permission. The morning light is late and unhurried, filtering through the shutters in hesitant patches, like it's unsure if it's welcome. You've grown used to the soft blue cast of winter mornings, the kind where time forgets to move, and you forget to ask it to. You pull the quilt tighter around your shoulders and sit for a while on the edge of the bed, feet resting against cold stone, letting your thoughts rise like steam. Some people begin their day with prayer, others with lists. You begin yours by listening to the silence between footsteps. You go downstairs barefoot, the chill of the floor sharp and bracing. In the kitchen, you light the stove and place a pot of water to boil. There's no need for grand meals today. Just warmth, just nourishment. You slice the last of the chestnut bread and set out a wedge of whisper now, so aged it breaks apart in soft curls when you press the knife to it. You catch the scent mushroom soil, something like old paper, and pause. It smells like a forgotten corner of a library, the kind where nothing important ever happens, and everything matters anyway. You eat slowly, soaking each bite in the warmth of the tea you hold in your other hand. You read through yesterday's journal entry and make one small correction, a word replaced not because it was wrong, but because another one finally felt righter. Then you run your hand over the page and close the book. You don't need to write today. You already know how you feel. The cellar greets you with its usual quiet, a familiar scent of rind and salt, and a faint floral note that drifts in from the dried herbs you've hung near the door. You kneel beside witness and unwrap the cloth slowly. The surface has begun to bloom, tiny white puffs at the edge of the wheel like hesitant thoughts. You nod. not because it's perfect, but because it's becoming. Storm has darkened the rind, now firm under your fingers. You rotate it slightly, adjusting its angle on the shelf, careful not to bump the older wheels stacked nearby. Bravery rests with that confident tilt that only comes from surviving your own doubts. You say its name aloud and place a small linen square underneath to catch the moisture. There's something reverent about how you move now, not as ritual, but as relationship. You begin stirring the curds for a new batch before noon. Sheep's milk today, gifted from the monastery in exchange for a wheel of lesson and a small jar of mustard seeds. The milk is sweet, almost nutty, and you watch as the curds tighten and form with elegant, sleepy slowness. You sing under your breath, not a song exactly, just a trail of sound to keep your hands steady. Once the curds are pressed and draining, you label this one hollow. It's not a sad name, just a true one. After lunch, boiled turnips and a slice of shrug, now fully spreadable, you spend the better part of an hour re-waxing the cracked lid of a brine barrel. The task is quiet, repetitive, and the scent of warm beeswax fills the cellar like a balm. You think about how wax holds what water wants to undo. You think about how care is often nothing more than checking the same thing twice. Your historical fact of the day comes from a 15th century English manuscript, copied in the margins of a sermon. Cheese kept in ash may survive the worm. Scholars still argue over the meaning. Was it a preservation technique, a superstition, a metaphor for sin? You like to think it was all three. In medieval minds, rot and redemption were neighbors who shared the same garden fence. You test a theory in the afternoon, adding crushed coriander to the rind of an unfinished batch. It's an experiment nothing promised, but the scent is surprisingly warm, almost citrusy. You wonder how many cheeses were created by mistake someone was brave enough to let finish. You whisper to the wheel, maybe you'll be one of the better accidents. The wind picks up by sunset. You can hear it scraping against the roof, teasing the shutters like a cat at a door it knows you'll open. You close the windows early and light candles in the kitchen, letting their flicker soften the edges of the room. Dinner is late, a stew of peas and leeks with broken pieces of oat cake, and a small chunk of afterthought crumbled in just before serving. The cheese refuses to melt entirely, resisting with stubborn specks of sharpness. You respect that. You write again before bed, a single sentence. Maybe the rind is not a wall, but a door with no handle from the outside. You leave it at that. Not everything needs to be explained. In the final hour of the night, when the candles are nearly out and the fire has settled into embers, you walk one last time to the cellar. The lantern casts your shadow in strange shapes across the walls. Hollow is resting. Witness is thriving. Shrug is dreaming. You place your hand on the wooden shelf and let your breath settle into the rhythm of the space. It's not prayer, it's not science, it's just presence. When you return to bed, the snow is falling again so fine and steady, it could be mistaken for starlight that changed its mind. You close your eyes and imagine a wheel of cheese being born somewhere far away in a barn warmed by laughter and chance. And you think rot, after all, is just time wearing a different coat. You wake before dawn, this time stirred not by cold, but by a sound, a soft thump like a snowdrift sliding off the roof or something nudging the world to remind you it's still turning. You sit up and listen, but nothing follows. Just the gentle groan of the rafters and the faint hiss of wind outside. Still, the silence feels different. Not heavier, just aware. You rise without lighting a lamp. The floorboards creak beneath your feet as you move through the dark, guided by habit more than sight. The kitchen is dim, the fire out, but the ashes still warm. You stoke it slowly, watching orange threads pulse and catch, then spread across the blackened logs like old arguments reigniting. You toast a crust of rye bread and top it with the last of quiet fire, its rind now cracked with age, the inside luminous and sharp like it remembers everything you forgot to write down. The first bite wakes you up more than the tea does. It tastes like burnt leaves and defiance. The cellar calls you earlier than usual. You descend with a candle in hand, its glow throwing shadows that stretch and flicker like half-shaped memories. Hollow has begun to firm up the moisture, retreating the surface taut. You leave it alone, sensing it's not in a talking mood. Witness sits beside Storm now, and for the first time the two look like equals. Not in age, in posture, as if both understand what it means to wait. You inspect the wheels one by one, tapping gently, rotating them with practiced grace. Regret has started to sink at one edge. You adjust the shelf beneath it, leveling it with a thin wedge of slate. You whisper, "No shame in leaning a little." The cellar doesn't answer, but you know it heard. Around mid-morning, the sun manages to break through, sending beams of dusty gold down through the window panes. You move your cheese journal into the light and spend half an hour sketching the new growth patterns on shrug. The mold forms in spirals, now curling in ways that make you think of snails or stubborn vines. You note it without judgment. Everything has its rhythm. You read back a few older entries and find one from 3 months ago written in slanted ink. "If I ever forget why I started this, let the smell of the rind remind me." You don't remember writing it. You don't need to. You just underline it twice and close the book. The historical thread today comes from a 14th century French merchant's ledger describing cheese not by weight or taste, but by feeling. One was labeled solace, another argument, and another simply warning. There's no clear explanation, but it suggests what you've suspected all along, that medieval cheese wasn't merely food, it was language. A way of saying what couldn't be said, a kind of emotional shorthand with a shelf life. You decide to replicate a small medieval wheel you once read about, described as being aged with crushed mustard seed and wrapped in cabbage leaves. You prepare the curd slowly, layering in ground mustard at intervals. The scent is immediate, bright, spicy, assertive. You wrap the final mold in blanched cabbage, its veins still green and pliant, and label it whim. You don't expect it to behave. You hope it doesn't. You skip lunch not out of forgetfulness, but out of fullness. Some mornings fill you differently. Instead, you walk outside, wrapped in your heaviest cloak, and follow the fence line to the edge of the orchard. The trees are bare now, each branch a black gesture against the white sky. You rest your palm on the trunk of one, fingers against the bark, and wonder how many winters it has witnessed without protest. You return indoors and light a candle early. The sky has gone silver again, the sun's brief performance over. You prepare dinner, roasted beets, crushed lentils, and a warm slice of threshold folded into everything like a secret you don't want to share. The meal is quiet, nourishing, forgettable in the best way. The kind of food that doesn't ask for thanks, only presence. Before bed, you open a letter that's been sitting by the window for 2 days. No return mark, no name. Just a single line inside, "What do you call a cheese that never ages?" You stare at it for a long time, unsure if it's a riddle or an accusation. You smile anyway. Then you write on the back fiction, and you place it under the candle holder, letting the wax drip down and seal the answer. You visit the cellar one last time. Whim is already starting to puff at the edges. Storm feels heavier than yesterday. Witness is holding its shape. You sit on the lowest shelf for a moment, resting your back against the stone, and let the coolness anchor you. The scent of the room has changed sharper now, but not unpleasant. You think this is what patience smells like. You return to bed with fingers still smelling faintly of rind and ash. As you pull the blanket around you, you hear the wind shift outside, less persistent now, more like breathing. You close your eyes and think of mustard seeds, cabbage leaves, and that strange merchant from long ago who knew that sometimes the best way to name a cheese was to name a feeling. And you wonder just before sleep if someone ever tasted your work centuries from now. Would they call it sorrow? Would they call it sanctuary? Or would they just chew in silence, grateful for the salt? The sun breaks earlier than you expect, cutting through the window in bold gold streaks that catch the dust dancing above your kitchen table. You wake slowly but not unwillingly. There's something about the way the light lands on your hands that makes you feel useful before you've even moved. You stretch under the heavy wool blanket, then rise barefoot again, letting the cold floor remind you you're still here, still moving forward through a season that doesn't rush and never apologizes. Your morning tea tastes sharper today, probably because the mint leaves were dried too long, but you don't mind. Sharpness has its place. You eat a slice of yesterday's oat loaf with a thin layer of shrug, now so creamy it leaves a ghost of itself on the knife. The flavor is indecisive. First mild, then almost rude, like a guest who can't decide whether to compliment or insult your cooking. You laugh once and the sound surprises you. It's not often you hear yourself in the morning. The cellar has settled overnight. Whim is already showing signs of rebellion, the cabbage wrap wrinkling at the edges like it's been thinking too much. You don't interfere. You simply press the cloth tighter and whisper, "You're safe to unravel if you need to." Witness continues to hold its place like an elder sibling, quiet but observant. Bravery is starting to shrink slightly at the edges. You rotate it, press a finger gently to its side and murmur, "Don't let the light fool you. The cold is still real." You prepare a fresh batch cow's milk, again this time with crushed juniper and rosemary needles. It's not a traditional blend, but the scent reminds you of something buried deep in your memory. An old garden wall, a cold kitchen stone, someone humming with their back to you. You name this wheel Vow, though you don't say what the promise is. Some names are meant to be secrets. Lunch is humble boiled barley and kale with a generous shaving of argument. The taste hits hard as expected, but finishes soft, like it regrets raising its voice. You eat in the sun this time, seated on the bench by the window. A robin lands on the sill, stares at you through the glass, then flies away with a flicker of red, like punctuation on a sentence that was never spoken aloud. After lunch, you find yourself reorganizing the shelves in the pantry, not because they need it, but because your hands need something slow. You run your fingers along each label, each wax seal, and pause at the small box that still holds the slice of shrug you set aside last week. You open it, take in the scent now, more mushroom than cream, and place it in a clean linen wrap. You label it again Possibility. Your medieval cheese fact today comes from an obscure Flemish housewife's manuscript. She described her method for predicting weather through cheese. If the rind grows outward, frost will come. If it caves inward, expect rain. Historians argue whether it was observation, coincidence, or rural poetic license. But the idea of cheese forecasting fate, that feels exactly right. You walk back to Hollow, tap its side gently and say, "Tell me something I don't know." Afternoon light fades into silver again, and you light a few candles to keep the shadows balanced. You spend some time slicing Whisper into small wedges for trade, each piece wrapped in waxed cloth, stacked in a basket with lavender stems for scent. You don't expect anyone today, but sometimes it helps to prepare for company, even when none comes. It teaches the cheese to behave. Dinner is sweet carrot mash with onion, sage, and flecks of threshold. You eat on the floor, legs crossed back to the wall, letting the heat of the dish warm your fingertips. You don't journal tonight. You hum instead, An old tune, with no words, the kind passed down through silence. You let it carry your thoughts to the far edge of the cellar where storm rests, like a sleeping dog too loyal to move. As you clean the kitchen, you find a folded scrap of parchment stuck beneath the breadboard. Not your handwriting. Just one sentence carefully inked. Cheese cannot lie, but it can exaggerate. You smile. You don't know who left it. You don't need to. You tuck it into your notebook and write underneath. Like all survivors, it tells its truth sideways. You visit the cellar once more before sleep. Val has started to firm up beautifully, the cloth damp but not wet, the weight balanced. You light the small lantern and walk the row one last time, calling out each name. Bravery, shrug, whisper. Witness, storm threshold. Hollow whim, argument. Vow. They're not just wheels now. They're a family of moods, each one fermenting in its own direction. You rest your palm briefly on whim and murmur, "Good night, you beautiful disaster." Back in bed, the wind is quieted. You lie awake a little longer than usual, not troubled, just full of names, full of curds and cloth, full of soft decay and gentler flavors. You close your eyes and think about that Flemish housewife and her cheese barometer. You think maybe tomorrow, if the rind holds firm, you'll predict sunshine. And if it crumbles, maybe you'll just stay home and write poems to the mold. Either way, you'll be ready. You don't remember falling asleep, only the dream, standing in a corridor lined with wheels of cheese, each one whispering a different language, none of which you understand. But the feeling is unmistakable urgency wrapped in velvet. You wake before dawn again with that dream still coating your thoughts like beeswax. You light a candle and walk to the window expecting snow, but the ground is clear. Instead, the sky is smeared with gray, like it couldn't decide whether to rain or not and gave up trying. In the kitchen, you make tea with fennel seeds and dried thyme. The steam hits your face like a gentle warning, and you accept it. Breakfast is simple. A heel of oat bread, a smear of whisper, and a sliver of storm, now aged past sharpness into something smooth and brooding. You chew slowly, listening to the wooden walls creak around you as if the house is also waking up in stages. You carry the candle down to the cellar, and the air greets you with its usual hush, thick, damp, fragrant with time. Hollow has bloomed fully now. The surface shows faint, marbling, soft gray streaks in a pale rind like the inside of a storm cloud. You tap it gently, then unwrap the cloth, pausing as the scent rises. There's something new today, not alarming, just deeper. You rewrap it slowly, murmuring, "I hear you even if you're not sure what it said." Vow has surprised you. Less than a day in, and it's already pulling tight at the edges like someone cinching a belt too soon. You loosen the cloth slightly, whispering, "You don't have to rush. You have time." It resettles with a sigh, or maybe that's just the wind. By mid-morning, you decide to start two new wheels side by side. A first one goat's milk, the other a blend. The goal isn't competition, but contrast. You set up your work table, light a second lantern, and begin. As you stir the curds, your mind drifts to the letter you found the day before. Cheese cannot lie, but it can exaggerate. You find yourself smiling again, then frowning, then smiling anyway. You name the goat's milk wheel parable, and the blend excuse, not for any grand symbolic reason, just because that's how they feel in your hands. You write the names on clean linen tags and tie them gently to the molds. Parable drains slowly, shyly. Excuse presses outward like it's already preparing an argument. You let them rest side by side the way opposing thoughts do before sleep. Lunch is warm farro with onions, carrots, and a melted dollop of bravery. The heat tames its saltiness, turning it soft and mellow. You eat at the doorframe, watching a crow hop along the fence, scavenging for twigs. There's something noble in its routine, something comforting about hunger with a plan. In the early afternoon, you review your notes on temperature shifts. You track ambient cellar moisture by taste, not measurement. A dot of brine on the tongue, a sniff of the rind's edge, a press of a thumb to gauze. You've never needed scales. Your body knows the story. You mark today as restful with a hint of hesitation. The medieval fact of the day floats up from a forgotten Jesuit recipe book, a line scribbled in Latin in the margin of a vinegar entry. Let cheese be tested not by weight or color, but by the patience of the one who waits for it. Scholars argue over whether it was metaphor or kitchen advice. You don't care. You just nod and write it in the front of your journal with a date and underline it twice. You move through the cellar slowly now. Witness has taken on a strange hue at the edge. A faint bronze tint like the rind is remembering something warm. You make a note to taste it tomorrow. Whim, true to its name, is collapsing at one side. You tuck a wedge of wood beneath the mold and say, "That's fine. You're dramatic, not broken." You can't help but root for the difficult cheeses. Dinner is early, creamy root vegetable soup with bits of argument and shrug stirred in at the end, the flavors clashing, then surrendering. You eat with your spoon scraping slowly, listening to the fire snap behind you. You remember something a traveler once told you at the market. The best meals should taste like people who would argue but still sit next to each other on a bench. You write that down later, not as fact but as flavor. After dinner, you open an old bundle of letters from last spring. One catches your eye. It's unsigned, just a single line in slanted ink. Name a cheese after me only if it disappoints no one and explains nothing. You don't remember who sent it. You decide to name your next successful batch Anonymous. As the fire burns low, you return to the cellar once more. You walk slowly this time, candle low, the scent of aged cloth and cooled milk rising around you like memory. You check each label, each wheel. Storm holds steady. Whisper softens. Witness waits. Hollow deepens. Vow breathes. Whim leans. Shrug flattens. Bravery darkens. Excuse puffs. Parable glistens. Threshold retreats. You sit beside quiet fire, the wax cracked just slightly at the corner, and run your finger over the edge. You don't fix it. Not yet. Not everything broken needs mending today. Before bed, you wash your hands in warm water, scented with mint and lemon balm. The smell calms you, reminds you that even the smallest rituals matter. As you lie down, you glance out the window one last time. No stars tonight, just cloud thick and soft, like sheep's wool packed behind the sky. You imagine your cheeses down below breathing slowly, transforming quietly, trusting time to do what time does best. And as your eyes drift closed, you think maybe truth ferments too. You sleep longer than usual, waking just as the sun climbs over the line of trees. There's no rush in your bones today, only that strange, pleasant heaviness of a well-earned slowness. The air is still, and the light that creeps across the windowsill has that creamy hue that only happens when the weather can't decide if it's spring or still deeply winter. You sit up, stretch once, and let the blanket fall from your shoulders like the page of a story turning on its own. You begin the day with tea brewed from dried rose hips and a touch of clove. It's a sharper flavor than you expected, and it cuts through the sleep still clinging to your mind. You eat the last of the rye crust with a slice of bravery now brittle enough to break with a snap. It tastes like pepper and quiet regret. You chew slowly, thinking not about what to do next, but how the cheese tastes more honest when it's left alone. Down in the cellar, the air greets you like a cathedral, cool, dim, and full of something that feels like reverence. You light the lamp and begin your rounds. Parable has formed an unexpected ridge along the top, almost like a fault line in stone. You press it gently and feel the resistance, the inward tension that always means it's developing faster than it wants to admit. You shift the cloth, give it a softer wrap, and say, "You don't need to hold everything together all at once." Excuse, on the other hand, is puffing with confidence. The blend is working better than you hoped, giving it structure and arrogance in equal parts. You tilt the mold slightly and mutter, "Don't overdo it." Boldness has consequences. You say it like a joke, but you mean it just enough. Today, you open threshold for the first time in weeks. The rind peels away easily, revealing a deep amber body that smells like wet hay and sharp pine. You slice a small sliver and let it rest on your tongue. The taste opens slow, first dull, then wild, then oddly sweet, like roasted squash. You whisper, "You were never about the entrance. You were always about the crossing." Then you write down the tasting notes and wrap the rest carefully, placing it on a new shelf with room to breathe. For lunch, you make barley porridge with winter greens and melt in a thumb-sized piece of witness. It turns the entire bowl golden, the taste soft and deep like someone singing from the next room. You eat outside today, wrapped in your old brown cloak, sitting on the edge of the porch, as the wind combs gently through the dry branches above. The sky is pale, cloudless, and empty in the way that makes you believe something is about to happen. But nothing does, and that's good. After lunch, you return inside and organize the herb jars. You label the new bay leaves, throw out the shriveled thyme, and accidentally spill half a pouch of marjoram across the table. You don't clean it right away. You just watch how the leaves scatter, how the mess settles, how even disorder can have a rhythm. You think not every problem wants solving. Some just want to be witnessed. Your medieval note of the day comes from a 13th century Cistercian monk's kitchen records. If a cheese weeps too early, it has remembered something it should not. No one agrees on what it means. Was it literal, metaphorical, spiritual? You don't care. You just whisper it to whim as you blot moisture from its cloth, and the wheel sighs like it understood perfectly. In the afternoon, you mix a new batch using nettle-infused milk. It's an idea you've hesitated over for weeks, but the mood feels right now. As the curds form, the scent is wild, green, sharp, nearly bitter. You name the batch Letter, not because it communicates anything directly, but because it feels like something that was meant to be sent even if no one ever reads it. You pour the curds into their mold, pressing gently with your palms, feeling how the texture fights and yields all at once. The cellar grows warmer as the day fades. A thin stream of light touches the back wall, illuminating the spiderweb above the window in a soft gold shimmer. You don't brush it away. You just nod at it as you would an old neighbor. Dinner is roasted parsnips and mashed turnip mixed with a thick spoonful of excuse that's now reached its prime, rich and punchy, without arrogance. The blend was the right call. You make a note in your book, Confidence from Contrast, Not Control. You leave the journal open pages, curling gently in the candle heat. You step outside again after the meal just as the wind picks up. The smell of the field is stronger now, earthwood smoke, and that faint mineral scent that only arrives before a thaw. You breathe deeply, hands tucked into your sleeves, and close your eyes. You imagine the cheeses underground resting in their quiet network of hope and history. You think of them like seeds, like spells, like unfinished letters written in scent and salt. You come back in and sit by the fire with your old wool socks on and your knees pulled up. You don't write, you don't read. You just stare into the orange glow and let your thoughts soften at the edges. You wonder if there's such a thing as a cheese that dreams. You wonder if hollow does. Before bed, you return to the cellar with a second candle just to watch the shadows move differently. You run your hand across each name. Bravery storm, whisper, vow, excuse, parable. Threshold, hollow shrug, letter, whim, witness. You pause at quiet fire. Its rind has cracked a little more, and the scent is heady, deep nut, faint ash, the echo of something smoked long ago. You press your thumb against the fault line and murmur, let it open if it must. You take nothing upstairs tonight, no samples, no notes. You just leave the wheels to rest and climb into bed with the scent of ash and marjoram still on your hands. As you lie there half between sleep and stillness, you think some things aren't made to be consumed. Some are made to remind you that waiting is a kind of faith. The morning is damp again. You wake to a kind of softness in the air, not cold, not warm, just heavy with the quiet insistence that something is shifting beneath the surface. There's a silence outside that feels almost curated, as if the trees and wind agreed to hold their breath for a while. You rise slowly, careful not to disturb whatever delicate balance is keeping this moment whole. Your footsteps are muted on the floorboards, and even the kettle seems to boil more gently than usual. You take your tea with a thin slice of lemon and a hint of honey, letting the sweetness linger on your tongue. You skip bread this time. Just a wedge of threshold, eaten with your fingers, the rind rough against your skin. It tastes like resolve. The kind that doesn't announce itself, only builds quietly layer by layer until one day you realize you've endured something you never named. You step outside with your cloak wrapped tight, walking the narrow path to the edge of the orchard. The trees are still bare, but buds are beginning to push at the tips, small green promises reckless in their timing. You rest your hand on one trunk, cold and solid beneath your palm, and think about how long it takes to become steady. Back inside, you descend to the cellar with a lamp already lit. The air greets you like always cool, expectant, full of stories. Letter is setting beautifully. The nettle infusion has given the curds a pale green hue, like spring trying to speak through silence. You adjust the cloth wrap and whisper, say what you need to, even if it's messy. Excuse and parable have taken different paths as you expected. Excuse is holding its form solid and square, already building its argument with every layer. Parable has slumped slightly, one edge softer than it should be. You support it with an extra wedge beneath the mold and say, you don't need to win. You just need to mean something. You taste shrug today, just a sliver. The rind has deepened and the interior is unexpectedly floral, like chamomile left in the sun too long. You write down the note, then cross it out and write instead like a joke you weren't meant to laugh at, but did. Some flavors don't need perfect descriptions. They just need honesty. Your midday meal is lentils simmered with onion and winter squash, topped with a grating of vow, which has aged into something almost brittle. It shatters instead of slices. The taste is sharp, vinegary, stubborn. You eat with the windows open, letting the wind sweep in to argue with the warmth of the fire. It feels appropriate. You sit by the hearth afterward, mending a torn sleeve with black thread and slow fingers. You think about how cheese mends itself in a way, how the cracks dry, how the inside tightens, how time teaches it to hold together even as it changes. You wonder if that's the lesson, not to resist aging, but to grow into it with character. Your medieval detail today comes from an anonymous 14th century poem scribbled into the margin of a psalter and half lost to water damage. The legible line reads, "A good cheese will tell you what the tongue cannot." Scholars argue whether this is metaphor or just culinary observation. You lean toward poetry, even in the pantry. Later you open whim again. The rind is puckered and the body beneath yields like a sigh. You take a bit between your fingers, feel it collapse, then firm again as it warms. You don't even taste it. You just sit with it a while, respecting its fragility, its resilience, the strange rhythm of its existence. You unwrap quiet fire to assess the crack. It's widened. The wax, flaking away at the edges, reveals a deeper golden hue beneath, almost glowing in the lamplight. You taste the smallest corner and feel heat bloom at the back of your throat. Spice, smoke, and memory. You wrap it again with reverence and say, "Thank you for still becoming." You spend part of the afternoon rearranging the shelf labels, not for utility, but for clarity. You move witness closer to letter and threshold, to the back wall, where the cooler air will slow it down. You place storm beside parable, like a stern sibling watching over a reckless one. When it's done, the cellar feels more aligned, less like a storage room, more like a library of instincts. Dinner is baked roots, and a little roasted garlic spread over barley bread, with a few slices of witness. The taste is grounding like truth spoken gently. You eat in silence, watching the candle flicker in its iron holder, casting shifting shadows across your journal. Before bed, you write a single line on a clean page. Some things are too complex to explain, so they ripen instead. Then you close the book and blow out the flame. You visit the cellar one last time, moving slowly, lantern held low. Shrug has flattened more. Whim is restless. Excuse is certain. Parable is recovering. Letter glows faintly. Quiet fire waits. You stop at vow, and without thinking, press your forehead briefly to its cool surface. The contact surprises you, but it also calms you. You whisper, "We keep going." Back upstairs, the night settles in completely. No moon, no wind, just the quiet weight of being surrounded by things that ferment, breathe, and endure. You lie in bed with your hands folded over your chest and your thoughts full of cheese and time and the way names never really capture what something becomes. As sleep pulls you under, you think maybe the truest stories aren't written. Maybe they're aged in dark rooms on wooden shelves where no one rushes them into becoming anything other than exactly what they are. You wake to a quiet so complete it feels deliberate. Not the absence of sound, but the kind of silence that hums like breath held for just 1 second too long. The morning light is soft and diffused, sifting through the shutters in fine golden lines. You sit up slowly, blinking at the calm, aware that something in the rhythm of the day has shifted slightly. Not in a bad way, just enough to notice. You rise without lighting the candle. The shadows are friendly this morning, and you let them move across the walls as you heat the kettle. You stir the embers in the hearth until they flicker, just to see the orange light dance again. Breakfast is oat porridge, with a spoonful of dried currants, and a generous curl of storm shaved thin and stirred in until the heat bends its bitterness into something nearly sweet. You eat standing at the window, watching 2 birds hop around the edge of the empty planter box, arguing over something invisible. Downstairs, the cellar greets you with its usual perfume, damp cloth, pressed wood, the faintest trace of mushroom and milk. You run your fingers along the stone wall as you pass, grounding yourself in the texture. Letter has settled beautifully. The nettle green bloom on the rind has deepened into something complex, almost mysterious. You open the cloth inhale and laugh. It smells like wild grass and dried books. You whisper, "You've become a library." Then you seal it up again, proud. Parable has regained its posture. The soft side has firmed just enough to show effort. You move it gently to a higher shelf closer to the window where the light can brush against its edges like approval. Excuse remains proud, nearly glossy now, with a firmness that dares you to challenge it. You don't. You just say, "I see you." That's usually enough. Today, you decide to taste hollow. The rind is thick, almost bark-like now, and the inside resists the knife at first. But once open, the interior gives way to a creamy, dense paste that clings to the blade like memory. You taste a sliver. It's rich, complex, almost salty, but then comes a wave of something gentler, almost floral, like honeysuckle buried in clay. You sit down right there on the floor and let the flavor unfurl in your mouth like a sentence too delicate to say aloud. You write nothing. You just remember. Your midday meal is leeks and lentils braised in cider, topped with thick-cut wedges of quiet fire. The rind crackles slightly when warmed, releasing smoke and nut, and something like pine sap. You eat it with your eyes closed, not because you're tired, but because you want to give every part of your attention to what it's saying. You don't speak during lunch. The food does enough talking. After the dishes, you read a scrap from a 14th century cheese inventory found in a monastery cellar. 3 wheels for Lent, marked sorrow, marked grace, marked waiting. No explanation, no ingredients, just labels that feel more like emotion than inventory. Scholars debate whether these were literal or metaphorical, but you already know the answer. You've tasted waiting. It's what whisper turns into on the 5th week. It's what vow is always threatening to become. Later you begin a new wheel using used milk and a spiced wine reduction stirred into the curds just before molding. The scent is outrageous sweet, fermented with a background hum of cloves and dark fruit. You name this batch mirth because that's the sound your mouth made when you smelled it. It may not age well. You don't care. Not all joy is meant to last. You spend time afterward checking each of the older wheels. Threshold has begun to develop a fine white powder along one edge, not mold but bloom. You dust it gently and make a note to rotate it again tomorrow. Bravery is darkening to a beautiful bronze. Witness hums with that faint acidic edge you know means it's holding something in. Whim is still uneven, but charming. Shrug is stubborn. You pat it anyway. Dinner is early again. You boil parsnips and wild garlic, fold them into rye mash, and finish with crumbles of witness and a shaving of letter. The flavors argue a bit herb against cream acid against root, but it works. You finish every bite. You write, opposition is not conflict. It is the seasoning of agreement. You return to the cellar at dusk, lantern held high, letting the long shadows stretch over the bricks. Mirth rests lightly in its mold, humming warmth into the cool shelves. Excuse gleams like ambition. Hollow rests. Quiet fire remains cracked but sure. You unwrap, shrug again just to look, not to touch, and nod when the rind has finally started to form a fissure, delicate like a dry laugh escaping. You murmur, "You held out longer than I thought." Before sleep, you take one last loop around the house, checking the windows, the fire, the doors. You boil a fresh pot of mint tea with a bit of crushed fennel just for the scent. You sit in the kitchen with your hands wrapped around the mug and your eyes drifting to the beams overhead where cobwebs lace the corners like old thoughts no one has bothered to clean away. You let them stay. Upstairs in bed, you pull the blanket to your chest and trace the shape of your day in your mind. The smell of letter, the taste of hollow, the flicker of mirth, just starting to breathe. You think about the monks and their sorrow, grace and waiting. You wonder what word your own cellar would carry. You suspect it changes daily. As sleep pulls you closer, you imagine the cheeses shifting slightly in their sleep breathing, with you fermenting as slowly and imperfectly as any heart does. You exhale once, long and deep, and let it all rest. The sky is pearl gray this morning with no real light source. just a soft diffusion that feels like being inside a quiet thought. You rise slowly, your body already in sync with the cellar's rhythms. You know which wheels need turning before you even open your eyes. There's no urgency, just a kind of devotion now. The work doesn't shout. It hums. You warm your hands by the fire before anything else. The kettle boils slowly, and you steep sage and lemon peel together, letting the steam carry the scent through the kitchen. Your first bite of the day is a rough oat biscuit with a generous slather of excuse now aged into something that tastes like defiance, softened by cream. You chew with purpose, savoring the way it presses into the back of your tongue, almost spicy now. You write nothing. Some flavors aren't for paper. In the cellar, everything feels slightly cooler than yesterday. You wonder if a storm is coming or if the stones themselves have simply decided to remember winter for a while. Mirth has set up well overnight. The surface is uneven, bubbly in places, but solid enough to hold a promise. You touch it with your palm and whisper, "Let's see who you grow into." You place it beside letter as if the two might become friends. Bravery is dry to the touch now, its color deepening to a near burnished gold. You clean its edges carefully, removing a hint of bloom from one corner, and rewrap it with firmer cloth. Storm has begun to ripple at the surface, small waves forming as the rind contracts ever so slightly. You mark the change in your notes, emotional tension. Week 9. You bring Whisper upstairs to warm near the hearth. It's time to taste again. Once it softens, the paste glistens slightly, almost trembling under the knife. The flavor starts mild but grows with each breath, grassy, herbal, and then something almost like dried fruit, the kind that hides in the corner of a tart. You close your eyes while chewing and realize this one tastes like a truth you didn't want to know, but needed to. You wrap the rest carefully and place it in the basket of ready-to-trade wheels. For lunch, you fry barley cakes and top them with thin slices of threshold, letting the heat coax out its earthiness. You sit on the back stoop this time, feet dangling, eyes half-lidded against the breeze. The field beyond the trees is starting to thaw, bits of green poking through in reckless defiance. You eat slowly, letting the landscape flavor the bite. Everything is brown and golden almost. Your historical footnote today is from a merchant's log in 1328 Bruges. It describes a shipment of cheese labeled "for diplomacy only," no indication of what that means. Scholars argue whether it was literal, perhaps gifts to nobles, or metaphorical, referencing its ability to soften a tense meal. You prefer to imagine a duke sulking, arms crossed, until someone slid a plate of cheese in front of him. Because yes, some arguments are only solved with cheese. In the late afternoon, you scrub the cellar floor. Not because it needs it urgently, but because it's a way of speaking without words. Your hands remember every ridge of stone, every groove worn smooth by buckets and boots. You hum while you work, nothing specific, just the sound your voice makes when it's allowed to wander. As you scrub beneath hollow, a drop of whey lands on your sleeve. You smile. That one still knows how to surprise you. You check on Vow, which has turned crumbly along one edge. The flavor is likely sharp now, maybe unkind. You set it aside for a late evaluation, which really means when you're ready to handle whatever it says. Parable continues to even out. Witness holds steady. Shrug is finally cracking. Whim is beginning to whisper again, faint bloom returning like breath-fogging glass. Dinner is warm. Millet with roasted beets and shaved hollow. The beets stain everything red-purple, and the cheese balances them like a thoughtful pause in conversation. You eat slowly, writing nothing, just watching the fire dance on the iron kettle and thinking how strange it is that food of all things can be this gentle. Later, you wrap several sample wedges for a traveling peddler you suspect might pass tomorrow. You choose letter whisper and a slice of mirth, still soft and young, still full of questions. You wrap them in waxed cloth and tie them with twine, writing a small note on each. Ask gently. Listen twice. Be surprised. Before sleep, you take a final round through the cellar. It's warmer now, oddly, so as if the shelves themselves are generating their own memory. You pause at quiet fire, touching the crack along its edge again. It hasn't widened, just deepened. You whisper, "So have I." You place a new blank label on the shelf beside mirth. You don't write anything on it. You just leave it there, space for whatever comes next. Back in bed you lie with one arm over your head and one hand on your belly, breathing in the silence. The house creaks softly. The wheels rest in their wooden beds. Your thoughts drift not sharply, but like mist, filling the corners of your mind with flavor, with time, with the quiet certainty that everything is still becoming. You think about the diplomatic cheese, about the monks who labeled emotion into wheels, about how some flavors teach and others forgive. You smile once in the dark and say good night to no one in particular. Then you let yourself go. The storm arrives not with thunder, but with a stillness so absolute you feel it before you hear it. When the rain finally comes, it's soft, like fingers tapping across a tabletop. You wake to it murmuring against the roof, and for a while you don't move. You just lie there, listening, your hands folded over your chest, the blankets warm and heavy like the breath of an old dog curled beside you. The world feels smaller in a storm, closer, like the walls have drawn in just enough to say, "Stay a while." You rise, lighting only one candle. The dimness suits the mood. The fire takes longer to catch this morning, sulking in the hearth before finally deciding to cooperate. You stir it like you're coaxing a story from an unwilling guest. Breakfast is simple toasted rye, with a smear of whim now mellowed into something that tastes like regret softened with kindness. You eat standing at the window, watching the rain bead against the glass and trail downward like thoughts you didn't mean to have. The cellar greets you with the faint smell of wet stone and sweet rot, comforting in its own way. The storm has cooled the air, and your breath fogs slightly as you speak aloud the names of the wheels you pass. Mirth, letter, shrug, storm, threshold, each one a little monument to change, each one whispering its own version of becoming. Bravery is particularly fragrant today. The edge has bloomed with a pale fuzz you didn't expect, and you brush it off, gently smiling. "Trying something new, are we?" you murmur, and it doesn't answer, but it doesn't have to. You unwrap Parable and find a fine line forming down the center of its rind like the spine of a book too often read. You run your finger along it and feel the faint give beneath. Not a flaw, a hinge. You rewrap it tightly and return it to the shelf, this time placing it beside Witness like a story leaning against its proof. Today you taste Excuse again. Just a sliver enough to test its argument. The flavor is bold, peppery, and surprisingly bitter at the end, like someone who speaks with conviction but leaves out the second half of the sentence. You write unapologetic, unfinished, honest. You don't try to correct it. Not every cheese wants your approval. Your midday meal is roasted carrots with a honey glaze and bits of quiet fire melted on top. The heat cracks the cheese into shards that melt into the glaze, pooling like amber beneath the carrots. You eat slowly, savoring each bite, as if it might reveal something. And maybe it does. Afterward, you sit by the window with your journal open but unwritten, listening to the rain deepen its rhythm like footsteps growing bolder across a wet courtyard. Today's historical aside comes from a 15th century German recipe book. A note scribbled in the margin reads, "Add the cheese after doubt, not before." Scholars argue whether it was culinary advice or spiritual metaphor. You don't bother choosing. You whisper it to letter as you adjust its cloth and feel its center warm beneath your palms. Doubt. Cheese. What's the difference really? Later, you begin a new batch using goat milk and crushed marigold petals. The curds form slowly as if they too are uncertain of themselves. You name it pause, because that's what today feels like, a long breath between decisions. You mold it gently, wrap it in muslin, and place it beside mirth, which seems to hum in approval. The rain continues through the afternoon, steady now, unbothered by your curiosity. You tidy the cellar, rearranging logs, trimming wax, adjusting labels that have started to curl at the corners. Vow smells stronger today. Not better, not worse, just more itself. You nod in its direction and move on. Dinner is a thick stew of barley and leek with a dollop of shrug stirred in at the end. The flavor is resistant, reluctant, but eventually agrees to be part of the dish. You eat with both hands wrapped around the bowl, steam curling into your face, and for once the house feels perfectly sized, just enough space for you and the storm and the slowly ripening shelves below. After washing up, you read by firelight from a half-faded herbal, its corners smudged and softened from use. The chapter on nettle ends with the line, "And if not for cheese, it would not be worth the trouble." You close the book slowly, as if it just told you a secret, and sit a moment longer with that thought. Before bed, you make your final cellar rounds. Bravery rests. Excuse holds its edge. Letter breathes. Pause sets. Parable waits. Whisper leans. Storm still swells. You run your finger down the line of names and feel a strange sense of family. Not by blood, by fermentation, by trust, by time. Back upstairs, the fire has dimmed to coals, and the rain begins to soften. You lie in bed with the window cracked, letting the air chill your nose. The blanket is heavy over your chest, and somewhere beneath it all, your heartbeat ticks in rhythm with the cellar below. Each wheel down there, resting, waiting, becoming. You think maybe storms are just the earth's way of asking you to slow down. Maybe cheese is just milk's way of not giving up. Maybe you like both or just in the middle of something. Night passes like a deep breath. You wake once around midnight, unsure why. No dreams, no sound, just a sense that something shifted while you were gone. The fire's gone out. The rain has stopped. The air is heavier now, like it's holding the memory of water instead of the water itself. You rise to stoke the coals, and as you do, the faint scent of cheese still clings to your hands, a mix of smoke rind and patience. You don't wash it off. It's comforting. By morning, the house feels slightly off balance. Not bad. Just tilted like your thoughts are sloshing gently to one side. You dress slowly and light the lantern before heading down to the cellar, wanting to see what the storm left behind. The air down there is colder than usual, the walls damp with condensation. Pause is still soft in the mold, but holding together. You adjust its cloth and whisper, "Let's not rush." You check the others. Parable is splitting further down its center line on purpose, it seems, and letter has bloomed with an unexpected green fuzz along the bottom edge. You smile at that, not bothered. It's natural. You trim it clean, rewrap, and note. Surprise is a flavor, too. Storm has formed a dry ridge where the salt migrated during curing. It looks like a scar. You touch it lightly and think you're wearing your memory on the outside now. Mirth is firming well. Shrug is beginning to flake at the rind. You dust it, kiss your teeth at the scent-dry hay butter dusk, and keep going. You bring Whisper upstairs for breakfast, just a thin slice on barley toast with a drizzle of pear syrup. It's floral today, strangely so, like a meadow left untouched for too long. You chew slowly, watching the condensation drip from the eaves outside and wonder if anyone else is eating cheese alone at this exact moment. You hope so. You work through the late morning on the firewood stack, splitting, sorting, cursing mildly when a knot refuses your axe. Your palms blister just a little. The ache is grounding. Lunch is boiled root vegetables in broth, served with crumbles of threshold and a slice of sourdough. The cheese is gritty today, a little too eager to assert itself, but it warms the soup just enough to make it feel like a memory. You finish your bowl and leave the spoon in like punctuation. After the dishes, you find an old note tucked in the back of your cellar ledger. Your handwriting but unfamiliar something written months ago when bravery was still just a plan. It says, "Don't name a cheese before it fails at least once." You read it twice, then 3 times. You nod, then you write beneath it, or before you do. Today's historical curiosity is from a 14th century Swiss merchant manual, an entire section dedicated to counterfeit cheeses describing the various ways unscrupulous traders tried to mimic the flavor of properly aged wheels using herbs, ash animal fat, and in one case lime water and flour paste. You wrinkle your nose but keep reading. The commentary ends with the warning, "May God forgive those who rush ripening for their souls are thin and bland." You chuckle and whisper, "Tell me how you really feel." In the afternoon, you begin another small batch, just a wheel or two infused with fennel seeds and juniper. The milk is warm and sweet. You stir the curds by hand and name the new wheel Lie. Not out of cynicism, but because sometimes lies taste better than truth, especially when aged properly. You let the curds drain in a slotted basket and leave them near the fire for a few hours, watching how the cloth sags, how the whey pools, how the room fills with that raw, clean scent that tells you you're still in the middle of something worth doing. As the sun starts to fall, the wind picks up again, rattling the shutters, but not hard enough to worry you. You bring a wedge of excuse to the fire and eat it with apple slices, the sweet cutting through the sharpness like sunlight through stained glass. You try to write a poem about it, fail and draw a picture instead, a half circle, a spoon, and a spiral. No one will understand it but you. That's enough. Dinner is barley again this time, fried into flat cakes with chopped scallions and shredded storm inside. The edges char just enough to give crunch. You eat them wrapped in a cloth napkin by the open window, letting the wind cool your fingers. One bite is so perfect it nearly makes you cry. You don't tell anyone. Who would believe that cheese and wind could be so devastating? Before bed, you return to the cellar one more time. The lantern casts long shadows over the wooden racks, and each wheel seems to tilt toward you as you pass. Mirth feels warm. Letter smells bolder. Whim is whispering again like it knows it's almost ready. You touch the side of lie, still soft, still forming, and wonder what it will taste like when truth finally breaks through. You don't try to guess. You just wait. Upstairs, you add one more note to the ledger. Not a tasting or a label, just this. The rind is not the end. It is only the part we can touch. You close the book and blow out the candle. As you slide into bed, the weight of the day wraps around you. Not heavy, just full. Full of flavors, textures, names, accidents, and the quiet work of becoming. You think of the monks who aged cheese in silence, the peasants who traded wheels for ink and thread, the travelers who carried wrapped slices as proof they once had something worth leaving behind. Your house creaks as it settles. The wind whispers in the chimney, and downstairs in the dark, the cheeses continue to ripen slowly without needing your eyes, only your faith. You exhale not as surrender, but as gratitude. Then you sleep. You wake before dawn today, not from a noise, but from a feeling, the kind that brushes against the inside of your ribs, like an idea not yet spoken. The air is cold, and the sky outside is still the deep velvety blue that hints at sunrise, but doesn't quite commit. You don't light the lantern this time. You walk barefoot quietly through the hallway and down the stairs, letting the hush of early morning carry you. The kitchen is waiting. So is the firewood. So is the silence. You wrap yourself in a shawl and crouch near the hearth, coaxing flame from embers with nothing but breath and patience. The spark takes. The light grows. You steep thyme and orange peel in hot water and sip it while watching the shadows lift away from the corners. Breakfast is just a heel of bread rubbed with garlic, toasted over the coals, then smeared with a thin layer of witness now mature enough to speak in full sentences. The cheese has gone slightly crystalline, catching the light on your knife like salt in sunlight. It tastes like a promise finally kept. The cellar greets you like an old friend with secrets. You descend without a word. The air is cool, slightly metallic. The scent is familiar, and layered wool, damp wood, citrus peel, something earthy and patient. You begin with lye, which is starting to firm. Its shape holds but only just like a child, pretending to stand still. You nod, adjust its cloth, and whisper, "Good liar." You move to pause now, dense and silent, as if the name had sunk into its core. Mirth is nearly ready to leave the shelf. You lift it carefully, press your thumbs into the side, and feel it push back. Assertive now, no longer asking for permission. Today you make a cut into shrug, which has been begging for attention all week. The rind breaks with a dry pop, and the inside crumbles slightly. Not soft, but not resistant. You taste it. The first impression is dusty hay, but then comes a curious note like old honey and summer air, followed by a bitter whisper that says, "Don't overthink it." You laugh out loud. You eat the rest with your fingers. No knife, no plate. Some cheeses deserve that kind of honesty. Lunch is a stew of white beans, wild onions, and sage, topped with crumbled bravery and a drizzle of oil infused with garlic and black pepper. The result is warm, sharp, soothing, and just a little too bold for the size of the bowl. You finish it anyway, licking the spoon when no one's looking, which is easy since no one is. This afternoon's historical note comes from a fragment of an Italian court record where a man tried to pass off goat cheese as cow's milk cheese during a feast for visiting nobles. The ruling public apology a fine, and his cheese confiscated for reconsideration. Scholars aren't sure if that meant destruction or repurposing, but either way you suspect someone still ate it. Cheese doesn't care who it belongs to, it just wants to be finished. You spend the afternoon re-wrapping older wheels. Storm now bears the scent of cold ash and fennel. Witness feels hollow near the center, as if aging has left behind more questions than answers. You touch whisper, which now leans to one side, and decide not to fix it. It's not your job to make everything upright. Sometimes leaning is what survival looks like. You begin another small batch, this time with dried mint and mustard seed folded into the curds. The texture is temperamental, the milk less obedient than usual, but you coax it gently like a child unwilling to sleep. You name this one Grin. It's a hopeful name, maybe even foolish. You don't care. It's a reminder to yourself. Later you taste letter again. Just a corner. The rind is thicker now, the flavor deeper, more layered. It starts with mushroom, then slips into lemon, then ends with something almost like metal, a note of sword or sorrow. You write. Letter speaks louder now, but only in whispers. You wrap it tightly and place it on the upper shelf. Dinner is late. You mash parsnips with vinegar and cracked black pepper, then top them with thin slices of whim warmed over the hearth until just beginning to melt. You eat cross-legged on the floor, back to the fire, watching the flicker of shadows against the far wall. The meal is soft, bright, and oddly cheerful. You feel more full than you expected. After cleaning, you return to the cellar for one last pass. It's darker now, quieter. You listen, not for mice or creaks, but for the silence that hovers between the shelves, the silence that says, it's working. The aging, the waiting, the transformation. You sit down on the cellar step lantern beside you and look at everything you've made. Grin, pause, shrug, whisper, storm, bravery. You realize you've spent more hours with these names than with most people. You don't feel lonely. You feel surrounded. You whisper a question to the dark, not expecting an answer. What will I taste like when I'm finished? The cheeses say nothing. But maybe that's the answer. You sleep deeper than expected. No dreams, no interruptions, just a thick, dark quiet that lets you rest so far below the surface you forget for a while where you are. When you wake, it's not morning anymore. It's midday, and the light outside is bright enough to make you squint. You blink slowly, sit up with a creaking spine and a groan you don't try to muffle. The house smells like warmth and something slightly sharp. Cheese again, always. You stretch long and full and mutter, "All right, let's see what's changed." The fire's gone cold, but there's still heat in the stones. You revive it gently, layering kindling like a ceremony. Your breakfast is now lunch, so you don't pretend otherwise. Just toast the last of yesterday's barley flatbread and top it with curls of storm, which has finally started to relax into itself. You chew slowly, the flavor building in quiet layers. There's something bitter at the edge today, like bark or bruised thyme, but it softens with the heat. You finish it with your eyes closed. Down in the cellar, the humidity is higher than you expected. The last storm may have seeped more than you thought. You check the corners, no standing water, just damp stones, the smell of moss rising stronger. You take a deep breath and hold it. It smells alive. You start your inspection where you left off. Grin has held its shape. That's a small miracle. It isn't weeping, isn't cracking, just resting like it knows how to wait. Whisper has bloomed again this time with a gray fuzz you didn't authorize. You scrape it clean and murmur, "Too clever for your own good." You place it back with firmer cloth. You unwrap Parable, which has now formed two distinct halves divided by the crease along its center. You break a piece from each side and taste them separately. One side is sharp, salty, precise. The other, creamy, soft, sweet. You smile. A cheese with a moral, you say aloud. But it disagrees with itself. You don't try to reconcile them. You wrap each half in different cloths and label them Parable Side A and Parable Side B. Vow continues to age into something pungent and noble. It smells like a choice made a long time ago. You turn it gently and find a line along its base that wasn't there before. A crack, a scar. You leave it. Not every wound needs fixing. You bring Witness upstairs for a midday meal. Slice it thick, layer it onto black rye with fig jam and a scatter of crushed nuts. It tastes like a cathedral, dark, echoing, slightly overwhelming. You can't finish the last bite. It demands too much attention. You wrap it again and return it to the shelf with a quiet apology. Not today. You spend the afternoon making labels inked by hand with a new nib you sharpen yourself. You give Grin a small, smiling crescent. You give Paws no decoration, just a tiny underline. Storm gets a jagged edge. Letter stays untouched. Its name is already enough. Your historical note today comes from a French abbot's diary in 1297. Today I buried a wheel of cheese because the taste was unbearable, but I couldn't bear to throw it away. You laugh out loud, write that in your book and underline it twice. Then you whisper to no cheese in particular. Yeah, same. Before dinner, you unseal a wheel marked Grace, one you haven't touched in weeks. It's bloomed beautifully white, even velvet smooth. You cut into it slowly. It's soft just inside the rind, chalky at the heart. The first taste is nothing, then lemon, then iron, then something that tastes like surrender. You chew slowly and right, not for everyone, but meant for someone. You eat it with roasted squash and cracked barley, then slice another piece to leave near the hearth. Not for you, for the house, for whatever watches when you're asleep. As darkness settles, you sit by the fire stitching new cloth for wrapping. You hum an old tune your grandmother might have sung, or maybe it's one you made up. Hard to tell now. Your hands move without instruction. Thread, pull, fold, knot. You don't think about anything. You just let the work carry you. Before bed, you return to the cellar one last time. You bring the lantern lower than usual, letting its light skim just above the stone floor. The shadows are longer this way. The wheels look like sleeping animals in their nests. You walk between them slowly, nodding once to each one. Pause. Grin. Lie. Witness. Storm. Shrug. Whisper. You pause longest at parable, touching the cloth of each half gently as if to say, you don't have to agree, you just have to exist. You don't speak when you leave. You just extinguish the lantern, climb the stairs, and breathe deeply as you shut the cellar door. You dream that night not of people or places, but of shapes, circles, spirals, rinds forming like armor, blades slicing soft interiors, the smell of time, the sound of wool, the feeling of hands you don't recognize working beside yours. It's not unsettling, just strange, familiar in a way that can't be explained. You wake with the word patience on your tongue. You don't know why. You just sit with it the way you sit with every cheese, quietly, attentively, with trust. You rise before the sun again, not because you must, but because something in your ribs insists that today needs more hours. The air is colder than it should be for this season, and the window pane is fogged with breath you haven't taken yet. You touch the glass. It's damp, a little sticky. The condensation trails down slowly, and your finger leaves a line like a ledger mark. You don't write anything in it, but you think of names anyway. Trace, ghost, begin. The fire takes time. The logs are damp from the week's rain, and the kindling needs coaxing. You blow pause, blow again. It catches. You sit back and watch it grow without moving. Something about the flames reminds you of storm, back when it first cracked and you thought it had failed. But it hadn't. It was just trying to breathe. Breakfast is humble yesterday's oat cake warmed on a stone, a smear of sour plum, and a sliver of shrug, now fully dry at the edge. It flakes like shale when you cut it. The taste has changed again, brighter somehow, almost citrusy, with an undercurrent of grass and sun. You didn't expect that. You chew slowly, listening to the kettle rattle against the hook as it boils. Today, you decide, is for documentation. You light the good lamp, clean the writing table, and bring up your oldest cellar book. The cover is warped. The pages curl like dried petals. You run your hands across the surface and think, you've held more than I ever said aloud. You begin to transcribe the most stubborn entries into the new ledger. Notes about whim from its early days, measurements of witness as it shrank, a sketch of letter when it first split, and a margin note, don't panic yet. You leave that one as is. At midday, you cut into lie. The interior has ripened unevenly, just as you hoped. The outer edges are dense and firm, almost nutty, but the center is loose and slightly runny, like a secret too fresh to hold shape. You taste each layer. They disagree with each other in the best way. You write structure as a story you tell yourself until it melts. You serve it with lentils and pickled garlic for lunch. The sharpness from the vinegar wakes up the sweetness in the cheese, and the dish becomes something accidental but honest. You eat with a wooden spoon and leave the bowl unwashed on the sill, letting the scent linger as a kind of offering. Today's historical detail is more philosophical than culinary. A Benedictine scribe once wrote, "A cheese's soul is revealed not in its taste, but in its timing." No one knows if he meant spoilage aging or patience, probably all three. You underline the quote and write beside it, "Truth may also apply to people." In the afternoon, you begin a new experiment, a tiny batch using brined nettles and a hint of ash in the rind. The curds resist. The milk is uncooperative. You push, gently folding instead of stirring, and name the new wheel Glimpse. Not because it shows something clearly, but because it almost does. You place it near the warm shelf by the chimney vent and whisper, "Grow the way you need to." You visit Parable again, now fully separated, two entities that once shared a name. Side A has gone dense and salty like an argument shouted through a locked door. Side B has grown soft, forgiving like the apology someone never hears. You stack them together in the cellar as if to remind them you're still part of the same story. The light fades early today. Clouds hang thick over the hills, and there's talk in town that the bridge near the mill might be lost to the stream if the rain returns. You stay home. You cook barley and sage, fold in slices of grace, and press the whole thing into a pan to roast near the fire. The crust crisps. The interior hums. You eat it slowly, leaning against the hearthstone, watching sparks jump like thoughts you haven't had yet. Later, you inventory the smaller wheels. Pause is nearly silent. No bloom, no sag, no shift. It just is. Grin has started to flatten slightly on one side. You rotate it, not to correct, just to offer another perspective. Whisper is now entirely silver gray with a fuzz like fog. You consider wiping it down, then don't. You let it be strange. Before bed, you do something you haven't done in a while. You unseal a letter from last year, one you wrote to no one, just folded into the cellar ledger. It begins, "If I don't remember why I started, at least let me remember that I kept going." You read it twice. You don't cry. You don't need to. You just close the letter, place it back between the pages, and tuck the book beneath your arm as you climb the stairs. The house groans once as you settle under the blankets and you whisper back, "I know it's heavy sometimes." You fall asleep, listening for a sound that never comes, but feeling instead the warmth of everything below, every wheel, every label, every fault line and rind, crackling just a little more into readiness. You don't dream tonight, but you wake with the word yield in your mouth, and you say it aloud before standing. It feels like the right way to begin. You wake slowly, not because the morning is gentle, but because you are. The world feels quiet in that layered way, like snow might be falling, even though it's too early in the season for that. The fire has gone out entirely. The coals are cold and gray. Your fingers are stiff as you pull on your boots, but you don't hurry. Not today. You walk downstairs wrapped in a wool shawl that still smells faintly of nettle soap and wood smoke. The kitchen is dim. You don't light the lamp. Instead, you go to the back door and open it wide. The air outside is heavy with mist, the kind that doesn't rise so much as settle in around things. You step out barefoot into the dew-drenched stone, let it sting your feet for a moment, then breathe deep. Earth, ash, something faintly sweet, maybe quince from the neighbor's tree. You go back inside feeling more awake than you have in days. You skip breakfast, not out of punishment, just a kind of curiosity. What happens if the first thing you taste today is something that's waited for you? You light the lantern and go to the cellar. It greets you like always, not with drama, but with weight. The kind of presence that feels like time turned into smell and silence. You begin with glimpse now, a few days old. The rind is forming faster than expected. You didn't salt it enough. You know this now, but you also know it won't ruin anything. Just change it. You press your thumb into its side. Still pliable, still listening. You say, not bad for a guess. You pass, whisper, lie, storm, shrug. You touch each without saying much. They know their work. Today you are thinking about letter, which you haven't cut again since the last time it startled you with its honesty. You unwrap it slowly. The rind has thickened. The shape has sunk a little. You slice near the edge. The interior is a new color, deeper, almost gold. You taste it. It's brighter than before, spiced almost. You sit with the flavor and murmur. You're learning to speak. You eat the rest of the slice while sitting cross-legged on the cellar floor. Midday comes without bells. You eat pickled turnips with rye crackers and a crumble of bravery. The combination is sharp, sour, and oddly triumphant. You chew slowly, letting the textures remind you where you are. There's a warmth to it, not the heat of fire, but the heat of resolve. You write, the rind is not armor. It's the part that's brave enough to touch the world first. After lunch, you bring your notes to the window and spend an hour in the patchy sunlight mapping flavors like constellations. You draw little stars to represent salt grit, sweet bloom, barn burnt edge. You connect them with dotted lines and label the clusters memory, regret, surprise. You laugh at yourself and keep going. You don't plan to publish any of this, but still the map grows. Your historical fact today is more curious than useful. In 1304, a cheesemaker in Flanders was fined for refusing to cut open a wheel to prove it had no rot inside. He claimed it was a sacred offering. The court disagreed. The wheel was sliced, eaten, and according to one record, praised for its flavor. The cheese didn't rot. The story did. You underline that part and write what we protect may still be devoured. You open a new wheel this afternoon. One without a name yet, just a date. You cut into it slowly. The interior is soft, smooth, almost custard-like. The smell is hard to define: smoked milk, apple bark, old wool. It tastes like someone else's story. You name it, borrowed. Dinner is simple: roasted carrots, a smear of borrowed, and a bit of honey folded into boiled millet. The dish tastes like sweetness that almost forgot it was bitter first. You eat it by the window as the mist begins to thicken again, curling through the trees, blurring the view of the road. Later, you take a piece of parable up to bed, side A. You eat it in silence, lying flat with the window open and the fog pressing in. You think about questions you still haven't answered. Why cheese? Why names? Why stories instead of silence? But then you realize stories are how silence finds shape. And cheese is what happens when waiting gets a body. You don't go back to the cellar tonight. You just leave the lamp burning low and the door slightly open. You want the cheeses to know they're not forgotten. You want them to hear you breathing in the floor above. As you close your eyes, a phrase surfaces from nowhere. The middle never knows how close it is to the end. You let it drift unclaimed. Not every thought needs a name. You sleep with your hands above the blanket, palms open. The house settles around you. You wake to the sound of dripping. Not rain exactly, just the slow, persistent drop of moisture from the eaves hitting the stone step outside the back door. A rhythm. A clock, if you choose to listen that way. You don't rise quickly. You lie still and listen to it counting between each drop, as if that'll tell you something: how long you've been asleep, how far into the season you are, How many days are left before the first frost? None of these questions are answered, but the counting comforts you. You rise without lighting the fire. The mist from yesterday has returned heavier now, curling through the cracks around the window like a breath held too long. The house smells damp and quiet, like wet wool and cedar bark. You boil water for tea, not because you're thirsty, but because the ritual matters. A pinch of mint, a sliver of ginger, a dried slice of apple. You hold the cup with both hands and let the steam soften your fingers. Breakfast is the heel of a rye loaf dry enough to tap like wood. You soak it in broth from last night's lentils, then spread a soft wedge of whim across the top. The cheese breaks slightly, not from age, but from chill. It hasn't warmed enough to yield. You chew carefully. The flavor is stubborn but honest. A little like pine, a little like sweat. You write, whim doesn't flirt anymore. It tells the truth now. Downstairs, the cellar feels colder than usual. The stones sweat. The wheels seem tense, as if they too sense the shift in air pressure. You check the cloth on lye, still firm, still dry. Pause has a bloom that wasn't there yesterday. You don't scrape it off. You stare at it instead, wondering what it's trying to become. You move on. Today is for the oldest cheeses, the ones you've avoided not out of fear, but out of reverence. You unstack a wooden crate labeled only before. The cloth is thick with salt stains. The wheel inside is heavy, denser than it should be for its size. You unwrap it like an artifact, not entirely sure you'll like what you find. The rind is cracked, sunken slightly at the center. You press gently. It resists, then caves. You cut. The sound is wrong, too brittle. The inside is dry, crumbly, almost dusty. You smell it. It offers nothing. No bloom, no barnyard, no firewood, no citrus. Just dust. You taste a corner anyway. It tastes like a promise that didn't keep. You set it aside, and right before is only useful if you're going back there. I'm not. Lunch is tea again, this time with pickled onion and a slice of glimpse. You eat standing by the door, watching mist thicken into rain. The cheese is sharper now, the rind beginning to darken. It hums against your tongue. You think glimpse is turning into warning, but you don't rename it. Not yet. Your historical moment today is brief, but strange. A 14th century abbess in Bavaria insisted on storing cheese not in a cellar, but in the cloister library among the books and scrolls. Her reason, cheese-like knowledge requires quiet, and both rot when forgotten. She was eventually overruled. The books were moved, the cheeses remained. No record mentions the books again. You copy that entire quote into your ledger and underline rot when forgotten. You stare at the words longer than you mean to. Afternoon brings clarity. You clean the entire cellar, not just dusting and turning wheels, but wiping each shelf, tightening each cloth wrap, replacing brittle labels with fresh ones. You hum while you work. Not a song you know, just something with breath and rhythm. The cheeses seem to listen. You cut into parable both sides this time and eat them together for the first time in weeks. The flavors don't blend. They argue, one sharp, one yielding, one bitter, one warm. But somehow the contrast tastes like understanding, not agreement, just recognition. You write, parable isn't a conclusion. It's a conversation. Dinner is roasted turnips in vinegar and thyme, topped with paws sliced so thin it curls. The taste is shy, but persistent. You eat slowly, letting each bite sit for a while before chewing. You feel full before the bowl is empty. You finish the night with a candle and a blank page. Not the ledger, not the cheese book, just paper. You write names you haven't used yet. Attempt, linger, doubt, edge, wish. You don't know if these will be cheeses. Maybe they're just feelings. You fold the paper, tuck it into the kitchen wall behind the loose board, and whisper, "For later." You go to bed without lighting the lamp. The mist outside has turned to fog, and the trees are just shapes, now gray ghosts bending slightly in the wind. You fall asleep thinking of Rind as skin bloom, as voice milk as memory. You dream of a wheel too large to carry, cracking open on the floor, spilling not cheese, but song. You wake to the sound of wood settling, not the sharp crack of something breaking, just the deep creaking groan of timber, remembering that it used to be a tree. The house speaks like this when the air shifts, when storms are near, or when seasons tilt slightly closer to forgetting themselves. You lie still, eyes open in the dark, and listen. There's something soothing about it. The house isn't complaining, it's just stretching. You don't light the fire this time. You wrap yourself in your thickest shawl and move through the kitchen like a shadow. The bread is gone. The broth, too. You slice a wedge from shrug now fully matured into something dry, with a rind that flakes when you tap it. You eat it with your fingers, no plate, no ceremony. It's quiet food for a quiet day. The flavor is dense and slow, like something being held back deliberately. It's not trying to impress you. It's just showing up. You write. Shrug is a cheese that minds its own business. Respect. You go to the cellar earlier than usual. You carry a single candle, letting it flicker against the walls. The air down there is cooler again, more focused. You find glimpse first. The rind is hardened in a strange pattern, almost like veins branching across the surface in faint gray threads. You touch it and feel a kind of vibration. Not real, maybe, just imagined. But enough to make you whisper, "You're about to change again, aren't you?" You leave it alone. You spend most of the morning with the wheels that aren't working. Storm has begun to dry unevenly. One side bulges. You lift it and place it on a cooler shelf, hoping gravity will forgive what time hasn't fixed. Letter has cracked again, but now you're less afraid. You've seen this before. Sometimes the break is how the flavor finds its voice. You taste a crumb from the edge. It's sharper, brighter, cleaner than before. You smile. Letters found its second act. You say out loud just to hear the words. Today, you decide to make a hard choice. You unwrap before the ancient, dry, crumbling wheel you couldn't taste last time without disappointment. You cut a wedge, break it apart, and begin mixing it into barley dough. You don't speak while you work. You just knead and fold, press, and seal. You bake it on a stone over open flame, watching the edges crisp and curl. The result is brittle, oddly sour, with flecks of salt that don't dissolve. You eat the first bite alone. It's not delicious, but it feels resolved. You write, even what fails can feed something else. Lunch is honey and pickled plum over whisper, which has now bloomed into a full silver-white lace across its surface. You don't wipe it off. You cut straight through, serve it as it is. The inside is soft, sweet, faintly metallic. The bloom adds bitterness, but it doesn't overwhelm. You chew slowly, eyes closed. You write whispers, not hiding anymore. You spend the afternoon cleaning the ledger, physically cleaning it. The cover is dusty, the spine loose. You stitch the corners with twine and beeswax iron the pages flat under the weight of a rock. It feels like an act of kindness. You don't write anything new for a while, just turn the pages, rereading everything from the beginning. You reach an old entry from when witness was first aging. You'd written too strong to serve, too interesting to throw out. Wait longer. You smile. Still true. Today's historical curiosity is from a 1322 monastic letter detailing how a single cheese was gifted from one abbey to another, not for taste, but to preserve friendship. The letter says, "This wheel carries our silence and goodwill." No one ate it, It was placed on a shelf in the cloister, left untouched until it crumbled decades later. You underline that sentence twice. Dinner is a kind of soup. You boil bones, herbs, root vegetables. You slice vow into the pot and let it melt slowly, thickening the broth. It smells like wood smoke and thyme and something else you can't place something older. You eat 3 bowls without pausing. The salt from the cheese deepens every other flavor. You don't write anything. You just stare at the empty bowl. Before sleep, you take a small knife and carve a new shelf near the back of the cellar. Not a big one, just enough space for one small wheel. You don't know what it's for yet, but you label it anyway, future. The candle flickers beside your hand. You nod at the shelf for whatever I'm not ready for yet. Upstairs, the wind has picked up. The trees speak again in low creaks. You get into bed without washing your hands. They still smell like salt and rind and pine ash. You pull the covers up, exhale, and say aloud to the ceiling, "Tomorrow we name something brave." You don't dream, but just before waking, a single word echoes behind your eyelids, "Linger." You carry it with you into the day. The morning begins before light. Not because something wakes you, but because something calls you. A presence, not a voice, not a memory, but a presence, pulling from beneath the floorboards. You lie still under the blanket, listening to your own heartbeat echo softly in the quiet room. You know what day it is, not by calendar, not by ritual, but by weight. Some days are heavier than others, and this one presses gently at the edges like a long-held truth waiting to be spoken. You rise barefoot without lighting the lantern. The boards beneath your feet creak like old knees. You let them. You don't rush. You move by feel, brushing your fingers along the wall until your hand finds the cellar key hanging on its hook. You don't drink tea. You don't stoke the fire. You go straight to the door beneath the stairs, open it slowly, and descend. The cellar air is cooler today, wrapped in that particular kind of stillness that feels like reverence. You stand at the threshold a moment longer, letting your eyes adjust, letting the silence greet you like an old friend. Then you take the first step. The wheels greet you too, not audibly, not visibly, but you feel them noticing, as if they sense what you're here to do. You go first to whim now, little more than a sliver waxy and orange, but still humming with memory. You break off a piece, eat it raw, sharp, tangy, brighter than it has any right to be. You nod in respect. Then you pass storm, now fully collapsed at the center, looking like an old crater. You touch the surface. It's soft but stable. You held on, you say. You begin your round, speaking each name aloud. Shrug, letter, witness, grace, pause, parable. Some respond with scent, sweet hay, wet stone, lemon, and lichen. Others say nothing. That's all right. Not every goodbye needs words. You open the small cloth bundle you've carried in your pocket, a tiny paper label folded into fourths. On it, a single word written in pencil. Enough. You place the label gently on the empty shelf at the back, the one carved just days ago marked future. You run your fingers across the wood trace, the outline of your carving, and say softly, "There is enough now." You don't cry, not because you're trying not to, but because the feeling isn't sadness. It's fullness, like the moment just before a ripe fruit falls. You return upstairs and light the fire. The flame catches quickly today, almost gratefully. You prepare breakfast with deliberate ease, toasted oat cake, a drizzle of walnut oil, and the final piece of lye. Its rind cracked but dignified, its core mellowed to a golden glow. You eat slowly, feeling each bite settle behind your ribs. You write lie aged into truth. I did too. The rest of the morning is for the ledger. Not to record anything new, but to close. You reread every page, noticing the early frantic scrawls of excitement and confusion, the middle entries thick with notes, regrets, triumphs. And then the quieter recent ones where you stopped trying to say everything and started just listening. You underline a dozen small phrases, all of them different in tone but identical in meaning. Wait longer. You close the book, tie it shut with a leather strap and place it on the top shelf. Midday comes with golden light through the kitchen window, softer than usual, diffused by clouds, but not obscured. You pour yourself a bowl of broth, place a single slice of whisper into it, and let it melt slowly. The smell rises gently comforting without asking for attention. You eat in silence, not out of solemnity, but gratitude. The historical fact today comes from your own notes, a copied excerpt from a 15th century Swiss merchant's journal who traveled with a cheese wheel from Basel to Paris unbroken, unrefrigerated, and untouched for 6 weeks. He wrote, "It aged beside me. When I arrived, it was no longer the cheese I'd carried, but the cheese I needed." You laugh aloud at that. Then right beside it, same. You walk the edge of the property in the afternoon, boots crunching on fallen leaves, the sky hanging low with a hush of gray. You find the old fence post that marks where the garden used to be, long since overgrown. You kneel, brush away debris, and place a small stone in the soil. No marker, no plaque. Just a stone. Just a reminder. Something happened here. Something mattered. Dinner is a baked squash stuffed with barley, dried cranberries, and shavings of glimpse. The cheese has softened now, almost sweet its rind, flaking like birch bark. The flavor blends beautifully sweet and savory and earthy like autumn remembering spring. You close your eyes with each bite, letting it echo through your tongue. You think, this is how endings should taste. You wash the dishes with warm water and mint leaves, humming something you don't recognize, a tune with no name. The cellar is quiet now. Not silent, but calm. The work is finished. The wheels are aging without you. You are no longer the caretaker. You are something else now. Before sleep, you light the lantern and return downstairs once more, just to say good night. You walk past each wheel, touching none, just whispering names like prayers: storm, whisper, grace, glimpse, borrowed, parable. And finally, enough. You blow out the candle and let the dark close around you. You dream of wheels, cheese wheels, spinning like planets, turning slowly in a sky made of wood and fog. They orbit above your head, not threatening, not even distant, just present. You stand in the center of them, arms loose at your sides, watching them drift in silence. One wheel opens like a flower. Another hums like a song. You try to reach for one, but your hand passes through it like smoke. Then your voice maybe says, "You can't carry them anymore. You don't need to." You wake before you can ask what that means. Morning light doesn't reach the cellar anymore. Not the way it used to. The mist outside hangs low, turning the glass to frosted gray. You stay in bed longer than usual, letting your body soften into the sheets, letting your breath lengthen and slow. There's no rush now, no work calling, no cheese that cannot wait. The house breathes with you, timbers creaking, hearth crackling, faintly wind pressing gently against the shutters. You feel held. Eventually you rise and prepare a bowl of porridge with dried apricot, a drizzle of honey, and the last slice of whisper. The cheese melts quickly, its bloom folding into the oats like memory into fabric. You eat in silence. Not because there's nothing to say, but because everything has already been said. You write, "The cellar is full." So am I. Today's task is the simplest and the strangest. You close the book, not metaphorically, literally. You gather every scrap of parchment, every label, every half-formed recipe and scattered tasting note. You bundle them in twine, place them into a wooden box, and store the box beneath the bed, not to hide it, just to let it rest. You say aloud, "I remember," without reading. And you do. Your historical fact today comes from a medieval French play that featured a cheesemaker as the wise fool, a man who spoke only in metaphors about rinds and rot and time. The audience laughed at him, but every word he said came true by the final act. His last line was, "Only the cheese knows what the milk meant." You close the book and say it aloud twice. The second time, it makes you laugh. Afternoon arrives without notice. You spend it in the kitchen preparing a dish you haven't tried in years, a leek and nettle pie with goat's cheese and crushed walnuts. You use a soft round labeled, "Maybe left aging for too long but still velvety" at the center. The crust breaks perfectly. The smell fills the room with a warmth that doesn't just comfort, it remembers. You take your time eating. The crust flakes into your lap. You don't clean it right away. You just sit there chewing slowly, letting yourself linger. You walk the boundary of the property again, this time carrying no basket, no tools, just yourself. The trees are bare now. The mist is lifting slightly, revealing the moss along the stone wall and the dark, glossy tops of the mushrooms pushing up through leaves. You don't pick anything. You just notice. You think this place will keep aging even without me turning it. You return home to find the fire burned low. You feed it gently, one log, 2 kindling branches, and watch as the flame curls up from nothing, licks the stone grate, and rises with a sigh. You sit beside it and hold a wedge of parable in your hand, watching the rind curl from the warmth. You eat slowly. No notes, no commentary, just presence. You whisper, "I hear you now." Dinner is simple chestnut soup, a slice of toasted rye, and the final crumble of grace. The cheese is delicate, almost too soft to cut, and dissolves quickly on your tongue. It tastes like something you almost forgot. You write grace doesn't need explanation, just attention. The evening brings a stillness that feels earned. You take one last look at the cellar, not to check, not to fix, not even to remember, just to stand in the doorway, eyes adjusting to the dim. The cheeses rest, the walls hum, the shelf marked, "Future is empty, but not lonely." You say nothing. You close the door gently and slide the bolt into place. Upstairs, the hearth glows quietly. You sit beside it with a wool blanket over your knees, a mug of spiced cider in your hands. Outside, the wind is rising, the trees bow, the windows tremble faintly in their panes. But inside, it is warm, quiet, and whole. You don't light a candle before bed. You don't need to. You know the way. You climb beneath the blanket, press your palms together, and whisper, "Let it age without me." The house seems to nod. And as your breathing deepens, you think not of the cheeses, not of the ledger, not even of the cellar. You think of the silence between bites, the pause before swallowing, the weight of something earned. You sleep like a wheel settling into its shape, no urgency, no turning, just being. There's a stillness now that doesn't beg for silence, it rewards it. The kind of stillness that only arrives when the last piece has finally clicked into place, and the puzzle stops pretending it's incomplete. You stand at the edge of the known world, or at least the edge of your version of it. Behind you, orchards, wild hedges, forgotten vines. Ahead, the soft slope of the hill where you first began, now lit by a gentler kind of sunlight, the kind that glows low and wide like it's trying not to wake anyone. You breathe in, and the scent isn't of one thing anymore. It's of everything: mint and plum, fig and damp soil, currant and old wood. It smells like time, not lost, not wasted, just wandered. Your boots crunch quietly as you start down the hill, the weight of the satchel a comforting pull at your side. And for the first time you realize it's heavier than it was, but you're not. There's a lightness to you now, a balance. You've carried stories, and now they carry you back. The trees begin to thin, and you reach a stone step you hadn't noticed before, carved with a spiral. You place your foot on it, then the next. And with each step, the silence stays with you. Not clinging, just present, like breath, like a promise. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace. You rise before the sun again, not because you must, but because something in your ribs insists that today needs more hours. The air is colder than it should be for this season, and the window pane is fogged with breath you haven't taken yet. You touch the glass. It's damp, a little sticky. The condensation trails down slowly, and your finger leaves a line like a ledger mark. You don't write anything in it, but you think of names anyway. Trace, ghost, begin. The fire takes time. The logs are damp from the week's rain, and the kindling needs coaxing. You blow pause, blow again. It catches. You sit back and watch it grow without moving. Something about the flames reminds you of storm, back when it first cracked and you thought it had failed. But it hadn't. It was just trying to breathe. Breakfast is humble yesterday's oat cake warmed on a stone, a smear of sour plum, and a sliver of shrug, now fully dry at the edge. It flakes like shale when you cut it. The taste has changed again, brighter somehow, almost citrusy, with an undercurrent of grass and sun. You didn't expect that. You chew slowly, listening to the kettle rattle against the hook as it boils. Today, you decide, is for documentation. You light the good lamp, clean the writing table, and bring up your oldest cellar book. The cover is warped. The pages curl like dried petals. You run your hands across the surface and think, "You've held more than I ever said aloud." You begin to transcribe the most stubborn entries into the new ledger. Notes about whim from its early days, measurements of witness as it shrank, a sketch of letter when it first split, and a margin note, "Don't panic yet." You leave that one as is. At midday you cut into lie. The interior has ripened unevenly, just as you hoped. The outer edges are dense and firm, almost nutty, but the center is loose and slightly runny, like a secret too fresh to hold shape. You taste each layer. They disagree with each other in the best way. You write structure as a story you tell yourself until it melts. You serve it with lentils and pickled garlic for lunch. The sharpness from the vinegar wakes up the sweetness in the cheese, and the dish becomes something accidental but honest. You eat with a wooden spoon and leave the bowl unwashed on the sill, letting the scent linger as a kind of offering. Today's historical detail is more philosophical than culinary. A Benedictine scribe once wrote, "A cheese's soul is revealed not in its taste, but in its timing." No one knows if he meant spoilage aging or patience, probably all three. You underline the quote and write beside it, "Truth may also apply to people." In the afternoon, you begin a new experiment, a tiny batch using brined nettles and a hint of ash in the rind. The curds resist. The milk is uncooperative. You push, gently folding instead of stirring, and name the new wheel Glimpse. Not because it shows something clearly, but because it almost does. You place it near the warm shelf by the chimney vent and whisper, "Grow the way you need to." You visit Parable again, now fully separated, two entities that once shared a name. Side A has gone dense and salty like an argument shouted through a locked door. Side B has grown soft, forgiving like the apology someone never hears. You stack them together in the cellar as if to remind them you're still part of the same story. The light fades early today. Clouds hang thick over the hills, and there's talk in town that the bridge near the mill might be lost to the stream if the rain returns. You stay home. You cook barley and sage, fold in slices of grace, and press the whole thing into a pan to roast near the fire. The crust crisps. The interior hums. You eat it slowly, leaning against the hearthstone, watching sparks jump like thoughts you haven't had yet. Later you inventory the smaller wheels. Pause is nearly silent. No bloom, no sag, no shift. It just is. Grin has started to flatten slightly on one side. You rotate it, not to correct, just to offer another perspective. Whisper is now entirely silver gray with a fuzz like fog. You consider wiping it down, then don't. You let it be strange. Before bed you do something you haven't done in a while. You unseal a letter from last year, one you wrote to no one, just folded into the cellar ledger. It begins. If I don't remember why I started, at least let me remember that I kept going. You read it twice. You don't cry. You don't need to. You just close the letter, place it back between the pages, and tuck the book beneath your arm as you climb the stairs. The house groans once as you settle under the blankets and you whisper back, I know it's heavy sometimes. You fall asleep listening for a sound that never comes, but feeling instead the warmth of everything below, every wheel, every label, every fault line and rind, crackling just a little more into readiness. You don't dream tonight, but you wake with the word yield in your mouth and you say it aloud before standing. It feels like the right way to begin. You wake slowly, not because the morning is gentle, but because you are. The world feels quiet in that layered way, like snow might be falling, even though it's too early in the season for that. The fire has gone out entirely. The coals are cold and gray. Your fingers are stiff as you pull on your boots, but you don't hurry. Not today. You walk downstairs wrapped in a wool shawl that still smells faintly of nettle soap and wood smoke. The kitchen is dim. You don't light the lamp. Instead, you go to the back door and open it wide. The air outside is heavy with mist, the kind that doesn't rise so much as settle in around things. You step out barefoot into the dew-drenched stone, let it sting your feet for a moment, then breathe deep. Earth, ash, something faintly sweet, maybe quince from the neighbor's tree. You go back inside feeling more awake than you have in days. You skip breakfast, not out of punishment, just a kind of curiosity. What happens if the first thing you taste today is something that's waited for you? You light the lantern and go to the cellar. It greets you like always, not with drama, but with weight. The kind of presence that feels like time turned into smell and silence. You begin with glimpse now, a few days old. The rind is forming faster than expected. You didn't salt it enough. You know this now, but you also know it won't ruin anything. Just change it. You press your thumb into its side. Still pliable, still listening. You say, not bad for a guess. You pass, whisper, lie, storm, shrug. You touch each without saying much. They know their work. Today you are thinking about letter, which you haven't cut again since the last time it startled you with its honesty. You unwrap it slowly. The rind has thickened. The shape has sunk a little. You slice near the edge. The interior is a new color, deeper, almost gold. You taste it. It's brighter than before, spiced almost. You sit with the flavor and murmur. You're learning to speak. You eat the rest of the slice while sitting cross-legged on the cellar floor. Midday comes without bells. You eat pickled turnips with rye crackers and a crumble of bravery. The combination is sharp, sour, and oddly triumphant. You chew slowly, letting the textures remind you where you are. There's a warmth to it, not the heat of fire, but the heat of resolve. You write, "The rind is not armor. It's the part that's brave enough to touch the world first." After lunch, you bring your notes to the window and spend an hour in the patchy sunlight mapping flavors like constellations. You draw little stars to represent salt grit, sweet bloom, barn burnt edge. You connect them with dotted lines and label the clusters memory, regret, surprise. You laugh at yourself and keep going. You don't plan to publish any of this, but still the map grows. Your historical fact today is more curious than useful. In 1304, a cheesemaker in Flanders was fined for refusing to cut open a wheel to prove it had no rot inside. He claimed it was a sacred offering. The court disagreed. The wheel was sliced, eaten, and according to one record, praised for its flavor. The cheese didn't rot. The story did. You underline that part and write, "What we protect may still be devoured." You open a new wheel this afternoon. One without a name yet, just a date. You cut into it slowly. The interior is soft, smooth, almost custard-like. The smell is hard to define: smoked milk, apple bark, old wool. It tastes like someone else's story. You name it borrowed. Dinner is simple: roasted carrots, a smear of borrowed, and a bit of honey folded into boiled millet. The dish tastes like sweetness that almost forgot it was bitter first. You eat it by the window as the mist begins to thicken again, curling through the trees, blurring the view of the road. Later, you take a piece of parable up to bed. Side A. You eat it in silence, lying flat with the window open and the fog pressing in. You think about questions you still haven't answered. Why cheese? Why names? Why stories instead of silence? But then you realize stories are how silence finds shape. And cheese is what happens when waiting gets a body. You don't go back to the cellar tonight. You just leave the lamp burning low and the door slightly open. You want the cheeses to know they're not forgotten. You want them to hear you breathing in the floor above. As you close your eyes, a phrase surfaces from nowhere. The middle never knows how close it is to the end. You let it drift unclaimed. Not every thought needs a name. You sleep with your hands above the blanket, palms open. The house settles around you. You wake to the sound of dripping. Not rain exactly, just the slow, persistent drop of moisture from the eaves hitting the stone step outside the back door. A rhythm. A clock, if you choose to listen that way. You don't rise quickly. You lie still and listen to it counting between each drop, as if that'll tell you something: how long you've been asleep, how far into the season you are, how many days are left before the first frost. None of these questions are answered, but the counting comforts you. You rise without lighting the fire. The mist from yesterday has returned heavier now, curling through the cracks around the window like a breath held too long. The house smells damp and quiet, like wet wool and cedar bark. You boil water for tea, not because you're thirsty, but because the ritual matters. A pinch of mint, a sliver of ginger, a dried slice of apple. You hold the cup with both hands and let the steam soften your fingers. Breakfast is the heel of a rye loaf dry enough to tap like wood. You soak it in broth from last night's lentils, then spread a soft wedge of whim across the top. The cheese breaks slightly, not from age, but from chill. It hasn't warmed enough to yield. You chew carefully. The flavor is stubborn but honest. A little like pine, a little like sweat. You write, "Whim doesn't flirt anymore. It tells the truth now." Downstairs, the cellar feels colder than usual. The stones sweat. The wheels seem tense, as if they too sense the shift in air pressure. You check the cloth on lye, still firm, still dry. Pause has a bloom that wasn't there yesterday. You don't scrape it off. You stare at it instead, wondering what it's trying to become. You move on. Today is for the oldest cheeses, the ones you've avoided not out of fear, but out of reverence. You unstack a wooden crate labeled only before. The cloth is thick with salt stains. The wheel inside is heavy, denser than it should be for its size. You unwrap it like an artifact, not entirely sure you'll like what you find. The rind is cracked, sunken slightly at the center. You press gently. It resists, then caves. You cut. The sound is wrong, too brittle. The inside is dry, crumbly, almost dusty. You smell it. It offers nothing. No bloom, no barnyard, no firewood, no citrus. Just dust. You taste a corner anyway. It tastes like a promise that didn't keep. You set it aside, and right before is only useful if you're going back there. I'm not. Lunch is tea again, this time with pickled onion and a slice of glimpse. You eat standing by the door, watching mist thicken into rain. The cheese is sharper now, the rind beginning to darken. It hums against your tongue. You think glimpse is turning into warning, but you don't rename it. Not yet. Your historical moment today is brief, but strange. The 14th century abbess in Bavaria insisted on storing cheese not in a cellar, but in the cloister library among the books and scrolls. Her reason, cheese-like knowledge requires quiet, and both rot when forgotten. She was eventually overruled. The books were moved, the cheeses remained. No record mentions the books again. You copy that entire quote into your ledger and underline rot when forgotten. You stare at the words longer than you mean to. Afternoon brings clarity. You clean the entire cellar, not just dusting and turning wheels, but wiping each shelf, tightening each cloth wrap, replacing brittle labels with fresh ones. You hum while you work. Not a song you know, just something with breath and rhythm. The cheeses seem to listen. You cut into parable both sides this time and eat them together for the first time in weeks. The flavors don't blend. They argue, one sharp, one yielding, one bitter, one warm. But somehow the contrast tastes like understanding, not agreement, just recognition. You write, parable isn't a conclusion. It's a conversation. Dinner is roasted turnips in vinegar and thyme, topped with paws sliced so thin it curls. The taste is shy, but persistent. You eat slowly, letting each bite sit for a while before chewing. You feel full before the bowl is empty. You finish the night with a candle and a blank page. Not the ledger, not the cheese book, just paper. You write names you haven't used yet. Attempt, linger, doubt, edge, wish. You don't know if these will be cheeses. Maybe they're just feelings. You fold the paper, tuck it into the kitchen wall behind the loose board, and whisper, for later. You go to bed without lighting the lamp. The mist outside has turned to fog, and the trees are just shapes. Now gray ghosts bending slightly in the wind. You fall asleep thinking of rind as skin bloom, as voice milk, as memory. You dream of a wheel too large to carry, cracking open on the floor, spilling not cheese, but song. You wake to the sound of wood settling, not the sharp crack of something breaking, just the deep creaking groan of timber, remembering that it used to be a tree. The house speaks like this when the air shifts, when storms are near, or when seasons tilt slightly closer to forgetting themselves. You lie still, eyes open in the dark, and listen. There's something soothing about it. The house isn't complaining, it's just stretching. You don't light the fire this time. You wrap yourself in your thickest shawl and move through the kitchen like a shadow. The bread is gone. The broth, too. You slice a wedge from shrug now fully matured into something dry, with a rind that flakes when you tap it. You eat it with your fingers, no plate, no ceremony. It's quiet food for a quiet day. The flavor is dense and slow, like something being held back deliberately. It's not trying to impress you. It's just showing up. You write. Shrug is a cheese that minds its own business. Respect. You go to the cellar earlier than usual. You carry a single candle, letting it flicker against the walls. The air down there is cooler again, more focused. You find glimpse first. The rind is hardened in a strange pattern, almost like veins branching across the surface in faint gray threads. You touch it and feel a kind of vibration. Not real, maybe. Just imagined. But enough to make you whisper, "You're about to change again, aren't you?" You leave it alone. You spend most of the morning with the wheels that aren't working. Storm has begun to dry unevenly. One side bulges. You lift it and place it on a cooler shelf, hoping gravity will forgive what time hasn't fixed. Letter has cracked again, but now you're less afraid. You've seen this before. Sometimes the break is how the flavor finds its voice. You taste a crumb from the edge. It's sharper, brighter, cleaner than before. You smile. Letters found its second act. You say out loud just to hear the words. Today, you decide to make a hard choice. You unwrap before the ancient, dry, crumbling wheel you couldn't taste last time without disappointment. You cut a wedge, break it apart, and begin mixing it into barley dough. You don't speak while you work. You just knead and fold, press, and seal. You bake it on a stone over open flame, watching the edges crisp and curl. The result is brittle, oddly sour, with flecks of salt that don't dissolve. You eat the first bite alone. It's not delicious, but it feels resolved. You write, even what fails can feed something else. Lunch is honey and pickled plum over whisper, which has now bloomed into a full silver-white lace across its surface. You don't wipe it off. You cut straight through, serve it as it is. The inside is soft, sweet, faintly metallic. The bloom adds bitterness, but it doesn't overwhelm. You chew slowly, eyes closed. You write whispers, not hiding anymore. You spend the afternoon cleaning the ledger, physically cleaning it. The cover is dusty, the spine loose. You stitch the corners with twine and beeswax iron the pages flat under the weight of a rock. It feels like an act of kindness. You don't write anything new for a while, just turn the pages, rereading everything from the beginning. You reach an old entry from when witness was first aging. You'd written too strong to serve, too interesting to throw out. Wait longer. You smile. Still true. Today's historical curiosity is from a 1322 monastic letter detailing how a single cheese was gifted from one abbey to another, not for taste, but to preserve friendship. The letter says, "This wheel carries our silence and goodwill." No one ate it. It was placed on a shelf in the cloister, left untouched until it crumbled decades later. You underline that sentence twice. Dinner is a kind of soup. You boil bones, herbs, root vegetables. You slice vow into the pot and let it melt slowly, thickening the broth. It smells like wood smoke and thyme and something else you can't place something older. You eat 3 bowls without pausing. The salt from the cheese deepens every other flavor. You don't write anything. You just stare at the empty bowl. Before sleep, you take a small knife and carve a new shelf near the back of the cellar. Not a big one, just enough space for one small wheel. You don't know what it's for yet, but you label it anyway. Future. The candle flickers beside your hand. You nod at the shelf. For whatever I'm not ready for yet. Upstairs, the wind has picked up. The trees speak again in low creaks. You get into bed without washing your hands. They still smell like salt and rind and pine ash. You pull the covers up, exhale, and say aloud to the ceiling, "Tomorrow we name something brave." You don't dream, but just before waking, a single word echoes behind your eyelids. Linger. You carry it with you into the day. The morning begins before light, not because something wakes you, but because something calls you. A presence, not a voice, not a memory, but a presence, pulling from beneath the floorboards. You lie still under the blanket listening to your own heartbeat echo softly in the quiet room. You know what day it is, not by calendar, not by ritual, but by weight. Some days are heavier than others, and this one presses gently at the edges like a long-held truth waiting to be spoken. You rise barefoot without lighting the lantern. The boards beneath your feet creak like old knees. You let them. You don't rush. You move by feel, brushing your fingers along the wall until your hand finds the cellar key hanging on its hook. You don't drink tea. You don't stoke the fire. You go straight to the door beneath the stairs, open it slowly, and descend. The cellar air is cooler today, wrapped in that particular kind of stillness that feels like reverence. You stand at the threshold a moment longer, letting your eyes adjust, letting the silence greet you like an old friend. Then you take the first step. The wheels greet you too, not audibly, not visibly, but you feel them noticing, as if they sense what you're here to do. You go first to whim now, little more than a sliver waxy and orange, but still humming with memory. You break off a piece, eat it raw, sharp, tangy, brighter than it has any right to be. You nod in respect. Then you pass storm now, fully collapsed at the center, looking like an old crater. You touch the surface. It's soft but stable. You held on, you say. You begin your round speaking each name aloud. Shrug, letter, witness, grace, pause, parable. Some respond with scent, sweet hay, wet stone, lemon, and lichen. Others say nothing. That's all right. Not every goodbye needs words. You open the small cloth bundle you've carried in your pocket, a tiny paper label folded into fourths. On it, a single word written in pencil. Enough. You place the label gently on the empty shelf at the back, the one carved just days ago marked future. You run your fingers across the wood trace, the outline of your carving, and say softly, "There is enough now." You don't cry, not because you're trying not to, but because the feeling isn't sadness, it's fullness, like the moment just before a ripe fruit falls. You return upstairs and light the fire. The flame catches quickly today, almost gratefully. You prepare breakfast with deliberate ease, toasted oat cake, a drizzle of walnut oil, and the final piece of lye. Its rind cracked but dignified, its core mellowed to a golden glow. You eat slowly, feeling each bite settle behind your ribs. You write lie aged into truth. I did too. The rest of the morning is for the ledger, not to record anything new, but to close. You reread every page, noticing the early frantic scrawls of excitement and confusion, the middle entries thick with notes, regrets, triumphs. And then the quieter recent ones where you stopped trying to say everything and started just listening. You underline a dozen small phrases, all of them different in tone but identical in meaning. Wait longer. You close the book, tie it shut with a leather strap, and place it on the top shelf. Midday comes with golden light through the kitchen window, softer than usual, diffused by clouds, but not obscured. You pour yourself a bowl of broth, place a single slice of whisper into it, and let it melt slowly. The smell rises gently comforting without asking for attention. You eat in silence, not out of solemnity, but gratitude. The historical fact today comes from your own notes, a copied excerpt from a 15th century Swiss merchant's journal who traveled with a cheese wheel from Basel to Paris, unbroken, unrefrigerated, and untouched for 6 weeks. He wrote, "It aged beside me. When I arrived, it was no longer the cheese I'd carried, but the cheese I needed. You laugh aloud at that. Then right beside it, same. You walk the edge of the property in the afternoon, boots crunching on fallen leaves, the sky hanging low with a hush of gray. You find the old fence post that marks where the garden used to be, long since overgrown. You kneel, brush away debris, and place a small stone in the soil. No marker, no plaque. Just a stone. Just a reminder. Something happened here. Something mattered. Dinner is a baked squash stuffed with barley, dried cranberries, and shavings of glimpse. The cheese has softened now, almost sweet its rind, flaking like birch bark. The flavor blends beautifully sweet and savory and earthy like autumn remembering spring. You close your eyes with each bite, letting it echo through your tongue. You think, this is how endings should taste. You wash the dishes with warm water and mint leaves, humming something you don't recognize, a tune with no name. The cellar is quiet now. Not silent, but calm. The work is finished. The wheels are aging without you. You are no longer the caretaker. You are something else now. Before sleep, you light the lantern and return downstairs once more, just to say goodnight. You walk past each wheel, touching none, just whispering names like prayers: storm, whisper, grace, glimpse, borrowed, parable. And finally, enough. You blow out the candle and let the dark close around you. You dream of wheels, cheese wheels, spinning like planets, turning slowly in a sky made of wood and fog. They orbit above your head, not threatening, not even distant, just present. You stand in the center of them, arms loose at your sides, watching them drift in silence. One wheel opens like a flower, another hums like a song. You try to reach for one, but your hand passes through it like smoke. Then your voice maybe says, you can't carry them anymore. You don't need to. You wake before you can ask what that means. Morning light doesn't reach the cellar anymore, not the way it used to. The mist outside hangs low, turning the glass to frosted gray. You stay in bed longer than usual, letting your body soften into the sheets, letting your breath lengthen and slow. There's no rush now, no work calling, no cheese that cannot wait. The house breathes with you, timbers creaking, hearth crackling, faintly wind pressing gently against the shutters. You feel held. Eventually you rise and prepare a bowl of porridge with dried apricot, a drizzle of honey, and the last slice of whisper. The cheese melts quickly, its bloom folding into the oats like memory into fabric. You eat in silence. Not because there's nothing to say, but because everything has already been said. You write, the cellar is full. So am I. Today's task is the simplest and the strangest. You close the book. Not metaphorically, literally. You gather every scrap of parchment, every label, every half-formed recipe and scattered tasting note. You bundle them in twine, place them into a wooden box, and store the box beneath the bed. Not to hide it, just to let it rest. You say aloud, I remember, without reading. And you do. Your historical fact today comes from a medieval French play that featured a cheesemaker as the wise fool, a man who spoke only in metaphors about rinds and rot and time. The audience laughed at him, but every word he said came true by the final act. His last line was, only the cheese knows what the milk meant. You close the book and say it aloud twice. The second time, it makes you laugh. Afternoon arrives without notice. You spend it in the kitchen preparing a dish you haven't tried in years, a leek and nettle pie with goat's cheese and crushed walnuts. You use a soft round labeled, maybe left aging for too long but still velvety at the center. The crust breaks perfectly. The smell fills the room with a warmth that doesn't just comfort, it remembers. You take your time eating. The crust flakes into your lap. You don't clean it right away. You just sit there, chewing slowly, letting yourself linger. You walk the boundary of the property again, this time carrying no basket, no tools, just yourself. The trees are bare now. The mist is lifting slightly, revealing the moss along the stone wall and the dark, glossy tops of the mushrooms pushing up through leaves. You don't pick anything. You just notice. You think this place will keep aging even without me turning it. You return home to find the fire burned low. You feed it gently, one log, 2 kindling branches, and watch as the flame curls up from nothing, licks the stone grate, and rises with a sigh. You sit beside it and hold a wedge of parable in your hand, watching the rind curl from the warmth. You eat slowly. No notes, no commentary, just presence. You whisper, "I hear you now." Dinner is simple chestnut soup, a slice of toasted rye, and the final crumble of grace. The cheese is delicate, almost too soft to cut, and dissolves quickly on your tongue. It tastes like something you almost forgot. You write Grace doesn't need explanation, just attention. The evening brings a stillness that feels earned. You take one last look at the cellar, not to check, not to fix, not even to remember, just to stand in the doorway, eyes adjusting to the dim. The cheeses rest, the walls hum, the shelf marked, "Future is empty, but not lonely." You say nothing. You close the door gently and slide the bolt into place. Upstairs, the hearth glows quietly. You sit beside it with a wool blanket over your knees, a mug of spiced cider in your hands. Outside, the wind is rising, the trees bow, the windows tremble faintly in their panes. But inside, it is warm, quiet, and whole. You don't light a candle before bed. You don't need to. You know the way. You climb beneath the blanket, press your palms together, and whisper, "Let it age without me." The house seems to nod. And as your breathing deepens, you think not of the cheeses, not of the ledger, not even of the cellar. You think of the silence between bites, the pause before swallowing, the weight of something earned. You sleep like a wheel settling into its shape, no urgency, no turning, just being. There's a stillness now that doesn't beg for silence, it rewards it. The kind of stillness that only arrives when the last piece has finally clicked into place, and the puzzle stops pretending it's incomplete. You stand at the edge of the known world, or at least the edge of your version of it. Behind you, orchards, wild hedges, forgotten vines. Ahead, the soft slope of the hill where you first began, now lit by a gentler kind of sunlight, the kind that glows low and wide like it's trying not to wake anyone. You breathe in, and the scent isn't of one thing anymore. It's of everything: mint and plum, fig and damp soil, currant and old wood. It smells like time, not lost, not wasted, just wandered. Your boots crunch quietly as you start down the hill, the weight of the satchel a comforting pull at your side. And for the first time you realize it's heavier than it was, but you're not. There's a lightness to you now, a balance. You've carried stories, and now they carry you back. The trees begin to thin, and you reach a stone step you hadn't noticed before, carved with a spiral. You place your foot on it, then the next. And with each step, the silence stays with you, not clinging, just present, like breath, like a promise. That's the story for tonight. May your dreams be filled with wonder and peace.